Kaboom, kapow, welcome, welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas. God rest ye, merry gentlemen and ladies, of course. Festive greetings, and welcome to this last episode of 2021 of Live with Littlewood, a full Christmas marathon, hours of it as we look back in great detail at all of the major events of 2021. Now, I'm back at the end of 2021, where I began it, in a lovely hotel in Izora in Tenerife, escaping the restrictions of the United Kingdom. But for all of our viewers, just one thing you're aware of, we put this episode in the can. We finished filming just before we split for Christmas. So I guess you could say it's a look back at about 50 weeks of the year rather than all 52 of them. Since we finished filming, quite a lot has happened. Of course, we've seen the rise of Omicron, Plan B implemented by the UK government, and suggestions changing by the hour on whether further restrictions will come in before Christmas, just after Christmas, or at some point in the new year. We also, at the IEA and across the freedom movement, had some rather sad news ourselves. IEA trustee member and freedom campaigner for more than 6 decades, Linda Whetstone, suddenly passed away at the Miami Liberty Forum earlier this month. Tribute has been paid to her by freedom fighters right across the globe, and we'll connect in the show notes to a rather touching tribute to Linda in the Houses of Parliament as well. She'll be sorely missed. So I hope you enjoy this mammoth show. Thank you very much for watching Live with Littlewood right over the year. We've had dozens of episodes, millions of views, hours and hours of free market discussion and debate. And if you're feeling generous at Christmas time, please do consider becoming an IEA online patron. The costs start from just £5 a month and help us keep the lights on at the IEA. Again, details in the show notes below. But anyway, if you enjoy the show, please make sure you hit the like, thumbs up button. Please hit subscribe and the notification bell. And I very much hope you enjoy this look back at the difficult year that was 2021. So 2021 begins, and not in the best of circumstances. Christmas was cancelled for, well, much of the country, not necessarily all of it. Another lockdown is already being talked up and being put in place. Brexit begins following the end of the transition period on New Year's Day. I guess Brexit had begun before that. It happened, it got done. Over in the United States of America, well, things are pretty dicey there. The Capitol is invaded and Joe Biden is inaugurated as president, but all sorts of fights are being had about, was the election free and fair? And it's fair to say the outgoing president doesn't exactly accept defeat with good grace. There is, however, some light on the horizon. The first AstraZeneca vaccines start getting injected into British arms. High point of the month for me, well, I should have been returning from holiday in January in Tenerife, but given what was happening here, I decided to camp out there for a bit. So, sorry to say this, but I was enjoying 28 degrees temperatures, you know, bars, restaurants, and all of the rest of it, while the rest of you shivered inside your locked down homes. Low point of the month, well, I could see how miserable and grim Britain was. The additional lockdown within the month of January was pretty awful. Banter of the month. What was the best bant of the month? Well, I guess that was actually, if you remember this, the GameStop shares. There was a kind of campaign on Reddit to talk up GameStop, a company that otherwise would have been potentially going to the wall, and suddenly their shares increased 20-fold over the course of the campaign. Real people power in action there. So to talk through the first month of the year, my first guests on this 2021 marathon, a warm welcome to Director of Operations at the Adam Smith Institute, Morgan Schondelmeier. Morgan, lovely to have you with us. Thanks for joining me. And CapX author John Ashmore. John, how the devil are you, sir?
I'm very well, thanks, Mark.
So I'm sorry to unwind all of the festive cheer we're feeling at the moment and going back to those bleak days of January. John, we'll be wishing you happy birthday, I think, on New Year's Day. Yep. But other than, I hope you had a good birthday. But it must have been pretty grim for those of you here in the United Kingdom, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was absolutely rubbish. Especially, I was still annoyed about having to cancel Christmas and not being able to see anyone. I think I ended up seeing my sister in a park from 5 metres away or something ridiculous like that, and that was the extent of our festive socialising. The thing I most remember, though, from January that you mentioned in the lead-up was that actually we were all very focused on America rather than on the UK because of what happened on January the 6th, which was, I mean, it wasn't exactly surprising given what Donald Trump had done up to that point, but it was still quite shocking to see people actually being shot at on Capitol Hill. The other thing in sort of news terms, I think that I remember quite vividly was obviously that we had finally actually Brexited. We had all the kind of Brexit parties the year before because we'd sort of officially gone.
Well, several times, didn't we celebrate? I must have celebrated Brexit happening on, 8 occasions, I think.
But the agreement was so long that people were still kind of poring over it for many weeks after it had actually been signed. So, and I think we're still working out all of the permutations and ramifications of that even now.
Brexit will always be with us. It's not an event, it's a process, isn't that?
But the general mood in the country, I mean, you were lucky to be in Tenerife, I'd say. It was pretty grim. Especially, I think psychologically, the third lockdown was much worse than the ones preceded. The first one had this sort of almost novelty, like a horrible novelty in a back-to-wall feel. The second one was like, okay, we know what we're doing, we're here before. And the third was like, it's dark, it's cold, there's really not much to look forward to. We've got this horrible new variant that seems to be spreading everywhere. So not a great time.
Morgan, what did you make of third lockdown? That was probably the grimmest of the lot. I'm glad I swerved it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the hardest thing for me was there was no kind of light at the end of the tunnel for most of it. I remember being late February, early March, just thinking, we still don't know what the exit plan is. We have no time frame for this. And that was what really got to me. Because like you say, in lockdown 1, we kind of always assumed when summer hits, things will definitely change for the better. We just got to get through to summer. We had a wonderful spring in terms of weather. So, people were able to get out and about. And, lockdown 3, it was just, as you say, it was dark. It was cold, no end in sight. It was incredibly hard. As someone living in a flat in London, no outdoor space, it was grim.
I definitely did the right thing to stick it out in Tenerife. Yeah, I don't feel guilty about that at all. I think that was the right call. John, you've mentioned this already, but let's move on to constitutional upheaval on this side of the Atlantic, and then we might move on to constitutional upheaval on the other side of the Atlantic. Brexit was done, went into effect from January the 1st, and my recollection of watching this from afar was, nothing happened really, right? There was, anxious, people turning up hoping to see terrible problems at, Dover or wherever it was. Went amazingly smoothly, or am I overstating that?
No, I think that the problem that the continuity Remainers have had throughout Brexit is over-egging the consequences of it all the time, saying the sky was going to fall in from day one, whereas the consequences, I think, either negative or positive, or it's going to take years to unwind.
But be fairly undramatic in nature.
But also really hard to disentangle from the fact that the whole economy was buggered anyway because of all the lockdowns. It's hard to... There's a lot of the commentary we see these days is just like anything bad happens, you go Brexit, and then 10 people chime in going, actually, it's a bit more complicated than that. But no, I certainly have no vivid recollections of there being any kind of big shortages. They came later in the year with the whole lorry driver thing.
What did you make of the apparent smoothness of Brexit, Morgan? Am I right? Am I misremembering this? I remember Sky and the BBC stationing like camera crews, apparently expecting, I don't know what they were expecting / hoping for sort of, 8 mile, truckers saying this is a nightmare, I've got the wrong form, they're not letting me on the... I'm sure there was a bit of that, but the media didn't seem to find it, right?
Yeah, there definitely was a little bit of the form filling out issue as kind of, the new bogeyman of Brexit. But I think, as you say, the depression that we were experiencing because of COVID maybe would have masked some issues we could have encountered, as we saw with lorry drivers and petrol when things started ramping back up. We did experience those issues. You can't deny that.
But you can't split what the cause is.
You can't. And I think that's important to remember is you can't say it was all COVID, you can't say it was all Brexit. Both of these things could have had an impact on the economy and very much did. But I think early in the year we had bigger things to worry about.
Well, I'm going to stand up for Brexit a bit. Would it be fair for me to say, John, that actually if only Britain had experienced an HGV shortage or other shortages on the shelves, you might say, well, hang on, this looks, this could well be Brexit has disrupted supply chains. But from my limited understanding of it. I haven't audited every shelf in the world, but similar problems have been faced in the United States of America, across the EU, and these are not countries that have left the European Union.
I think the HGV thing, Brexit has exacerbated a problem a bit, but it's a problem that you see all over the place. I mean, the lorry driver thing's been a thing in America for years. Yeah. I know that. Because it's just not a very good, I don't want to say good, not a very attractive job for a lot of people. It's unsociable hours, it's not particularly amazing pay, it doesn't have the kind of sense of adventure it had in the 70s or 80s when you could get out and see the world. In terms of we were talking about the kind of impact on, the immediate impact of Brexit, the one thing I do remember is, that was quite direct, was exporters having an absolute nightmare. So there's lots of lorries backed up on the way into France. But that was actually it was a good sign of what happens to you if you're trying to import stuff into the EU and how ridiculously protectionist it is and how many forms you have to fill in. So in a weird way, I was like, thank God we're out of an organisation like that.
Yeah. Am I right, Morgan, that quite a lot of these problems, and again, I'm oversimplifying it, but things like a shortage of drivers, if it was only a problem of salary, the market would just put those up, but the backlogs have been, and in other sectors as well, lockdowns meant that training programs were on hold, so the entry into market of anything you need to get a certificate for has been, and similar problems have been faced in various parts of your motherland, the United States of America, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of onerous regulation on people joining these fields, and when you couple that with lost earnings due to training, the years of training and certifications you have to get, regular checkups, like this is like HGV drivers and many other of these kind of blue collar jobs just aren't that attractive anymore. They don't pay as well as maybe they should, but I don't think that money is going to solve the issue of supply because of how strenuous the process is to actually enter these fields.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if an HGV driver is a really unpleasant job, you can pay them 100 grand a year, 150 grand a year, 200 grand a year. My suspicion is it's the certification, and we'll see this elsewhere. I don't know what training you need to become, I don't know, a chef, but presumably very few people went through that program because of lockdowns. I mean, potentially also, training to be, I don't know, a nurse or a teacher or anything that requires some certification. Lockdowns have built up a backlog that might take some time to get out of the system. Is that a fair comment?
That's definitely something that was brought up. There were something like 40,000 applications still on the blocks I think it's in Swansea at the DVSA. But I did actually see something not sort of too long ago saying that the problems had started towards the end of this year, the problems had started to alleviate a bit. Yeah. That actually the government and the industry have got their act together a bit. They've started speeding up applications. The rate of applications going through is a lot higher. It doesn't strike me as being one of those professions where it is like massively difficult to get into. It's not one of these things like hairdressing in Louisiana where you need 400 hours of training or something ridiculous. So fingers crossed on that front, things will be better in 2022. But also, if you look at the charts of like what goods there are on shelves in the UK, the only one that stands out is crisps.
Well, that mean
because
enough.
of an IT cock-up at Walker's. Apparently, it's got nothing to do with
anything else.
Or,
so the Walker's server went down. Or
it's literally something like that. But a bit of a nightmare for parents, but I think most of us can probably survive.
Yeah, it's not. That's pretty much a first world problem, I think. Yeah, an absence of Walker's crisps. Let's have a look at the big news of the month on the other side of the Atlantic. We'd had an incredibly divisive election. Joe Biden prevails in the popular vote and the Electoral College, but it doesn't look like the United States of America. It looks like the disunited States of America, right, Morgan? The outgoing president effectively refuses to concede defeat, at least publicly. By his actions, he does leave the White House, but refuses to attend the inauguration and all of the rest of it. And you get the protesters, rioters, I don't know what to call them, on Capitol Hill. Pretty traumatic times for the United States of America. I've never seen the country so politically divided.
Yeah, as you mentioned, January 6th was one of my low points of the year. I was watching on TV, and genuinely not ashamed to admit this, I cried watching my country, experience what was a very traumatic and, you just wouldn't think that you would ever see this in your country. It was an assault on, everything that we as Americans tend to hold dear, the electoral process and democracy and, our institutions. And it was very scary because at the time also we didn't know how bad it possibly could get. I think 5 or 6 people died, which is horrible, but there could have been a lot more people who died in that. So that was very traumatic to watch, for sure. The election itself, and kind of early January, I think it was really difficult to watch someone kind of sow distrust in the electoral system. Whether or not you believe that Joe Biden should have won, that is what happened. There was no evidence of widespread voter fraud. All of that was, a tactic by the Trump team to, stir up support and, shore up a run for 2024, I'm sure. And it's just disappointing to see your leaders sow distrust in the system which they're meant to be running. So that was hard. I'm not going to say Biden has, covered himself in glory in his administration either. But
it's about process, right? And John, would you agree with me that, obviously democracies require a smooth transfer of power, right? You expect dictatorships to have military coups and the rest of it. I'm really worried that we're losing the concept across the democratic world of losers' consent. And although the Remain lobby hate me for saying this, I drew comparisons between the Trump team when they lost and the Remain team here. There was no, we want a rerun, or we want a recount, it was fixed, it was Russian money, it was some other chunk of money. It wasn't fair, we need to revisit it. And without losers' consent, and there was obviously not a transition of power as such directly after the Brexit referendum, other than by parliamentary decisions to resign and the rest of it. But without that, democracy's lost, isn't it? And it seems to be fragile. We kept refighting the Brexit referendum for years after it had happened. And I don't think Team Trump still think, actually, if they do run in 2024, they're going to treat it really as a rerun of 2020, aren't they?
Yeah, I do agree that that's a huge problem. And the fact that so many... The difference, really, though, is that one is obviously the personalities and the type of politics involved is completely different. But it's also that Trump and his team sort of stood alone in terms of very senior people. They had a bit of backing from some other Republicans, but it was basically all driven by him. The referendum thing, and again, I don't want to make the comparisons too directly, but the referendum what's striking about it in hindsight is how many really senior politicians basically went out and told the electorate, you got it wrong, and we need to do this again, and dressed it up with this people's vote slogan. And the further you get from it, the more bizarre it looks in hindsight. Like you said, the Russians always loom large and all this stuff. It's great to kind of conjure a phantasm from far away in a country people don't really understand. I think that, especially in the States now, I think it's a really, really big problem. I don't actually think the second referendum thing ever had majority support here. Yeah. But among Republicans now, the faith in the electoral process is shot. Yeah. A majority of Trump voters think the election was fixed, and that is really unsettling.
And Morgan, how do you get that back? Is it is that broken beyond repair, or is time the greatest healer, or what can be done? Because clearly, as you've said, you want elections in which people can choose the Republican, Democrat, or any other candidate they want. There's a count, and the losing side accepts it. But once that's broken, once people start to believe, almost doesn't matter whether it's fiction or fact, if people believe that the process is unfair, you've got a big problem on your hands.
Yeah, I think time is a big factor, but I also think that the Republican Party has to choose to undo the damage that's been done. I think they need to acknowledge that the election was lost and come at it from a new angle and saying, yes, we lost, but here's how we're going to win in the future, legitimately. They're not doing that. They are rooting out people who say that the election was free and fair. If anyone disagrees with the premise that the election was stolen in a public forum, they're deselected or shunned or whatever. And that's not the way the Republican Party should be going about it.
Yeah. Do you think it's correct? It seems to me now, here on this side of the pond, Brexit is sort of done and dusted. The people who are asking us to rejoin the EU are the equivalent of the Japanese soldiers still fighting World War II. And it's now accepted we're out, whether you liked it or not. It's taken a long time to get there, but I think that's healed quite a lot. But in America, less so, right?
I think as a political project, rejoining is dead in the water. Not least because I don't think the EU actually want us back. As a kind of cultural and political crutch that some people are going to carry on leaning on, I think it'll be here for a long time. I think you're going to have years and years and years of people blaming everything on Brexit regardless. likewise, I think you'll have people who supported Brexit claiming everything positive is because we're out of the EU.
Yeah. And neither side is right.
Yeah, the boring truth is that we're a developed, successful, industrialised economy whose fate is largely in our own hands either way. And I, on balance, prefer being out of the EU because I'm not a big fan of massive bureaucracies and so on. But I don't think it's a panacea or a silver bullet or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But no, the rejoin thing, like you say, Japanese soldiers in the jungle is a perfect analogy.
Yeah. So, would you agree, Morgan, that Brexit, the divide here has largely been healed? I mean, people are perfectly entitled to want us to rejoin the EU, but it seems we're now in a new accepted constitutional arrangement. Notwithstanding that people might blame things on things, but we seem to have got there after 5 years after the referendum. Would you agree that's happened here? Yet to happen? I know it's a different issue in America, but that political divide yet to heal, really.
I think we have kind of moved into a new phase where you do still get a lot of people blaming things on Brexit. You do still get a lot of people saying this is the worst mistake we've ever made. But anyone who's genuinely calling for a second referendum is pretty quickly discounted as like someone who just needs to move on and get on with it. So it's definitely better than it was. Hopefully it will stay that way.
It stays that way.
I think the one thing I'd say is that the tribes that have formed politically thanks to Brexit may well be a more pronounced continued feature, but one of the interesting things about it was how quickly that happened. Yep. In the space of a year, 2 years, we turned into Brexiteers, and people who had always voted Labour, quite a decent chunk of them voted Tory. And I think that sort of cleavage, to use a
realignment
word, the realignment is probably here to stay.
Well, John and Morgan, thank you very much for talking us through the month of January. Wow, a lot happened in January. Could have done a whole programme on January 2021. But I'm going to be asking all of our guests on this show to not just talk about the month we've assigned them, but to have an overall look at the year as a whole. Quite often on my Live with Littlewood show, we've asked people how optimistic are they feeling on a scale of 0 to 10. I'm not going to be asking them how optimistic they're feeling. I'm going to ask them to rate 2021 out of 10. And to be clear here, the rules are you've got to pick one number, and it must be an integer. I don't want any guest to say, 4, 5 or 6. I don't want any guest to say 7.2. You've got to pick an integer, and this is how you think 2021 has gone as a whole. 10, nothing could have gone better. 0, nothing could have gone worse. Morgan, let me start with you. What's your number for the year in retrospect?
Probably, I'm going to say 5. Very boring.
We're going to start with a middle of the road 5.
Very middle of the road. I know. But there were some really good moments over the summer. The Euros was a ton of fun. Kind of getting out and kind of imagining we were starting over. That was great. But then, like you said, lockdown 3 was pretty horrible. Vaccine rollout, which we didn't get a chance to talk about, but that was an amazing coup for the year. So we should all be really proud of that. But now in December, looking ahead with our new variant, I don't want to jinx it the way I did in 2020. I was thinking, January 1st, 2021, we are starting over. 2021 is going to be great.
So a cautious 5. What about you, John?
Do you know what? I was thinking sort of middling as well, and it was certainly so much better than 2020 because we got a resemblance of normality back. But actually, when I think of all the stuff that's happened, I'm going to go lower. I'm going to go for a 3. Thinking particularly about Afghanistan. I think that was an absolute disaster. And it's just been bookended by really crap months. So
thank you both for such a downbeat start to this marathon look back at 2021. A 5 and a 3. Well, I guess it's a kind of poor average. Let's see how our future guests, what numbers they pick up. But a 5 and a 3, so we're starting a bit below average. It's the festive season, of course. So before we're going to be opening a cracker for each month, and each cracker has an unbelievably bad and corny free market or economics joke in it. Even worse than the jokes that you usually get in Christmas crackers. So, Morgan, pull this one with me. Let's see what first one comes up. Go. Oh. Now, give me good win. Good win. I'm going to have to improve my practice as the months unroll. And let's see what. There you go. What you've always wanted, a piece of cardboard.
Thank you.
Go.
Beautiful.
So, why has the IEA never published a joke book? There's just so many different possible answers to that question.
Do you want
But
an
it's
answer?
a Christmas cracker joke. Why has the IA never published a joke book?
Do you want an answer?
I want to see if you can guess the answer.
It's probably not because the jokes aren't very good.
Well, that I agree would be a very good reason. The jokes are not very good. That would, but that's not a kind of Christmas cracker joke. No, can you get any ideas, John?
I'm racking my brains for Hayek puns.
It really isn't very sophisticated. There would be way too much supply and absolutely no demand. I hope these get better as the year rolls on, because that's just terrible. But Morgan and John, thanks very much for getting our retrospective of 2021 underway. Have a very Merry Christmas. Here's to brighter days in 2022. And John, have a very good New Year's Day for your birthday as well.
Thank you very much.
And my particular thanks to you, John, for wearing a red and white hat as a Spurs fan. And my particular thanks to you, Morgan, for coming and joining us at short notice on this show. Really appreciate it both. Have a very, very Merry Christmas, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's now February. The road to freedom is supposedly going to be outlined on the 22nd of February, but is the end of lockdown really in sight? It looks like it could be many months away still. Aberdeenshire records the lowest temperature in the UK since 1995, a rather bracing minus 22.9 degrees centigrade. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex announced they will no longer be working members of the royal family. A nation mourns. High point of the month, well, I guess you could say that's the pathway to freedom is announced. Low point of the month, well, the pace of that pathway to freedom. Even if all of the gateways are got through, it's going to be June until we actually get our freedoms back. And of course, February was the month in which Southampton lost 9-0 away to Manchester United. But we'll gloss over that one. Bants of the month, that's an easy one. Angela Rayner accuses the IA's Kristian Niemietz of, quote, disgracefully attacking the NHS and NHS staff. So to discuss the month of February, two members of the home team join me. Our head of lifestyle economics, Chris Snowdon. Chris, good to have you back. Merry Christmas to you. And our IEA head of political economy, Dr. Kristian Niemietz. Kristian, how the devil are you, sir?
I can't complain. How are you?
I can always complain. Are you doing well, Chris?
Not so bad.
Looking forward to Christmas, I hope.
Yeah.
So, Chris, I'm going to start with you, the roadmap. So this was, just to remind people, a 4-step plan, originally supposed to finish in June, did end up running well onto July, based on, crucially, data, not dates, but that seemed to come into question pretty early doors. And delays to it were estimated ultimately to cost about £1 billion a week. Was the roadmap ever about data and not dates?
No, not really, because they specified the dates, you know. So it was a one-way ratchet. If the data was really good, which to be fair it wasn't, and unfortunately Delta really interfered with the whole process, it didn't matter how good the data was, the dates were never going to be moved forwards. And it seemed to me in February, and as I say, Delta kind of changed this massively, but it seemed to me in February that this was too long, you know, and it started off being we're going to vaccinate the over 70s and the vulnerable, then it went to the over 50s, then it went to the over 30s, and now it's like the over 5s, you know, for some people. Was it right in retrospect? Possibly it wasn't that far off, to be honest. I don't think we need to extend it in June, but realistically, if you look at the rising cases, it started in May. You know, once the pubs are open indoors, which has always been my definition of lockdown ending, then
that's all you care about in life, isn't it?
And the difference between the June restrictions and July restrictions really weren't that enormous. So I think had we been dealing with Alpha, we would have been able to suppress it from certainly May onwards, and we wouldn't have needed to continue into June, let alone July. But Delta did get in the way, obviously much more transmissible. So I think in retrospect, it wasn't actually that far off, probably. And we're in a pretty good position now as a result of it.
Kristian, what was your take on it? Is that the right way to sort of look at a kind of pandemic problem? They set up these sort of 3 gates. As Chris says, you couldn't accelerate towards those gates. You would only pass through it on the day in question. That's the day at which the data would be looked at. If the data was good earlier, too bad. But if it was good on that day, you pass through the gate, then you've got a next gate to get to. Is that the right way of managing it? Because for all Chris says about, well, you can just be guided by the data, I guess the economy needs some certainty as well, right? You don't want, if you're a pub landlord, the only thing that Chris cares about, if you're a pub landlord, you don't want to know, well, am I opening on Monday or not? You know, you want to know a pretty definite yes, no. You want to have those sort of staging posts and that certainty, even if it's slow. Is that fair defence of the government's approach?
I think it is, and it may not have been the most brilliant plan ever, but nonetheless, at the time, it was a game changer. I had that paper that you mentioned coming out in that month. I think in the paper, towards the end, I'm saying there is still no end in sight. We don't know how this will ever end. And just a couple of weeks later, this roadmap changed that, and it was one of the first of its kind. And it was, I remember there was a headline in the German press at the time. They looked at this and said, "Dear Brits, we envy you." Because there was a definite date for things like the pubs opening up, the beer gardens first, and this was admired.
And it was irreversible as well. That's the point you didn't make. A lot of people have forgotten about that now, because I think
once you've gone through gate one, they weren't going to pull you back the other way.
The whole thing was meant to be irreversible.
Yeah, that was the concept. What do you think about that certainty point, Chris? That even if slow, and let's say Delta hadn't arrived, you could potentially say we could have got through it quicker. But if you're running a business, a hospitality sector, something like that, you presumably want certain markers in the sand, right? You want to know, actually, there's no prospect of me opening for 3 weeks, rather than suddenly being told at a press conference on a Friday evening that you can open the next day.
Yeah, businesses tend to like certainty almost more than anything else.
Yeah, even if it's bad news, that you know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and when they did push it back into July, I don't think it was... I think they gave quite a good bit of notice, didn't they? You know, I mean, it was bad news, and I didn't agree with it at the time. I still think it's probably the wrong decision. But as long as you got certainty, you know where you are. But again, nightclubs aside, and a couple of other kind of things. By that time, remember, we were in like the Euros by then. The entire football stadiums were full of people by that stage.
Not quite full, I think.
Oh, were they not?
Right. Yeah, not quite full. Yeah,
but look, that was pretty busy.
That's the problem that led to the final. People knew there were 12,000 empty seats.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, not quite full. But you're right, we were sort of getting there. Now, Kristian, I want to move on to the paper that you released for under the IEA banner that month. We'll make sure that we link to that in the show notes below, so you can find Kristian's paper there. It was called Viral Myths. And essentially, your analysis was too early to tell, a bit like the Chinese comment on the French Revolution, right? That we couldn't. Have I got that right? It was too early for people, and people were racing already to draw conclusions that the pandemic and the response to it had proved their ideological stance beyond belief. And your argument was these are actually myths. A long, long way to go before the data's in, and we can learn any lessons.
Yes, and I think even when we have full data, it's never going to be of the kind that we will be able to say this economic model is more pandemic-proof than that economic model, or this healthcare system is better than that one. The idea that a pandemic would somehow tell us what the right level of public spending should be, what the right level of healthcare spending should be, that was always a nonsense, but that was what was happening at the time. You could see this right across the press, that people were using this pandemic as a way of peddling the causes they were already peddling. Everyone somehow saw it as a confirmation of what they already believed, including people with mutually exclusive worldviews. You had Brexiteers and Remainers. The Brexiteers saying, this proves that Brexit was the right thing to do, and Remainers saying, well, this proves that Brexit was a total disaster and we should have stayed in. And you had that going on across the board. And I think you, Chris, had a Twitter thread about this from the first lockdown, I think. Yeah. And what happened in the meantime was that some of those confirmation bias stories had become conventional wisdoms. The idea that this shows that the British state is too small, for example, or that it shows that the economy is too open and that we need economic nationalism, or, of course, the idea that the NHS is somehow a star performer. And these are the things that I wanted to address.
And you had the temerity, Kristian, to suggest that you couldn't really say that the NHS had been the best performer. Perhaps we should query that. And this riled the usually unflappable Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, thereby making your paper into a media sensation. What did you actually say about the NHS? It seemed to me to be incredibly mild-mannered, but not mild-mannered enough for Angela Rayner's taste.
No, and I think it couldn't have been. I didn't say very much about the NHS. It wasn't mainly about healthcare, the paper. That was maybe a third of it. What I said was that it is, of course, true that you can't judge healthcare systems for the pandemic performance of a country, because that's not primarily a function of the healthcare system. That's more a matter of the overall pandemic response. And if a government has a pandemic strategy that is not working, that is flawed, as ours clearly was.
It's nothing special. I think
yes, nothing
nothing special, not now and not ever.
I don't remember the last bit, but yes, I did say nothing special, and it was nothing special. I stand by that. I did say we shouldn't this isn't primarily a function of the healthcare system, but there were some systems that were facing very similar challenges, where the infection numbers were very similar relative to population size. In the Netherlands, for example, infection rates were almost identical to ours, and yet they had far fewer deaths. And they didn't have to shut down most of the conventional healthcare system. And compared to those peers, the NHS was really not doing brilliantly.
Okay, now some months later, Kristian, you can be honest with us, when you put in those 3 words, it's nothing special, was that deliberately done to trigger Angela Rayner?
I knew that it would trigger someone. I didn't know that it was going to be Angela Rayner, but I'll take that.
Right.
Good as any.
Chris, what do you think we can say? I mean, obviously, Kristian's paper came out in February. We've got a lot more data since. What do you think do you think we can now begin to pull things together to compare different healthcare systems, or at least different response systems? As Kristian rightly says, you might have an unbelievably crappy healthcare system, but a brilliant pandemic response unit or brilliant ways of stopping transmission, or vice versa, a brilliant healthcare system, but general control of the pandemic is so appallingly bad that the healthcare system gets overrun anyway. How do we kind of try and split the wheat from the chaff in order to learn some lessons here about who's performed well? Is there anything to see? Is there any signal, or is it all noise?
I think nearly every country has ballsed it up in a different way, actually. There's very few countries you can point to and say they've done a really good job. And every time somebody does do that, then suddenly they have a massive wave, you know. And you get this from the zero COVID people, that we should follow Germany. Suddenly Germany just goes off the charts in terms of its infections. Or we should follow South Korea, and suddenly South Korea has a big outbreak. Even Japan, which seemed to be doing really well, had a big outbreak. So there's very few countries, apart from maybe Taiwan, and even now I've said that, they'll probably have a huge epidemic. Very few. I mean, Australia and New Zealand, in a way, look pretty good from a purely health perspective, but then they mucked up on the vaccine delivery. We messed up on the initial response, I would say, and then kind of pulled it back a bit with the
But that's okay, isn't it? We can pick and mix. I wasn't suggesting that the data would be so easy that we could all just say, we should all be like South Korea. Everything they did was marvellous. But you might be able to say, I don't know, for example, that the UK didn't have good systems to get PPE to hospitals. That was very slow.
Sure, yeah.
But we did have a good system for rolling out the vaccine quickly. Yeah. That's fine. Could we pick and mix and say a bit of British this, a bit of South Korean that, a bit of Dutch the other, a bit of Swiss something else, and that would have been the perfect recipe?
Up to a point, but the only reason you do that is to prepare for the next pandemic, right? And the next pandemic won't necessarily happen in the same way. So a lot of what we think about the success of different approaches, you know, with hindsight, it looks like we should have locked down much earlier and probably stayed locked down for longer. And the New Zealand model, in that respect, even if you ignore the fact that they were very slow with the vaccination, that was a good response. But that's only because the vaccines came out much quicker than most people expected. If the vaccines had taken another 6 months, we'd be in totally different territory.
Yeah. So, Kristian, coming to you now, we're at the end of the year. You know, can we now get some viral truths rather than viral myths? Do you think we can do this wheat chaff splitting a bit now? As I say, I'm not, you know, I appreciate that you can't necessarily do a league table of all countries in the world, but can we at least draw out what systems, what structures of government, what information processes, what speed of decision making, what political structures might have been fit for purpose in certain different areas, even if it's a mixed picture in each and every country?
Yes, I think you can. I think there are some clear success stories. It isn't just Taiwan. I mean, South Korea, even though they had this outbreak, in absolute terms, they would still be among the very, very best. Yeah. There are some countries that have just been good in health terms, but also in economic terms, and that didn't have severe restrictions of civil liberties, that had either no lockdown whatsoever or a short and limited, geographically limited one. So there are these, there are the Taiwans, the Hong Kongs, the South Korea, Singapores. There are some success stories, but of course it only really tells us, as Chris said, how we should prepare or how we should react if another pandemic comes along, and even then only if that's a relatively similar virus. So it is an exercise of hindsight bias, clearly, but there is nonetheless a place for that, because the danger is that some people draw the wrong conclusions, and that becomes a conventional wisdom. We've had this during the financial crisis, that a judgment quickly formed that this was all about the deregulation of the banking sector, the financial sector, and that is still with us now, 13 years later, and something like that could happen with the pandemic, that in 10 years' time you might still have people saying, oh no, we shouldn't ever cut government spending. Didn't we learn this in the pandemic of 2019, 2020?
Yeah. Chris, you're sort of saying, obviously, there's always a danger that you fight the last war, that, even if we are able to learn brilliant lessons, objective lessons from across the planet on this one, maybe the next big thing's, I don't know, cybersecurity threat or something like that. And we know how we tackle another coronavirus, but here is something completely different. But specifically on pandemic preparation, you've been pretty critical, at least, about where the focus of British agencies were. You've continually said they had just one job and were actually more interested in things that I think you and I would call private health matters, lifestyle matters. What lessons can be drawn from the fitness for purpose for the agencies?
Well, I mean, that question is pretty much answered by what happened to Public Health England. It was smashed up, dissolved, and it was replaced by two organisations, one of which is essentially Nanny State England. The other is the much more important organisation, what is it called? UK, I can't remember what it's called, Health Security Agency, something like that.
Right.
Which is effectively a replacement of the original agency that Public Health England replaced. But they're entirely focused, and as Matt Hancock said, laser focused on infectious diseases and other threats of that kind. Genuine collective action problems, genuine public health threats, and the renamed Public Health England is going to carry on hectoring people about
jam,
smoking and alcohol and jam. Exactly, yeah. So we know which, I think it's implicit really that we know which of these two is more important now.
Yeah. Kristian, do you think that we'll be able to have a proper conversation about the NHS? What did your paper tell you about that? Did it indeed start to trigger a proper conversation, or did it show the impossibility of having one? That if you have the audacity to say that actually, the National Health Service might have a flaw or two here or there, let's keep a beady eye on it, that this is some form of treason?
Both were happening at the same time. I remember we were talking about this in the early stages of, certainly during the first lockdown, which is it going to be? Is this going to legitimize criticism of the NHS, or is it going to lead to a rally around the flag effect and the NHS becoming more sacrosanct than ever? I think both have happened. For the second effect probably outweighs the former. You have more people who are who are greater NHS patriots than ever, and those responses to the paper were an indication of that. But there has also been, in some circles, there is now a greater interest in talking about the faults, the flaws of the NHS. I did receive some sympathetic responses. It's not that every article about this was negative. There was, of course, quite a bit of hysteria, but there was also some interest in it, and you could see there is now a demand for alternative views on health systems. It's the minority, but it is a sizable minority. It's, I'd say, just about within the Overton window now.
Oh wow, well that's quite... So Chris, do you agree with that? Do you think our job at the IEA of raising these issues, which, your stuff on lifestyle economics, Kristian's done an awful lot on healthcare systems, is actually our task as a think tank going to be easier in the years to come? Are some spaces opening up in which we are no longer thinking the unthinkable and saying the unsayable, but we're actually part of a debate about change, a mainstream debate?
Yeah, increasingly so, and I think we've played our part in kind of at least articulating that case. But mainly I think it's happening, and it will happen again in the future, is because the penny is starting to drop that we are spending a huge amount of money on the NHS. The claim that it's been underfunded, let alone chronically underfunded, it falls apart as soon as you look at the data. We're 13% of GDP now. Admittedly, GDP has crashed, but still it's going to be about 12% of GDP by the time we get through this. People are sick of not being able to see their GPs. People feel that the NHS is starting to now let us down, having, being applauded, literally applauded every Thursday on our doorstep. So I think there's, I think people are starting to ask themselves, why is this service that we pay so much for not as good as it could be? And we were a very long way for anybody saying we should be adopting what Kristian and we want to do in terms of having a more European system. But the question is being asked because the NHS is really so poor.
So that's the start. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for talking us through February. I need to ask each of you to rate your whole year out of 10, the calendar year of 2021. 0 is, the apocalypse did actually happen. 10 is, what a brilliant year. I mean, things couldn't really have gone better. Kristian, what's your integer between 0 and 10?
I'd say a 7. I mean, if we look at how we started and where we are now, it's a world of difference. It didn't look that way in the beginning. January, February, we're still miserable. We are now moving towards normality, and yes, there have been some setbacks at the moment, and maybe I will eat my words later. But no, given where we started from, there has been quite a lot of progress.
Chris, I've got a sneaky feeling you might pull down the average here. What's your number?
I mean, how can anyone give it more than a 2 or a 3? I mean, I'm not comparing it to how the year started. I'm comparing it to all the other years in my life.
Right,
and hopefully
or indeed in human existence.
Yeah. And the 7 would be, I spent most of my life in misery. So no, it's going to be it was a bit better than 2020, I guess, so I'll give it a 2.
A 2?
Yeah.
A 2. A fairly upbeat 2 from Chris.
I think that's a fairly objective statement, to be honest with you.
And Chris, we got to do the IEA Christmas cracker.
Come on.
Fix. Yes,
it's a Littlewood fix.
So can you get the special IEA Christmas cracker joke? Why did the economics professor stop telling his one joke?
Be here for ages. Just give us the answer.
There wasn't enough demand for it.
It's not too bad.
That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Not many good economist jokes, to be fair.
Kristian and Chris, thanks very much for working for us in 2021. Have a very, very Merry Christmas. Keep up the good work. Much done, much left to do. Thanks, gentlemen. So we round out the first quarter of 2021 with the month of March. Chancellor Rishi Sunak delivered his first budget since the pandemic and began pledging £65 billion worth of additional COVID spending. In other news, Amazon opened a cashierless store with cameras and sensors replacing employees. Well, the government might have wished that they could do the same with NHS staff, as their initial offer to the staff of a 1% pay rise was taken badly by unions and by the media. High point of the month? Well, vaccination numbers hit their highest levels of the pandemic. 750,000 people got a jab on March the 20th. Low point of the month? Well, not for the first time in 2021. The tax burden hit historic highs. This time, on most measurements, the highest in 70 years. Banter of the month. Harry and Meghan's bonkers interview with Oprah Winfrey surely was the best banter of the month. So to talk through those issues and a couple of others that came up, a warm welcome back to the show to Baroness Claire Fawkes. Great to have you with us, Claire. Merry Christmas to you. And comedian and podcaster Konstantin Kisin. Great to have you back with us. I'm going to start on an issue that I think, Claire, got you very agitated in the month of March. Batley Grammar School, the whole furore over that. So a teacher was suspended after showing a cartoon of Mohammed in religious education classes. The school had to be closed because of the protests that followed, dozens of people outside the school. The teacher has since been reinstated. What did that whole ghastly episode in March tell us about the state of free speech and education in Britain?
I think that I would like to defend the right of the protesters to protest, especially because we arrive at the end of the year when the government is trying to ban the right to protest. So I have no objection to the protesters at all. But what was absolutely phenomenal was the speed with which the head teacher turned on their own teacher and basically suspended them. It actually suspended 3 teachers in total at the time. And also local politicians actually backed the protesters.
Mm-hmm.
And the protesters were demanding that they should have a final say over the curriculum, and it's been said subsequently that this was kind of a blasphemy law by any other name, by the back door. It's also the case that the teacher was reinstated but has in hiding for their life subsequently, and it's basically had their life destroyed. And the head teacher and the National Education Union, who have been disgraceful throughout the whole year in a range of different ways, threw their member, under the bus by saying, well, maybe they should look at what they're teaching and be sensitive to not be offensive. The thing that we have to notice in relation to this is that this is the interference in teacher autonomy by a mob and by spineless politicians who believe that there is something to be said for saying do not offend certain religious sensibilities in a secular society. Absolutely outrageous. And just to remember, by the way, as we're doing a year, that only a year before we'd had a situation where a French teacher, Samuel Paty, had committed the similar crime of teaching students something offensive and was beheaded in France. So this was not some idle threat the teacher was slightly anxious about. And when people are kind of saying, you dare, insult our God, our religious icon, there's consequences to accommodating to that.
No, sure. Konstantin, what was your take on it? Claire's picked out the school authorities, the local politicians and the trade unions. I think all of them come out of this quite badly, don't they?
I think the entire society comes out of it quite badly, and I agree entirely with Claire about people's right to protest, but I think we have to accept that underneath that right to protest there's something else going on, which is a fear, like in the case of Samuel Paty, that teaching the wrong thing, saying the wrong thing will be punished not by the law, will be punished not by your employer, but actually by you being murdered. And let's just put that on the table. I think that is what's going on. And I think the real challenge, if you look at the big picture for Western societies here, is how do you, as a tolerant liberal society, deal with the fact that you now have a growing and large minority of people who are neither tolerant nor liberal? And they don't want you to speak your mind and say the things that they find offensive, while accepting the fact that they can say things that you find offensive, right? So that is a problem that we're going to have to continue working out. And jumping ahead in the year, we obviously saw with the murder of Sir David Ames that we as a society are not prepared to have the conversation. We're not prepared to deal with the actual problem. Instead, the politicians moved to things like online anonymity that had nothing to do with that case. And so I think what we are struggling with as a society, as a country, and also just as a Western civilization in general, is that dilemma. How do we maintain our tolerance and liberalism in the face of people who live here who don't share those values whatsoever?
And Claire, coming back to you, my worry here was checks and balances. Now, usually at the IEA, we look at that through very formal institutional structures, what's the constitution? But you've mentioned all here. It seems to me that this situation could have been a lot better if any of the checks and balances in civil society had worked better. Either perhaps if the head teacher or the governors of the school had acted differently. Having not done so, local politicians could have perhaps spoken out rather more bravely, and that might have then led the authorities at the school to act differently. Having not done so, the unions, this bewilders me the most. I thought the purpose of the trade unions was to defend their members and their employees, almost irrespective of whether you think that employee has done something wrong. I associate trade unions with someone's been fired because they were 2 minutes late to work, and not necessarily saying, well, you're allowed to be 2 minutes late to work, but saying, well, you shouldn't be fired for being 2 minutes late to work. This is an overreaction. Where the hell were any of these civil society checks and balances?
Well, we also have to make a distinction between which unions. One of the things about the National Education Union is that we have seen that it has turned against its own members during the year, or rather it's indicated that the way it sees representing teachers is to say they won't teach pupils. They're the union that led the kind of closure of schools, talked about their own safety above all else. This was what was so ironic then, when the real physical safety of one of their members in Batley happened in that way. But I wanted to say that the local refuse collectors union passed a motion in support of the teacher and demanding he was reinstated. In other words, ordinary good working people are capable of showing solidarity as much as anyone. And guess what people said? Oh, isn't that Islamophobic of you?
Right.
And that was what the big dread was. So the reason why the local as it were, the civil society is muted and silenced. And this actually happened with David Amess as well. Well, we know something, this is bad, but please don't let's say it in case somebody else accuses us of bigotry. So that, as we know, is having an impact on free speech in general. Just the only other thing to say, I think, was that there was a student teacher in I think it was Birmingham, who actually asked his university, well, I'm going to training as an RE teacher, what would happen if I did this? And he was suspended from his course
and really
asking the question,
right.
for emailing in, and had I mean, you know, it kind of all got resolved in the end. But what I'm saying is that this is civil society acting as policing agents, and I think that it scares me that as you say, the checks and balances just no longer exist because of a spinelessness. But where ordinary people want to speak out, they are then damned, as in those bin men.
But Claire, where do you think, I'm trying to work out how to resolve all of this, because you can always pick a case, and it seems to me this one is, which is just so far over the line, it should never have happened. But clearly, we would have some restrictions on what teachers can say in classrooms, right? I guess if a teacher started using, you know, foul and abusive language or some such like, put aside any politically or culturally sensitive issue, you might well be fired for that. You can't use the F word, you know, in front of 11-year-olds or whatever. You know, you do need to watch your P's and Q's to some extent. Are we just arguing where the line's drawn and we'd like a slightly more liberal one, or is there something fundamental at stake here?
The reality of the situation has to, you know, the specifics count, which was that this was actually a lesson on religious tolerance. It was actually talking about those limits. Now, if you're going to introduce young people to the idea that there are different limits, it seems entirely appropriate to me that you would, and you trust teachers to generally think about these things in an RE class, go, well, look, this front cover of this magazine led to people being killed in France, talking about what had previously happened, and that was then used egregiously. Now, we also want to point out an awful lot of the parents of the kids at that school were not outraged. You know, one of the problems with demonstrations outside school is who do they represent?
And it's not.
This was not necessarily all of the parents. A lot of the pupils were not outraged. It wasn't as though, basically, one small complaint. So, of course, a head teacher should be in a position where they can say, I've heard that you went in to that class and showed them porn, right? Suspended, you know what I mean? But in good faith, this teacher was doing what he was supposed to be doing. The lesson, by the way, had already been checked and agreed by his head of department. What happened was that the head teacher panicked in relation to the dread of being called Islamophobic. And I think that that's why it's specific, because let's be honest, there's a range of things that you could do in classrooms that don't get you fired or don't get you suspended where parents are outraged. I mean, there's a lot of teachers at the moment encouraging young kids in classrooms to, if, you know, the little boy's wearing a pink, likes pink and plays with dolls, they're immediately saying, oh, you know, transgender issues and so on and so forth. But they are, and then it's like, well, no, we trust our teachers to introduce pupils to these concepts. There are certain issues that are particularly sensitive. That's one of them.
Konstantin, what's your take on that? And how much sort of, where do you think the control should come from for schools, right? I mean, should it be, you know, should the parents be able to decide as a cohort? Claire points out that we've got to be clear that we're measuring the cohort correctly. It's not just 7 people screaming outside the gates. But could they as a cohort say, I don't know, we do want religious services every morning, or we don't? Or we do want sex education taught from the age of 11, or we only want it taught from the age of 14? Should the control be with the parents? Should the school actually be a check and balance on the parents to say, whoa, no, you know, it's important that your kids get a rounded education, whatever your particular predilections can be. If you want them to have, you know, religious training, take them to church or take them to a synagogue or take them to a mosque. Where should those decisions be made in order that we've got the best chance of doing right by everybody?
It's funny you asked me that, because I've had the luxury of not caring at all about education, not having kids. Now my wife is pregnant, I'm supposed to develop a position rapidly on this. So I don't know is the answer, to be honest. I think parents should be involved to some extent, but I also don't think that, as in this case, a small minority of parents or whoever it was that was protesting about this should have the right to prevent children from learning the truth about what is our history, human history, the history of France, the history of Britain, the history of the religious conflicts and tensions that we have in this country. And I think, to me, there are two issues that I would bring up in terms of what Claire's saying, which I agree with entirely. The first one is, I think we've got to a position where identity politics has become so strong that we now essentially have different rules for different groups of people. If this group of people protest about something, they are okay, and if that group of people protest about something else, then they are attacked by police, locked up, etc. Right? So people are being treated differently based on the causes that they are supporting and who they are in terms of their identity, and that's a big problem to me for society. So I think that's a major issue. And the second point, which I've now forgotten, I'll probably remember later on. But to me, the identity politics part of this is really the thing that stands out, which is that we are now in a position where the law is applied differently.
They're not individuals anymore.
Right. And we saw this, by the way, as I'm sure you will cover in your other months, with the anti-lockdown protesters versus the Sarah Everard protesters versus the other protesters. These are all treated very differently because of what they're protesting about. And to me, that seems very, very strange.
Claire, you wanted to come back in final
I think it is. I think it's very important that parents are not treated as though they've got no relationship with what their kids are taught in schools.
Agreed.
But not in terms of, broadly speaking, not in terms of the curriculum. A lot of the contentious issues are on matters of morality, right? And so that's where you get into the sex education, how far should you go? And one of the problems is that schools have actually overreached in terms of what they're teaching kids. But this was a religious education lesson, and it was about what is blasphemy. But I wanted to tell you that the Labour Party recently put in an amendment to the police and crime bill in which they actually objected to and said there should be boundaries around all schools, that there should be no demonstrations. And the example they used was anti-vaxxers.
Right.
So I pointed out, well, first of all, you're calling them anti-vaxxers. Some of them are parents who didn't want the school to be used to give vaccinations to their own children. That's the first thing. And then I asked them, but you seem to not mind the protesters outside Batley Grammar School. You know, that's makes your point, which is it's a pick and mix version of which parents are allowed to protest on what. And it's an entirely politicised thing. That's why I'm very cynical. But I don't want the conclusion to be that parents should never protest outside of school. They can.
And this is the point that I was going to make, which is particularly with things like history of religion, religious education, the sciences. I want my children to be taught the truth. I want them to be taught the truth about it. I don't want them to be taught some sanitized version. I don't want them to be taught that there are no-go areas. I want them to understand Islam. I want them to understand Judaism. I want them to understand Christianity. I want them to understand all of the tensions. Otherwise, how are they going to understand what's happening in the real world? Why are we having this conversation? In order to understand that, you have to understand all of this and you have to be taught it.
I want to move on quickly because obviously at the time we covered it to death, but just a few thoughts on the March budget. I know that feels like a lifetime ago, but the state of the finances, public finances in the UK is pretty bleak, just to remind you. I mean, the big sort of headline on the budget was dialing up corporation tax to 25%. It seemed that the Conservative strategy really since 2010 was to try and edge corporation tax down. We've now gone from being the 33rd highest corporation tax in the world to the 11th once that kicks in 2023. Tax thresholds were frozen. That's essentially a tax rise for earners. COVID spending was extended until September. Claire, you tend to comment more on sort of freedom issues, freedom of speech issues, cultural issues, but do you share any of the sort of concerns that some of us at the IA have that the government spending is now so out of control? I mean, Ronald Reagan used to say $1 billion here and $1 billion there, and before you know it, you're talking real money. It's now more like $1 trillion here and $1 trillion there, and we're just living beyond our means.
I think that the reality is that if you're not involved in following the economy carefully, the way that public spending has gone has basically treated money like monopoly money, and you have had a sense of, you know, that kind of old phrase of, you know, there's no money tree and there's no magic money tree, and yet we've had a government that's behaved as though there is a magic money tree. And I think that inevitably leads to a certain glibness about, well, just give us some more money then, without anyone thinking, well, what is that public money? Whose money is it in the first place? I think just to remind ourselves that extension of the COVID spending till September was bad for people who were interested in freedom, because what we all got a sense of then was, oh, goodness, they're going to spend more money. That means the restrictions are going to stay. I mean,
yeah.
who knew and beyond. But I mean, that was, you realise that they were planning ahead not to allow free society and normal to return. But when you have a situation of this kind of very cavalier spending of money, constantly saying, don't worry, we're just going to keep spending. No wonder then that you will get the health service unions saying, well, why have we only got 1%? Now, I objected at the time to that on the basis that I can't stand that we are special because we work for the health service and therefore we deserve a special amount of money, whereas the refuse collectors who worked throughout the pandemic, nobody talks about them. I also don't think it's fair on private sector workers that they're treated as though they don't count and it's all public sector workers, they're heroes. But you also can't really blame people for saying, no, we want more money, please, because they're going, oh, there's lots of money around.
There seems to be so much of it about, an infinite amount of it about.
So I'll have some then.
Yep.
You know,
Konstantin, what's your take on this? Have we got into this loop of, if you like, dry economists at the IEA would say people aren't appreciating there are any trade-offs. There's just a million priorities, all of them must be funded.
Well, look, I studied economics at university and at school briefly. What we've been doing for a very long time makes absolutely no sense to me. We seem to have decided that the way we're going to fund our current spending is to borrow money from our children and our grandchildren, and that's what we've been doing for a very long time. And of course, all the pandemic has done is just made that process more exacerbated, made it worse. We're borrowing more and more money from the future, and someone at some point is going to have to pay for it. People invented this thing called modern monetary theory, which is the idea that you can, you can borrow as much as you want and nothing. I'm sorry, that's not the real world. I'm not an economic theorist. I don't know exactly the intricacies of the theory. I just know how the world works. The world does not work where you get money for free and you never have to pay it back. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Someone's going to pay for it, and it's going to be us, our children, and our grandchildren. And that's one of the reasons that people like me have been so opposed to many of the measures that have been taken. Because the truth is, the cost of everything we have done, in my opinion, is going to end up way higher than the savings that we've made in terms of people's lives, in terms of people's health, in terms of finances. This is going to cost an awful lot. And I think the knee-jerk reaction that we've seen is simply based on the fact that we've just learned this helplessness, that, we have this incredible national debt, the deficit grows, and we just don't think about it. We put it off into the distance. It's like the credit card bills that come through the letterbox and you just ignore them. Yeah. That's what we've been doing.
On the supporters of modern monetary theory, as it's called, just no problem, just keep printing more. I've often asked them then, why can't we abolish tax? I mean, it seems a bit unnecessarily punitive to tax people if we can just roll it off the printing presses as set tax at naught. Claire, should I be worried, should we at the IEA be worried about this complete lack of trade-offs? I think it leads to an erosion of all sorts of debates in society, and you only need to listen to discussion programmes on television or on the radio now, in which it's just a whole list of people who are asking for more money to be spent on something. Their particular claims might have reason, but there's no sense if over the course of an episode of the Today programme you've listened to, let's say, a dozen such pledges, there's no sense of having to prioritise and sort of saying, well, we might be able to do 3 of these, but we're going to have to tell the other 9 no go, or we can only do 1 of them, or maybe we can stretch to 4. It's just a kind of shopping list of demands, and that, to my mind, is injurious not just to the public finances, but to any kind of meaningful and rational public debate.
Well, I think that one of the most, talking of the consequences of how we dealt with COVID, what we created was a situation where the immediate horrors of thinking that we had some kind of virus that was going to kill us all and humanity was at stake, then gradually becoming aware of the limited impact it would have in terms of health, even though tragic for some people.
Of course.
But the government's response, which was to basically say, you must stay at home and all the rest of it, what that did was it created a dependency, because they said, you must now stop taking responsibility for earning your own living. We're going to furlough you. We've got you covered. I mean, obviously, we know there were people like self-employed and small businesses who were ignored. We know that. But broadly speaking, the recipe was, we are looking after you, and we will take care of the finances, and you're not to worry, and all the rest of it. Now, that creates an infantilized sense in which people suddenly aren't thinking, I've got to get up early in the morning, go out and earn a living. some people were forced to carry on doing that. A lot of blue-collar workers carried on and unskilled workers carried on. But for millions and millions of people, suddenly you were earning money for doing nothing. And the government said they could do that. Now, as it became clear that the virus was less of a threat, people had still got used to that. And I think there was a damage to the fabric of society that from that. So when you're saying about people saying, just give me some money, I mean, I know now, as we get to Christmas, a lot of companies are saying, we're having a real problem getting people to come back to work. And people are kind of, even if they're sort of saying, well, why don't you come into the office 3 days a week? And then people say, I've changed my mind, by the way, I'll come in on Friday now. Right? And then sort of saying, phoning in and saying, I'm not very well. Not that they've got COVID or anything, because what's happened is that people have got used to people, you're not earning a living in a weird way. So I think that has, on this trade-off thing, I mean, in terms of priorities, we were told to not worry. And that turns you into people dependent on a government who says that they'll look after you. The very thing which the IEA, from the one hand, and myself, on the left, who believes in, autonomy and, history-making individuals who are not dependent on the government and the state. If they're going to be radical in any way at all, they can't be turned into children. Well, it's bad for all of us, isn't it? Because that's a consequence.
Well, Konstantin and Claire, thanks for giving us a pretty grim overview of the month of March, but I'm asking all of my guests to take themselves out of the particular month we've just discussed and to give a rating for 2021 as a whole out of 10, where 0 is the end of the world's already happened, absolute disaster reign, and 10 is things could not possibly have gone better over 2021. That's the spectrum. It's got to be an integer. You've got to pick one number. Konstantin, what's your number between 0 and 10 for 2021 as a whole?
Well, I wonder, because 2021, as we sit here recording this, is not quite over, and there's one more bit of it to play out.
Okay, but from as we're talking...
No, but it's important, though, because the reason I bring this up is maybe this will be over by the time this goes out, but we're recording this on the day that we have this video of the party from Boris Johnson and blah, blah, blah. And how that works out is very interesting to me, because it could be that ends up, and I'm time-stamping myself, and I'll probably be completely wrong, but it could be that by the time this goes out, by the time 2021 is actually over.
I'm asking for your spot price now.
Well, right now, I think it's...
If something massively changes, then all right, well, we won't hold you to the number or sue you for it.
Yeah, I think right now it's been a 0 for me. I don't see much positive that has happened this year. I think we've doubled down on all the things that we got wrong in the first place. I would say that certainly the success of the vaccination program has definitely been a benefit. I would definitely...
You're not even going to dial up to 1 on that basis?
No, because I think everything else is... I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. When I see Germany and Austria mandating vaccines and locking down or just house arresting people who are not vaccinated, to me, like, that wipes out any positive progress we've made on anything, to be honest. To me, that's just such a disaster. And by the way, if all of Europe does this, and Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland end up doing mandatory vaccinations or vaccine passports, Britain will, England will as well at some point. So to me, this is terrifying. This is literally the worst thing that could happen.
Big fat zero.
Big fat 0.
Claire, are you quite that bleak?
No. I would say kind of 6 to 7.
Well, you've got to pick one number. And no halves.
Okay, 6.
6. Yeah.
But the positive bit, because I understand entirely what you've just said, was that there's almost been a return to normal in the UK, despite the restrictions in Wales and Scotland. And one of the fantastic things that has done is has allowed people to kind of go out and grab life again, and a lot of people have done that with some relish. And in the course of doing that, they've chatted to each other. They've actually got a sense of what the pandemic was really about. So you've got people saying, God, did you know that Maisie died of cancer? Do you know that this, and then they've started thinking, what was the cost of this, right? So I think that what we've got is the return of the public square, and that has had a big impact. I also think that the revelations about things like the fact that the Foreign Office working from home decided not to bother doing foreign policy and abandon the Afghan. The more that we know, the more educated
the right questions are coming
people
out.
Are beginning to ask that. That's my positive. Of course, the negative is if we have a government that just ignores that and acts regardless, and but the fear has gone. I mean, I think at the end of the year, for me, the fear is gone. They'll carry on imposing restrictions. Lots of us will carry on doing that because we're the kind of people who just don't go around flouting restrictions. But we don't believe in them in the same way, and I certainly no longer know the vast majority are not cowering. They're just in bad faith putting the mask on or saying, for God's sake. But that's different than last year, so I'm positive about the spirit of the British people.
The spirit of individualism is coming back.
And the UK stands out as opposed to continental Europe and Australia.
This is my point.
I know, but we've had that. Most of those people never even have had any of it, right? They never have had a chance to get together, right? And all I'm saying is, it's not an exceptionalist point. I'm saying I appreciate that because it'll make a big difference to us politically moving forward.
It's Christmas, so Claire, share the cracker with me. Pull it hard. Keep winning.
I never win when I pull a cracker.
And we'll check these have got special IEA economist jokes in them, as corny as any others. Who is the best financial analyst in the Bible? No? Noah, the only one to stay afloat as everyone else went under. There you go.
Not bad at all.
They don't get any better. Claire, Konstantin, thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Have a very, very Merry Christmas, and here's to a better New Year. Thanks to you both. So it's April. Many of us begin to see a return to some sort of freedom, some sort of post-COVID futures on the horizon. Non-essential shops, pub, beer gardens reopen, and sadly so do gyms. They don't really have an impact on me one way or another. Football's in disarray thanks to the rise and then immediate collapse of the European Super League. Billions of pounds at stake there for some of the founding clubs, quite a lot more at stake as far as the fans were concerned. And the government could have done with perhaps a bit of European Super League money. Borrowing hits £303 billion for the previous 12 months, 5 times greater than the 2019-2020 levels. High point of the month, I guess, and I would say this, fan power leads to the collapse of the plans for a Super League of European football clubs. Low point of the month, the announcement of the new Delta variant potentially puts unlocking plans at risk. What about the bants of the month, the great banter moment of the month? Hull University announces that they will stop marking down spelling errors in order to decolonialise their curriculum. I kid you not, you couldn't make this stuff up, this is all true. To talk us through the month of April, I'm delighted to be joined by Spectator journalist James Heale. James, welcome, great to have you with us. And Sunday Times Culture Show presenter Grant Tucker.
Nice to be
both
here.
Previously of this parish in one capacity or another, of course. Look, Grant, you immediately, before way before the show said you're no football fan. That's why I'm going to ask you to go through the intricate details of the European Super League with me, right? So let's just remember what was suddenly announced here late at night, such that it couldn't hit the front page of the newspapers the next day. 6 of the top English teams, well actually 5 of the top English teams and Tottenham Hotspur were going to break away and forge this new league with Barcelona, Real Madrid, Juventus, Bayern Munich I think were on the list to potentially join. And the backlash was absolutely massive. I mean the whole thing, which you would have thought had taken months and months of planning to put together.
Didn't it fall about 5 days it lasted, didn't
I think
it?
even
I think
less
it was
than
3
that,
days.
24, 48 hours, something like that. 2 days, everybody was back
And
out.
Boris Johnson, who knows less about football than me, immediately came out to condemn it as well.
Yeah. So doesn't this show that we have a brilliantly functioning free market in football and superb consumer power? These big, giants go and do something. The fans, ordinary, working class Joe doesn't like it, and ordinary working class Joe wins.
Well, I thought it was quite clever on a political point of view from Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party. Nearly all the MPs come out, all were writing columns in their local newspapers, because it was going to take a vast amount of money away from these lower, lesser teams like Southampton and other teams.
Lesser teams. I was appalled that we weren't invited to be the 7th team.
Would you have been for it if Southampton were involved?
Well, no, I'm a man of principle, as you know.
Really is. But no, I thought it was amazing, the orchestration of the politics of kind of looking after those smaller regional football clubs who are really up in arms about this. And I think it's right, because it does belong to the fans. But to be devil's advocate on this, what about the international fans? The fans in Uganda, Korea, they're just worth just as much to Manchester City now as the people of Manchester.
No, I get that. James, what did you guys make of this at the Spectator? I don't think I'm breaching too many. I think the day after it was announced, I received more media inquiries than ever before, one of which was from a colleague of yours at the Spectator, and did fewer media interviews. And I was obviously at the bottom of some list of, can we find absolutely anyone on the planet who is in favour of this idea? Littlewood will be, he's a capitalist. I was actually against the idea, but I mean, no one was in favour of it.
I think you're right. I think that's an indication of just how few people were willing to come out and support it. I think some of the people from the IEA and Adam Smith Institute were the most popular people in Westminster that day in terms of the tours. I think we got Matt Lesh, who's shortly to join this great parish, who was everywhere for about a day. But I think that was the most remarkable thing, which is just the clubs didn't understand what the fans wanted. And as you say, it was really well prepared. They had this statement which appeared on every single club. It was all perfect, the ducks in line, and it fell within 48 hours. Mainly because they didn't understand, for instance, that the Liverpool Football Club wouldn't want Manchester United's owner as a statement on their website. This is Anfield. It spoke to a complete detachment from what the fans wanted, and the politicians did cynically a bit respond quickly. But it shows that there was no demand for it, and people. I'm an Arsenal fan. I was going to say Southampton's probably got as good a claim to be in the European Super League as my team does at the moment. But
I wouldn't be so sure.
I'm not just saying that because I'm on his show, but I think that it was basically people struck the issue of fairness, and there was no relegation from it. And
no, that's right. It was a closed shop.
It was exactly
the problem.
That was it. If you talk about free market competition, this is the only objection I had to it, was the fact that you couldn't be removed from the league. If you were in it at the beginning, you were in it forever. And was that your principal objection, Mark?
Yeah, well, it was, as well as I'm a bit old school as well. I think actually that there's, although obviously matches like Manchester United versus Arsenal or Juventus versus Manchester City are bigger box office than Southampton versus Norwich. Actually, I think they've probably got their teeth into that as much as they can. We've got the Champions League, and I don't think people want to watch, Arsenal versus Spurs every week, right? I mean, God, it's an attack on your retinas when you have to watch it twice a year.
But it's also the magic, isn't it? Leicester winning the league in 2015-16. It's rare, but these things do happen, and that's why people love it. When one of the giants gets defeated by one of the minnows, because that's what makes football great.
Yeah. I agree. The turnover, and I think it's like more than half of the teams in the English league out of 92, more than half of them have been in the Premier League at some point.
Well, that's incredible. It's a turnover that keeps it fresh.
So you get that sort of turnover. You don't see that in the FTSE 100. Now, I mentioned in my opening remarks about this month, and we're touching this in a number of months because it's the same bleak story everywhere, that the government could have done with some sort of European Super League, Premier League football bundle of money, because borrowing in April hit over £300 billion over the previous month. I'm asking a lot of guests this over a month-by-month basis, but Grant, what do you make of this? Has the debt problem got so massive that sort of nobody really cares now whether it's 300 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion? It's just such a large amount of money you can't even get your head around it.
Yeah, what's the difference between 300 and 400 billion? To most people at home, it's completely unimaginable figures anyway. But you've got to remember the reason why it was so high was the furlough scheme, which they had to keep extending because they kept extending the regulations around COVID, which I think by the time you're getting into April, I think we hit about 5 million double vax by then, which was most of the vulnerable people. We did need to keep on these regulations, and perhaps you could have tapered down furlough a lot quicker.
And what do you make of, James? You guys at the Spectator, are often commenting on this, and the government's too big, spending too much money. You guys took the furlough scheme, then paid it back as a matter of principle. What's your audit on where we're at on the government finances? Should we be focusing really on the furlough thing and the whole COVID lockdown costs? I mean, that's obviously made a bad situation worse, but you might argue it's a one-off hit. And the real problem here is the trajectory. Yeah,
well, also inflation, and now we're in December, up to talking about sort of, I think the Bank of England was saying the other day it's going to be, comfortably over 5%. So there's all these different challenges facing the government in terms of, spending, also low growth. Had Labour now leading on the attack line about a lost decade. So it's difficult to know where to start, really. But I think given that the Prime Minister has a tendency to be more, shall we say, interventionist and willingness to spend money, that there is definitely a point of contention there, because then also people aren't really feeling the sum. So people want to see a difference on the ground, but that is not yet to translate through. I mean, for instance, Rishi Sunak later in the year announced sort of 6 billion, and within about 3 days, there in the NHS spending, there were calls for more of it because it was difficult for people to actually see where that money was going to go.
I think you're right, in April as well was when the tension started to come out in the newspapers between Rishi and Boris and regulation and against regulation. And I think that's when we start to see a sudden split and Tory MPs going, actually, I've really had enough of this COVID regulation now. I think I was one of those people as well. I was just utterly fed up by April. I remember April 12th, the pubs reopened. I'm sure you were there, Mark, but only outdoors. And I was sat there with an umbrella and a pint, just bitterly sat there shivering. This is wonderful.
Yeah. Well, this is what freedom looks like in Boris's Britain. Brexit Boris Britain. This is the most freedom we get. Just to stay on the public finances though, Grant, I get the hit, and you're right. Had we eased restrictions earlier, the cost here would have been less. You could make arguments we could have wound down the furlough scheme earlier, or the universal credit uplift didn't need to go on for so long. But actually, this is what I can't get my head around, even all of that expenditure is cents on the dollar compared to the national debt. And, I'm just sort of wondering, fortunately my finances are in, reasonable health personally, but I'm sort of wondering, if I was £8 million in debt on my credit cards, what's another 100 grand?
Sounds like my overdraft. I think you're absolutely right. I think the debt is just getting bigger and bigger. But the politicians are finding, I think particularly Conservative politicians, are finding it very hard to criticise that. We used to be the magic money tree, but once you're spending these ridiculous sums of money, and then when we're coming out of the pandemic later in the year, and they're still spending ridiculous amounts of money, people go, well, the sky isn't falling. So they're not that worried about it. I think when you say inflation rides up next year and the debt just becomes completely unmanageable, which I already think it is, then I think that's when we're going to see a real backlash from the public and politicians.
I think also we're focusing on the month of April. I think nowadays, I think at the moment the electorate's tastes have moved towards a more interventionist, unfortunately for the IEA, favoured role of the state. Boris Johnson got involved with the European Super League because it was popular. People saying, I want them to get involved. And obviously, we're talking now sort of 5 years from Brexit, in the summer of 2016. 5 years on, what we have seen is people took that take back control mantra and they're applying it to everything. So I think that, in March we saw the G20 agree the tax around the world, minimum corporation tax, and that same kind of scepticism towards corporations and a desire for national governments to assert some control against that is, I think, a trend that's going to continue. We see it with government spending, with borrowing, and I think involving in market mechanisms as well. Yeah,
we've got a work cut out here at the IEA. Going back to April, of course, was the announcement of the new Delta variant, and all sorts of variants will be coming up. You can imagine what's going to be coming up later in the year. But what was your guys' take on it at the time? I mean, I'm not a scientist, I'm a simple enough man, but Grant, my kind of view was, look, we've seen the cavalry has arrived now as far as combating COVID-19. The vaccine, we might have rolled out the vaccine to everybody, but you could make, I think, a cogent argument that lockdowns or a pause until you worked out who was most affected by this, or until you started getting jabs into people's arms. But I think there's no more cavalry to arrive, and all of these different variants, which my limited understanding of science says will go on forever, we've now got to treat in the same way that we do with flu. And I'm saying the flu vaccines changed each year to look at whatever variants happened there. Delta should have been just sort of treated the same way, right?
I completely agree with you, but I would say that made it more scary, that we had nothing else to do. We just had to sit and wait. So we saw these, I remember the Sunday Times front page, 500,000 dying a day in India, and just thinking, well, hopefully the vaccines will shield us and we'll be okay. But we didn't know when this started to emerge. Luckily, it did. And actually, the vaccines, I think really, the people that supported were pro-vaccine. They were really vindicated in the month of April because we didn't see those huge rises in hospitalisations, which we definitely did in January after the Kent variant.
Should we be been on our doorsteps at 8 o'clock every Thursday to applaud Big Pharma, James? Thanks to the great pharmaceutical companies of the world for what they've done.
I certainly think that what the vaccine's done is the reason why I'm more optimistic about 2021 than 2020, because it was due to the interventions and the hard work and the brilliance that went on in those companies. I mean, admittedly funded with some public money, but mainly due to the efforts that was going involved in the science there, which has done incredible things. And it's difficult to remember now, but last year people were talking about how this was going to take, almost years to solve, maybe in the latter half of 2020 or something, or 2020 decade. And as it happened, happens, we've now basically got a much more normal state than we were 12 months ago. You were freezing in the pubs in April, about like Withnail and I kind of seen outside. So I think that people, hopefully their views of Big Pharma, long derided, may actually be more sympathetic now as a result of this.
Are you really confident about that? I'm really worried that everyone will say it's because of the state grant, and I think I'm very strict on what public money can be spent on, but it seemed to me actually helping pharmaceutical companies find the vaccine might fit into the category conceivably being acceptable. But I'm wondering whether actually they're still getting it in the neck. You shouldn't profit from this. You've got to, sell this at a loss and everything. I think one of the companies actually, was it Pfizer? I can't remember. It might have been AstraZeneca. Said, we'll just sell this at cost for a good period of time. Well, now we're going to sort of actually, sort of. We're in the business of finding vaccines. That's our business model. Oh well, we want you to do it out of the kindness of your heart, apparently.
The other thing worth commenting, of course, is the cynicism of some of the European governments towards AstraZeneca, and just the way in which it was jumped upon and dismissed as the vaccine, and somehow we in Britain were kind of dismissed for putting our faith in this, when actually, as we've seen, sort of 10 months on, it's an incredibly effective vaccine. And that was very disappointing to see. Popular scepticism of some of the pharmaceutical companies reflected at a national level as well. Yeah.
What do you think about that, Grant? Does it put big corporations in a good light, or are we just going to blank that out?
But when we're being told that there could be another variant on the way, or could potentially be another virus, maybe something to do with antibacterial resistance, and then we're saying, oh no, but Big Pharma should give away their vaccines absolutely free. There's no incentive then to make a new vaccine when the next virus comes along.
The kindness of your socialist heart.
My very socialist heart, Mark. But also, I just think it's ridiculous when they're saying that we should give away the patents away to different countries for absolutely free. I don't understand what point do they think that Big Pharma is going to be incentivised to, maybe when a new variant comes along, to adjust the vaccine if they're going to have to give it away free of charge?
So you've talked us through the month of April. Great month for you, Grant, sitting outside a pub with an umbrella.
Hairdressers and nail salons.
Yeah, well, even better. What more?
My nails are beautiful.
What more could you possibly have wanted? But I'm going to ask each of you, and James, I'll start with you to wrap up, to give us your rating for the entire year, right? Often on Live with Littlewood, I've asked people, how optimistic are they feeling? But now I want you to do a kind of retrospective audit between 0 and 10. 0 is nothing could have possibly gone worse, absolutely dreadful. 10 is nothing could have possibly gone better. Well, how do you rate 2021 out of 10?
I would rate it a 7 for the simple reason that the vaccines, I think, turned the tide. And I think in 100 years' time, when people look back at this, step back from the day-to-day and look at the whole period of human history, that will be the big thing. And you look where we were last year, you look where we are now. That's the simple reason I would say it was a 7 out of 10.
7.
4, I'm afraid. 4. I think 7's far too high. I was a lot more optimistic last year, but to rate up this year, apart from the vaccines, everything just went wrong, including the weather. The weather was absolutely appalling. That's why we couldn't go to pubs, because it was raining all the time.
Very British response.
But also, I just think that for me personally, and a lot of my friends, it was the relentless nature in which they pushed back the regulations. So every time there was a new variant, oh no, we can't open the pubs just yet, we can't do the restaurant. And it just seemed to be ongoing, and it wore a lot of people down, including myself.
Well, sorry you're feeling worn down, Grant, but I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, the two of you. To give us a bit, will you pull a cracker with me, James, for a bit of Christmas?
Come on, James, you've got this.
Outrageous! 5 in a row? 3 in a row?
I'm doing all right.
It's a racket, this Live with
Littlewood. Let's get out the IEA economics joke, and let's see if you guys can get this one. What do you call an economist who sells imitation paintings?
Counterfeit? There's something counter there. I don't know. You got this one, James.
Econ artist. These are absolutely...
Who wrote that one? Give him a sack.
These are absolutely...
I love statism now, yeah.
But James and Grant, thanks very much for joining us for this special edition here on the IEA London YouTube channel. Thanks for your thoughts about the month of April and the year as a whole. Here's to brighter, happier days in 2022, and have a very Merry Christmas to the two of you. Cheers. Merry Christmas. So next up is May, which was kind of a month of maybes, really. The Prime Minister would maybe scrap social distancing in June, maybe not call upon vaccine passports to be used everywhere. In more concrete terms, the government did activate the next stage of the roadmap, getting through the gateway from, I think it was the second section to the third section, meaning that we can, large numbers can gather inside and indeed outdoors. On a more serious note, we started to realise what the effect of the COVID restrictions had been on other healthcare. That started to become clear with a 21,000% increase in patients waiting for at least a year for NHS treatment. High point of the month, well, it's been difficult to find too many high points, but it was confirmed that more and more people would go back into sports stadia. Low point of the month, well, it was the month of the Queen's speech, a pretty underwhelming policy plan for 2021 that seemed to feature large amounts of intervention, more subsidies, and no real plan for supercharging the economy. Banter of the month, best banter of the month, well, the full price we have to pay on the international stage for Brexit became clear as the UK received 0 points at the Eurovision Song Contest. So a month of maybes, and to talk me through them, I am joined by author and philosopher Dr. Jamie Whyte. Good to have you with us, Jamie. And from the home team here, IEA Research Fellow and Professor of Economics at the University of Buckingham, Len Shackleton. Len, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us. So I'm actually going to kick off on something I didn't mention in the highs or the lows. Dom Cummings appeared in front of the famous Select Committee appearance to give he'd long since left Downing Street, to give his assessment of the Prime Minister and what could have been done differently. And it was good maybe that should have been my banter of the month, Len. It was good banter. But I wonder whether we shouldn't feature Dom Cummings a bit more as a character from 2021. What do we make of him? I don't really know what to make of him. I can't decide whether he's somebody who wants to tear down state apparatus or whether he just thinks central planning can be done smartly.
I think he's a very destructive bloke. He's a sociopath. I think he was taken into Downing Street to do a job and he didn't do it really. He messed things up. But I don't know, what else can you say about it? I mean, in May, he sort of denounced Boris in this kind of way. Well, we've had several of those since, it doesn't seem to stick. But then I guess even Teflon wears off after a while, you know. It was one of those forgettable things, I think. I don't know what you think about it, Jamie.
Well, I've had forgotten about it, but
the point of this programme is to remind people about the events that occurred in 2021, Jamie.
Well, you're helping me out. Thank you. No, but on Dom Cummings, I think that he's got an idea about how countries should be run that many people have, which is the idea that you just get top blokes in, or blokettes, and they should run it because everybody else is a bloody idiot, and that's how everything's going to work out. Now, of course, once you've got that view, you're very concerned with the calibre of the people in the government. And I imagine Boris Johnson is a great disappointment to him. I mean, he's not, Boris Johnson is no intellectual. He doesn't seem to be very interested in details, and seems to be a bit of a cad. So altogether, it's not surprising that Dom Cummings is upset by this. But I think Dom Cummings has got the wrong idea. I think good government comes from good institutions. It needs decent people to keep them going, but he would I think destroy institutions and just have the smart people running the place, which is an idea that I'm wholly opposed to.
You'd rather keep the state infrastructure?
I would rather have constraints on the ability of executives in the government and politicians to just do stuff, right? They need to be constrained. So insofar as state infrastructure is constraining them, yes, I like that part of state infrastructure. I don't like the more active bits. He's the other way around, right? He wants to increase the activity of the state and remove the constraints.
Well, we also saw a month, Len, I mean, not that this really distinguishes it from any other, sadly, of increased state intervention. And the Williams Review came out, for example, Great British Railways, a new, even more centralised state-owned government body to replace the existing centralised state-run network rail, which wasn't centralised enough. Apparently the new system will oversee the rail links to ensure all trains run on time. Yeah, of course, We are seeing, and that's just an example of it in the review, and the Queen's speech showed this as well, this is an extraordinarily interventionist big state government, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, there were things wrong with the privatisation of the railways. I think the IEA has long criticised the way in which it was done. But this is just a return to the 1940s with a central planning of the railways. And there are going to be train operating companies still in there, that they're basically on these contracts where all they have to do, like Transport for London does, they just have to collect the fares. They don't set the fares, they don't set the timetable, they don't do anything. And it's all in the hands of the state. And I think this is a really backward-looking development. And we've seen, since then, of course, we've seen the so-called Integrated Rail Plan, which came out in November, which is trying to rebadge things which were already planned anyway. And again, we know what's best for the North and we're going to do it this way. And it's really a wasted opportunity, but very typical of the way in which the government operates, I think.
Jamie, what do you make of this? Because I agree with Len there, but and this will be a theme throughout the show, what puzzles me is that the government talks kind of almost IEA-ish language on the benefits of free enterprise and, we want to be the hub of this, we've got to go for growth, that's where all the growth comes from. And then segues seamlessly into the next paragraph. That's why we're going to nationalise this and regulate that.
It's classic cognitive dissonance, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's an entirely general principle, economic liberty, with no particular applications.
Yes. I'm in favour of economic liberty in general, but there's no specific area where I would like to apply it. Yeah.
I mean, having an obsession with getting the trains running on time is always an alarming thing in a politician. Yeah. And the economic model of this government, if you look at what they do, not at what they say in principle, is fascism. I don't mean they're fascists in the broader sense. I just mean they've got the same idea about economic policy as the fascists, which is that you allow private ownership of the means of production, if we want to talk like Marxists, but you make sure that the owners do what you want. And so you regulate very heavily, and it's all directed, and you try to take control of investment, which they're doing with the levelling up. So it really is just the fascistic model. And I think when we get on to talking about the local elections, I think they're responding to democratic demand.
Wow, well, that's a pretty bleak analysis. I mean, I think the government's intervention. You don't literally believe it's a fascist government, Jamie. You're just saying it's the similarity is that lots of industries are nominally private, but in effect are regulated so much they're effectively nationalised.
That's the main. Yes, I mean there are all sorts of features of fascism that they don't have, right? I mean they don't go around in uniforms and have people marching them down the streets, and they've got two features I would say that are similar to the fascists, which is the economic stuff that I just mentioned, and of course they're not as extreme, but they're quite nationalistic now. But then, so again, as everybody, it's not just in Britain that this is going on. There's a rise of nationalism around the world. So no, the only interesting sense in which they're fascistic is, as I say, the economic policy.
That's quite an accusation. Len, do you agree with that? I've always kind of thought every government's social democratic in one way or another. This is just another iteration of that. And I kind of ignore the verbiage about free market liberalism that sometimes peppers a few of their speeches.
I don't think it's fascism. I mean, fascism had an economic model to it, which was a kind of corporatist thing, wasn't it? Where you had the organised labour, organised employers and all that kind of stuff. Nobody gets a look in apart from the government with this lot. I mean, who do they pay attention to?
So it's less
even worse. It's even worse.
Well, no. I mean, it goes back
I said May was a fairly boring a month for babies, but no, it turns out we discovered in May we lived in a fascist society or worse than that.
I think that I go back to what Jamie was saying before, this kind of a Platonic guardians thing. The people at the top know what's best. That's what this government's characterised by.
Actually, there's another feature of the Platonic vision, and the fascists share this, which is that everything is done through the state, via the state. So what was Mussolini saying? Everything within the state, nothing without the state. A bit redundant, the second bit, when you think about it. But the idea was that if there's something important and good, the state should be involved in it. And you actually see this with the regulation of football, which they've suggested. Where here's something important in people's lives, and a lot of people care about football, therefore the state must orchestrate it. And that is the kind of Platonic vision of the state and the fascist vision of the role of the state, and it wasn't the one that Tories were supposed to have, right?
Yeah.
So it's very surprising.
Well, I wonder if I can move, because of May, there's elections every year in May, and the IEA is not interested in electoral politics per se. The politicians go off and do their thing. We probably keep an eye on it because we are interested in public policy. So I guess who wins means, that our chances of getting a hearing might go up or down or sideways. But something, and I want to draw out of what happened in the May elections, something sort of strange, some sort of realignment seems to be occurring. You sort of slightly touched on this. So the Conservatives gained the Hartlepool by-election in May. They held on to the West Midlands. They won the Teesside mayoral election in an absolute landslide. I think Ben actually got about 70% of the vote or something in Teesside. Then in southern England, they made quite substantial losses, actually. Len, do you think, and I'm trying to, because I think this landscape matters for how people from a free market think tank interact with politicians, and probably previously you might have said, well, you know where the various parties stand. None of them really stand on IEA turf per se. Is some extraordinary realignment of the party political system happening, do you think?
There's a lot of ruin in a political party. People have been forecasting the end of the essential two-party system as long as I can remember, and that's going back a long time now. What's happening at the moment is a very strange kind of thing, isn't it? But can I see that actually leading to the destruction of the Labour Party, the destruction of the Conservative Party? Probably not. The Conservative Party has always been a very flexible kind of thing. It goes which way the wind is blowing, and the wind is blowing at the moment towards greater state interference, and the Tories can go along with that. I don't know.
Well, do you think the base is changing, Len? That I'm trying to think back to I don't have all the electoral, back to the 1980s. You'd sort of think, well, there's sort of almost the wealthier the area, the more likely it's going to vote for the Conservatives by and large. The poorer the area, the less likely it's going to vote for the Conservatives. The Tories, by and large, the middle class party. Labour, by and large, the working class party. I'm not going to say that's flipped on its head, but the trends seem to be in that direction, right? Centre-left parties are doing much better in London and the affluent south. The Conservatives are doing much better in areas where 30 years ago you would have said they'll never get a look in here. So although you might have the same two parties, is, if you like, the customer base of each changing pretty radically?
Yeah, well, if you look at the Labour Party is key to this, I think, because the Conservatives wouldn't be where they are now if you were getting, if you had a Blairite type Labour Party. The Jeremy Corbyn diversion got a lot of people excited, but really was never going to win anything. And it's a slow retreat from that. And I think eventually the Labour Party will get back up somewhere. But the idea that the South is going away from the Tories, I don't know. I mean, the Lib Dems won a by-election, didn't they? I mean, that's what. How long has that been going on? Orpington in 1962 or something. This happens. It's a cycle.
But something deeper is going on, I think. And I'm just going to rabbit here. I'm just parroting Steve Davies of the IEA. And he has made the point for quite some time now that there's a realignment going on. And the question is, realigning around what is the question? And the answer that Steve gives, and I think he's right, and it explains why you see affluent areas voting Labour, is that the main issue in politics had been economic. What should the role of the state be in the economy, basically? Tories a smaller role, Labour a bigger role. You can see why poorer people might vote for Labour and richer people might vote for the Tories on that basis. Now that's not so much the issue anymore. The issue is cultural. And the division is between what you might call young woke urbanites and anti-woke older provincial people. That's a kind of, and that explains why Labour's struggling in their old heartlands and doing quite well in places like London and so on, and why the Tories, vice versa. You see, the Tories didn't have to go the way they've gone. There's a liberal wing within the Tory party, and they, I think, have responded to what's happening on the ground much more effectively than Labour. They picked a side and they're catering to it. There are funny little woke elements in what they do, which I find peculiar. They haven't gotten the whole hog on the anti-wokeness thing, but they've basically picked a side. Labour's really struggling. They haven't quite worked it out because they don't want to. You can see why they don't want to give up on what you might call a straightforward working class, non-woke bloke in Newcastle. On the other hand, how do they please him while pandering to the kind of woke students in London? And I think they're lost.
Yeah.
And Len may agree with me on this.
Look,
it's because they're lost at the moment that the Tories are thriving.
I guess what I'd like to hear from each of you is what does it mean for... I mean, the IEA tries to seed its ideas everywhere, and not especially in short-term politics, because you're already trapped within a particular Overton window at that point, kind of fighting a long-term battle. But do you think there are any changes for where the IEA should be scattering its seeds? Which fertile ground should we be looking for, Len?
Not the stony ground.
Well, I am in line with the long-term mission of the IEA, going back to Arthur and Ralph and so on, that we have to sort of change the ideas of the second-hand dealers and ideas. Yeah. And, I think the IEA should make a much bigger push in the universities, quite honestly, because universities are now, I was talking to a chap recently who was talking about the way in which his economics department had been asked to decolonialise its curriculum, which is difficult in econometrics. It's that kind
sort of nonsense.
There are people within universities who don't want to go along with all this kind of stuff, and I think the IEA needs to reach out to them and get in touch with them and bring them in and so on, and widen the range of academic contexts. But that's a boring thing to say at Christmas.
Jamie, do you agree with that? I mean, politics will just take its course. We're not a political organisation, although we have policy ideas that come out of it. Where's the stony ground and where's the fertile ground?
Well, what you might hope for in the places where the Tories are now doing well is a kind of common sense libertarianism, let's call it. What I mean by that is, who are you to push me around? You high and mighty types, piss off, right? That spirit. The problem is, and I think they've got it, that is the spirit culturally. Don't tell me, who I must believe is a woman and who isn't a woman and that kind of thing. Economically, however,
not yet.
Not into that yet. So you might try to say, well, look, we just think about it's the same kind of issue. Think about it in the same ways, and you'd actually be better off if you had a bit more economic liberty. That's a harder sell, but that I think is one angle. At the universities and in the more liberal in the modern American sense of the word liberal, places like London and so on, I've always been frustrated by the fact that though they think people should be very free to, take drugs and have sex with whomever they want and all that kind of thing, they don't extend that principle to other stuff. And again, you want to try and push them from... So you start with what they agree with us on and try to push them to extend it.
Follows from that.
Of course, people don't care too much about what logically follows from what. But that's all I can think to do. And that was always true in a way. I don't think there's anything new about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for talking us through the maybe month of May. I'm asking all of our guests on this marathon, as you know, to rate the year out of 10. Sometimes on Live at Littlewood I ask people how optimistic they're feeling about the future. I'm now asking our guests to audit the past, of course. The worst score you can give me, you've got to give me an integer between 0 and 10. How good or bad was 2021 against your expectations? Len, what's your number?
5.
5, middle of the road 5.
Yeah, I mean it was better than 2020. Let's put it that way, but not great.
But it could have been a lot better than 2020, right?
5, my God! You mean that's your average year?
No, it's not my average year.
You're a maniac.
I'm a very optimistic person. My average year is 8, right? But,
I'm very confused now.
There you are.
I'm going to use 5 as the average year.
Right.
And I'm going to use 2020. I guess there were worse years than 2020 during the Second World War and so on. First World War, they were worse. But
2021.
2020 was, let's say, that was a 1. 2021 is a 3.
A 3?
A 3.
Yeah,
so pretty low, but the trajectory is astonishing.
Yeah,
we need to plot that on a graph,
I
and the sunlit uplands are right ahead of us. Okay, let me, for some festive cheer, pull a cracker with me, Len. Oh, you got it. I'm going to have to. You've got that. I'm going to pull out the IEA joke. So we got a load of incredibly corny IEA jokes in this year's Christmas crackers. Well, they're not really IEA, something about politics or economics. How many American conservatives does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know. How many?
Not going to hazard a guess at that. How many American conservatives does it take to change a light bulb?
I have no idea.
Only one to put it in. Fox News then spins it. These are a pretty bleak run of jokes. But Len and Jamie, thanks for picking through the month of May with us. Thanks for your average or downbeat numbers for our overall quality of 2021 index. And have a very Merry Christmas and a much better 2022. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So, getting towards halfway through the year here with the month of June, quite a lot of big happenings. GB News launched in June to lay out a different view of news and current affairs. However, Freedom Day doesn't quite happen. The government delays easing restrictions by a month. And of course, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care is caught in an unfortunate situation. High point of the month, pubs reopen, still with limitations. Low point, well, obviously, Freedom Day being kicked into the long grass, or at least a month away till freedom really returns in any meaningful form. Banter of the month, got to be Matt Hancock, right? Resigns after having been caught breaking his own social distancing rules. What else happened in June? Busy month. Junk food ban. The government brought forward a number of measures to curb obesity, including a ban on junk food advertising before the watershed and a ban on all online junk food adverts. The ban seems to include a wide range of foods, which few would probably consider to be junk. Cheese, hummus, raisins, jam. Estimated impact of those measures was a small calorie reduction of about 17 calories per person. Zero COVID deaths for the first time in June, on the 1st of June. COVID deaths reported were 0. And we also had the G7 summit in June. So to pick through all of that in lightning fast time, I'm delighted to be joined by the Conservative Home Chief Exec, Mark Wallace. Mark, good to have you with us. And from the Home team, our very own Head of Regulatory Affairs, Victoria Hewson. Lovely to have you with us too, Victoria. Let's start with the unfortunate Matt Hancock. This was quite a grim moment, wasn't it, when all of this hit the papers? And amazingly, Mark, the government thought, the Prime Minister thought the case was closed, nothing to see here, move on regardless for about 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, grim moment is one term for it. Bit of a jaws on the floor moment, I think, for an awful lot of people when you first saw that kind of front page and then went back to what the text was to find out who it actually was. Yeah, there was that, frankly, sadly, a pattern we've seen repeated since, which is this question of whether the government is going to be quick to realise the real reality of a situation, cut its losses and move on, or whether it's going to drag something out to what's an inevitable conclusion, but take an awful lot more pain, an awful lot more of a hit in the meantime.
I will defend you to my death for the first half of this news cycle. Seems often to be the position of 10 Downing Street, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And, Alistair Campbell always used to say, in his pomp when he was good at it before he went bonkers about Brexit, he always used to say that if something's going to happen in the end, you may as well be the person that makes it happen.
Yeah.
And that was the way Blair's media management ran. It's evidently not the way Downing Street's been running in the last few months.
Victoria, what did you make of the Hancock scandal? I mean, clearly an egregious breach of the rules that he was imposing on the rest of us.
Well, it was, and the whole thing was terribly scandalous. He was cheating on his wife. The woman involved in the
That's
clinch,
not a scandal in today's world, is it?
Well, it should be. The woman involved in the clinch was a colleague, so there was all kinds of transgressions of HR codes of practice, not to mention that I think she was someone who he had specifically hired in to his team as well. And that's before we've even got to the social distancing rules, which is a rather tenuous breach, I suppose, because they were in the workplace, they were allowed to be in the workplace. I suppose suppose technically they weren't carrying out essential business.
Depends on who you ask.
That would have been a last line of defence.
But I think it's got to be said that the end of Hancock probably was quite good in terms of the return of our freedoms. His successor, Sajid Javid, certainly has taken a more liberalising approach. So that was, I guess, potentially a positive outcome, because Hancock had become rather an authoritarian zealot about the rules and seemed unable to let go of the powers that he'd accrued.
So, well, let me move on to this other issue which I've flagged, the fighting the other pandemic, obesity. I find it ridiculous it's described as a pandemic. You know, I've put on a stone over lockdown. I think you're unlikely to catch that from me, right? Seems to be a problem. But this is a government that has left the European Union, ostensibly on the grounds that we don't need all of these stupid goddamn rules from Brussels. And here we are with a ban on junk food. And and I think to most people's mind that would mean, I don't know, McDonald's can't claim that their hamburgers are healthy, for example. I mean, I would oppose even that, but it doesn't mean that. This is an extraordinary assault on the advertising industry and the food industry, for a whole range of healthy foods, very tough regulations. Why is the government, and what do you at ConservativeHome and your readers make of it, on the one hand giving the narrative of we need to deregulate, privatise, well maybe not privatise, but have free enterprise at the centre of it, encourage businesses. But if you're a hummus producer, there's no way you can run an advertising campaign on Facebook. The policies seem in no way to match the narrative.
Well, it's personally very troubling. As you well know, Mark, all I eat is hummus, cheese, jam and raisins, various different increasingly elaborate combinations. So it felt like a personal assault. But you're absolutely right. Obviously, the narrative about take back control sadly doesn't preclude, of course, the creation of our own bad, silly laws just with the Union flag stuck on them rather than blue with the yellow stars. I think it's also a major problem for Boris Johnson personally, because what did people think of him as being? Well, they thought of him not as a misery guts Prime Minister, they thought of him as somebody who understood and endorsed some kind of capacity for human joy, should we say, particularly after the last, the preceding year and a bit, all the lockdowns, the stuff that the government openly said it was doing reluctantly and was being kind of forced on it, people largely understood, to then say, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to go out of our way to try and cut off new businesses that might start up, the little things you might enjoy in life, and then to have the man in the ministry telling you what you can consume. It doesn't sit well with people. It particularly doesn't sit well with an awful lot of Conservative Party members, for obvious reasons.
Victoria, what's your take on this? Where's this all coming from? Because it doesn't seem to fit the grain of the Boris Johnson narrative. It doesn't obviously seem to be popular. I mean, it doesn't seem to me to be wise. Why is this stuff coming out against the narrative of the government, against, as Mark says, the sort of personality we'd usually associate the Prime Minister with? It's not obvious to me that banning adverts for hummus is the smartest way to retain the red wall, right?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I wish I knew the answer, because you see it, across the regulatory and policy making space in government at present. Boris Johnson, I think, didn't he come in with some dismissive comments about a milkshake tax? He was pretty anti-nanny state on all of this. I don't know, is it just a case that the public health blob is so entrenched that it's very hard for ministers to push back on it? And perhaps they just don't particularly want to because they think there are bigger battles for them to fight. But I think this is actually quite a big battle, because it's not just about small businesses and competition and consumer choice, it's also a free speech issue. And June was actually Free Speech Month at the IAA, because we also published our book about all of the various threats to free speech. I wrote a chapter about threats in the online space, the online safety bills now being published, and we also had a chapter in that book about advertising, because advertising is a manifestation, or should be a manifestation, of free speech.
And we'll make sure that book, you can click on the link to that in the show notes below if you want to read our free speech book. We tried to make it Free Speech Month. It was here at the IEA, sadly not in most of the rest of the country. I want to move very quickly on to the G7 summit in Cornwall. This also happened in the month of June. Fears about new COVID variants didn't seem to worry the world leaders too much then. But I think the main point of the G7 conference coming out of that was this commitment to a minimum global corporation tax, Mark. Now, again, I was just saying about Brexit, I thought the idea of it was that we could get rid of quite a load of rules. I didn't realise the point of leaving the European Union was that so President Joe Biden could set our tax rates for us. Again, I found this a bit confusing. Help me through it.
Well, I think you're not the only person that found it confusing. I think an awful lot of people, particularly the fact that, you know, if the government was into this, if that's what they really wanted to do, was to take these powers and then use them in bad ways or alienate them in other forums. If that was going to be their message, they didn't tell anyone beforehand. They didn't roll the pitch. They didn't prep their own backbenchers or kind of explain what part this played in their grand economic theory. They just kind of blundered into this, or it felt like they blundered into this agreement, which has really wide-ranging consequences, you know, particularly for those, largely you'd hope on the Tory benches, who are meant to believe in not just low tax, but tax competition. We should be competing with our former EU neighbours. I've got to say, if you're going into that G7 thinking, what's the big issue really looming in the next few months, and you decide the big issue was business being too successful, expanding around the world, and didn't think, well, in a few months' time, we could all be talking about how Russia might want to further invade Ukraine, for example, then I think you kind of missed the boat on the actual topic.
I'm not on the ball. Victoria, what did you make of this? If this happened in the private sector of major companies getting together rather than major countries and fixing prices, it would be called out as a cartel.
Well, for sure, our hyperactive competition regulators seem keen enough to crack down on cartels and anti-competitive behaviour. And yet this seems like a terrible example of a cartel, sort of like OPEC. In the oil industry. I do think the other interesting thing about the G7 was also what wasn't discussed at that summit, where Joe Biden didn't discuss that he was about to pull out of Afghanistan, and Britain and America didn't break it to the French that we were about to do them over on the submarine deal with the AUKUS arrangement. So the usefulness of that summit, apart from, of course, that they all got to show off their COVID credentials by going through that ridiculous pantomime of elbow bumping and social distancing on the podium, only to be found mingling blissfully at the cocktail party afterwards. So not a great look.
So a bit of a month of hypocrisy, June. Now I want to finish by asking each of you, thanks for talking us through June, but I want each of you to give us your rating out of 10 for the year as a whole. It needs to be an integer. Just give me one number. Don't say, well, I was 6, 7 or 8 or 4.32. And Mark, let me begin with you. So 0 is nothing could have gone worse, absolute catastrophe. 10 would be nothing could have possibly gone better over the year. How do you audit 2021 as a whole?
I'm desperately trying to remember what score I gave last year. But
that was also, usually I'm asking how optimistic people are feeling. This could be a bit of a retrospective now, so there's no excuse for being wrong.
There's no guess. There's never an excuse. There's never need to excuse being wrong if you're in my modest shoes. I'm going to go for a 7. I think this year's come in, frankly, despite various downsides, it's come through a bit better than it threatened at the start.
Okay, a 7, pretty upbeat. Victoria?
Yeah, no, nowhere near. I'm going to go for a 3.
3?
Yeah, I can't really think of any positives on the public policy side, apart, I suppose, from Lord Frost and his team holding the line quite well in the post-Brexit negotiations. I had a really nice summer holiday in Greece. That was good.
That's 2 of the 3 points.
And the third point, I suppose at least the pubs eventually did reopen. So, yeah, that's my slightly downbeat assessment.
Okay, well, on that downbeat note, let's have a bit of Christmas cheer. Share a cracker with me, Mark.
Let me grip this grim death.
You go. Yeah. You can't. So let's see what the extremely witty IEA economics joke is in this particular cracker. It is. This is quite new. Why does Jeremy Corbyn only write in lowercase?
Because he's opposed to capitalism.
Yes, because he is opposed to capitalism.
It was that or because he's functionally illiterate. I
can see you working out which answer you were going to give. Mark, Victoria, thanks very much for joining us. Have an extremely Merry Christmas, and here's to a much brighter 2022. Thanks very much. So we're on the downward slope of the year here, at least in calendar terms, but maybe in outcome terms as well. Certainly not in guest terms there. Freedom Day arrives in July. Should we be punching the air and celebrating? Well, vaccine passports also look they're getting back on the menu. England had a great run in the Euros, but stumbled at the last hurdle against Italy on penalties. Who'd ever think it? England losing on penalties hardly ever happens. And to no one's surprise, the NHS, in its own words, can't meet the pressure it faces without additional funding. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Extraordinary. I guess the high point of the month for me was Freedom Day of sorts finally arrived. Didn't come as we were promised initially in June, or anticipated in June, 19th of July. Low point, well, I was at Wembley for the Italian victory. Banter of the month, well, an old song made it back up to the heights of the charts. Three Lions, first recorded in 1996, got all the way back up to number 5 on the back of England's heroic failure in that football tournament. So to pick through what on earth happened in July and what we made of it, great pleasure to welcome back onto the show TalkRadio presenter Mike Graham. How the devil are you, sir?
Very well indeed, very well. It sounds like the sunlit uplands though, doesn't it, July?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, it was at least sunlit, I guess. I wasn't sure about the uplands part, but yeah, it was at least sunlit. And Guido Fawkes, senior reporter, Kristian Calgie, how are you, sir?
I'm very well. I seem to remember the football was a lot more positive than you've made it out. You're quite the pessimist.
Well, I mean, it's always positive in contemplation. It's only in retrospect, right? I mean, everybody always thinks England are going to win. We got further than normal. So, yeah, everything's... I went to the only 2 England games that they didn't win in.
Oh, Scotland
and Italy, yeah. So, I'm the curse.
Did you pay for your ticket to the final, or did you just jib in like everybody else did?
Well, I know, I was very lucky for the final in that I didn't pay for my ticket, but a friend of mine got pinged, something we're going to come on to, so couldn't use his ticket.
Ah, yes.
So I got a freebie seat.
I thought you were admitting to being one of the ones who jumped the barriers.
No. I was in the midst of that, but I can prove on my phone, through the NHS app and everything, all other.
I mean, the thing about the police as well, right? The Metropolitan Police. The reason why there's something going terribly wrong there is that they actually said after they issued their report this week, thank goodness England didn't win. And you go, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah, whose side are you on?
Whose side are you on? What are you, Italians now? Apparently it would have been a lot worse if England had won. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so at all. Well, the whole problem there, of course, is everybody knew there were like 12,000 empty seats in the stadium. Yeah. So if you know that, I mean, if every seat had been sold, nobody would have tried to break in.
Exactly,
because there were 12 seats going spare.
And the fact that they didn't realise that people might gather outside the stadium before the game, or indeed in central London.
I mean, who would expect that? Major football match.
I do think even for the British public, some of the behaviour on the day of the final it was a bit extraordinary. I seem to.
But surely Mike's point is it just wasn't policed.
No, but how would the police not expect it though? They think people, this will be fine. We don't need any extra police at all. We'll just let them all come to the game and go into the game, leave the game, go home. Nothing bad will happen.
So they're also busy policing hate speech on Twitter.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, you got to get your priorities right on this in 2021. What's a massive football match? Freedom Day. Let me start with that. So-called Freedom Day. This is obviously due to come, as we've already discussed, in the previous month of June. But finally, it emerges on, when was it? July the 19th? Mike, was that like VE Day for you? Suddenly, you waving your Union Jack from the
wind? Like what you just said, the whole year has been a bit of a drunken blur, really, because the only thing I do remember is standing around in the street drinking pints of beer because you weren't allowed into the pub.
Yeah.
And then there was one particular pub near our office which kept reopening and being closed again by the police and then reopening. And you never knew whether it was going to be open or not. It was kind of a crapshoot, right? And we'd stand on these freezing streets drinking beer, almost, just perfunctorily because we thought we should. So once the pubs opened again properly, and then we had proper Freedom Day, and you could actually do all the things. I mean, I'm without wishing to incriminate myself, I mean, I haven't really missed out on too much over the course of these lockdowns because I don't believe in them. So.
But did you prefer your pint as an act of defiance?
I quite like that.
Yeah,
I did quite like that. And I support always anybody who doesn't have any wish to put vaccine passports and anything. I mean, I never went to any restaurants or bars that asked for that. And if they did, they weren't going to get in my business. And there were plenty of places that didn't.
Yeah.
So Freedom Day for me was a bit of a damp squib, really.
What about for you, Kristian? Were you punching the air on
it's exactly the same, really, because it was sort of phased in, wasn't it? It wasn't a big
from nothing to everything moment. I think my memory is just going from spending a month at the pub and having to order from menus or via apps.
Yeah.
And then on Freedom Day, the only thing that changed was you were allowed to go up and stand by the bar, which is perfectly lovely.
So basically, the quality of service declined on Freedom Day.
You had to do more yourself, I see.
You had to do stuff yourself.
And also, it was a lot busier as well, wasn't it? Because I remember the first time, actually, I was in the Horseshoe, our local, and you went up to the bar. Suddenly there were people standing. It was brilliant. But it then took a lot longer to get a drink.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that, especially over here in Westminster, so much of the atmosphere is about being, crowded in, to quote various sources, cheek by jowl, and mingling like that, which you just can't get, sat down and having waiters serve you. So
it was only a small additional slice of freedom served up on a plate, really, wasn't it?
So I still haven't really encountered anywhere. I don't know where you're going, but the only time I've ever been asked for a COVID passport was at the Royal Albert Hall. I've never been to a restaurant or a pub that's actually asked for it. And
Did you notice, Mike, because you were saying your boycott, it seemed to me a number of establishments that I came across, some were somewhat officious, you must scan in here. Others, I mean, I go into the habit, as long as you've kind of waved your mobile phone and stuff, I say, is that all right? Yeah, that's fine, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of them were just going through the motions, weren't they? Just in case some sort of vaccine passport Nazi turned up to say, what are you doing? They said, we're doing that, and you'd have a QR code and all that sort of stuff. But you're right, people were just waving them, and nobody was really... And I think that's what will happen if they go back to them, or if they try. I mean, it's only at big events. I went to the cricket, sort of half expecting that they might ask for something, and nobody bothered.
Yeah.
You know, in England, India, at Lord's, and they just walked straight in.
Yeah, so I need you gentlemen to explain to me the ping-demic, right? So I don't know how this is supposed to work, but the number of people, the whole cost of this track and trace app, £5 billion or so.
Yeah, how does that work out, by the way? Has anybody broken it down? I mean, they always give these figures.
Yeah.
5 billion. You go,
it's quite a lot of beer, isn't it? Yeah.
How?
And it was a shambles, wasn't it? I mean, you could get pinged because you were in a different train carriage. Yeah. We could be behind a wall, right? Somebody next door, you haven't even seen them.
We had vertical pinging in our building. Where somebody came in and got pinged from somebody upstairs. And you kind of going, well, hang on a minute, there's a floor in between.
Yeah.
You're not even working in the same place, But I think the ping-demic was mostly for train drivers who didn't want to work.
Right.
Who apparently would walk down the high street getting apps.
Just
trying to get pinged. Yeah, pinged all the way down until they got pinged, and then they could take another week off.
Kristian, have you been
Southwest
pinged?
trains were particularly bad.
I mean, the story of the app and its whole failure dates right back to the start of the pandemic. I remember on Guido, back during the first lockdown in April, March, the government was trying to develop this contact tracing app. And it was obvious from the start that it was going to fail because the government wanted to do it all in-house. They wanted to use their own app design and have their own security. And everyone was saying from the start, Apple and Google will not give you the APIs to allow you to get the proximity of other phones through a government-made app, because what sort of precedent would that set in more authoritarian countries? And sure enough, they made the app, it didn't work, and they had to go back to the drawing board and concede and let Apple and Google basically drive the app. So that built up costs anyway. And then, we were talking about scanning into all these restaurants, and eventually, the amount of people who realised that it was pointless, you were all getting pinged, because so much of it wasn't via proximity. In the end, what it was just, if you scanned into the same pub as someone, even if they'd left 2 hours before and they had COVID, then you were also going to get pinged. And it was so damaging for general compliance, because it was blatantly wrong and inaccurate and time wasting and interfering, that eventually, almost all of my friends deleted the app well before Freedom Day, just because they could.
You could. So I think that's right. People took it. Could we have done this any better, Mike? I mean, I get the kind of concept behind it, right? Let me try and, for once, be generous to the government and the authorities. A rarity for me indeed, but I'll show a bit of festive spirit. The idea was this: we want to start to let people go about their completely normal business, but that will mean higher transmission. And therefore, we want to kind of let you know if you've been on a flight with 50 people who've gone down with it, or you've been in a pub. I mean, I think it might have been too binary. You're right, Chris. One person at 6 o'clock, has now gone down with it. You weren't there till 9:30. Seems, but you get the concept behind it. Could it have been done at all well, or do I have too much faith in the state?
I think the problem is it's a great example of sort of theory over practice. And somebody sat in a room somewhere in Downing Street and thought, oh, this is a good idea. Look how we can use data and we can use modern technology to solve a problem which is actually an age-old virus which infects loads of people. I don't know whether we would have been any worse off if we hadn't done anything. Honestly, because all the people that have died have mostly been older, suffering from other conditions. You're still pretty unlikely to be dead, even if you got a bad version of COVID.
Especially if you say under 65.
If you're under 65, absolutely. So, I mean, the whole idea of trying to I mean, I read a piece in the Sunday Times a little while ago about this guy Cummings brought in. He was some kind of, data genius. Can't remember his name, but he was some guy that...
All of Tom Cummings' friends are data geniuses.
And he was full of the joys of spring, and he was all about collecting data and making sure the NHS knew how to use it, because it was very bad at collecting data, and that was how they were going to get their way out of it. We've had so many realisations of how we're going to get out of it, but we haven't got out of it. And here we are about to go back into it. And suddenly all the technology and all the money doesn't seem to have done any good at all. And if it had done any good, how come we've got so many dead people lying around,
Kristian, what do you think? Do you take a more sympathetic view to what the government sort of tried to do, even if it failed? Not really, do you?
It's just the government. I don't know about other countries, but the British government just cannot do these sort of big projects accurately, within budget, on time. They never have, especially IT projects have always been a failure or have gone massively over budget. We can't even wean the NHS off pagers, let alone start revolutionising data.
They're still using fax machines.
They are. They're like the third biggest...
Everything's on paper.
Third biggest proprietor of pagers in the world now, because it's just bonkers that how old-fashioned they are. But I'm slightly worried that we seem to now be talking about going back to this point because of Omicron. We're going to have to be contact tracing. If we are really serious about living with COVID, we have to treat COVID like we do any other flu, any other cold. We don't isolate when we get the sniffles at Christmas. We don't stop kids going into school just because they get flu. Every year there's a flu season at schools. Every child gets a bad dose of it. They live to tell the tale. We've not stopped our way of life. Can you imagine if we'd had this technology in the 1900s when these things started, and trying to contact trace is pointless, and we're just living with it. We've got to really be bold and just go, people are going to have it. We're all, most of us are vaccinated to a large degree. We've got massive herd immunity. Let people get on with their daily lives. You cannot just stay at home for 10 days every time you encounter someone with the virus.
I've said throughout this long broadcast, I'm not a scientist, so I'm a very simple person indeed when it comes to science, and indeed many other things. But Mike, couldn't we just use tracing a lot more? So when I was abroad and feeling a bit under the weather, and I was tested myself, these kits out where I was in Mallorca are extremely cheap. It's a couple of euros a time. I just tested myself every 3 hours, and then I knew when I was through it. I didn't really need to, and I took sensible precautions at the time.
But were you testing positive, you mean?
Yeah, okay. I was testing positive. And but I just wonder whether we should have just made it much easier for people to test themselves all the time. I'm not going to ping you because you were in the Horseshoe pub 4 hours after somebody got it. I'm not going to put any mandate on that.
If you don't feel well, test yourself. But if you feel fine, I don't think there's any reason to do it. And I don't understand why so many school kids are still being tested. I mean, my own son's school has apparently said to him, we might have to shut because so many people have got COVID.
Was it with kids because they don't show any symptoms at all?
Yeah, but it's because they're not sick.
Yeah.
They haven't got any symptoms. They're not ill. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Just carry on. But they want to, shut everything down just in case you spread it to members of your family. Well, that's the family's problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just think there's this overbearing kind of belief that they can stop the spread of it, which they clearly can't, and they clearly have no clue about. And I would suggest that they take a view that if you're not well, you should stay home, and that's it, really. And you don't have to test everybody else who feels fine.
Kristian, you were saying that kind of as normality approaches, let's hope to God that 2022 is a kind of normal year. Fingers crossed. That's my Christmas wish anyway. But do you think do you think the problem here is the other way around, that on the one hand, freedom-loving people could sort of say, look, this is now like the common cold or flu, it doesn't justify any restrictions, but those on the other side of the ledger might say, actually, you're right, we should bring in compulsory face masks every winter because it's the cold season or the flu season. And if we did this to tackle variant X, let's bring it in, let's test kids at school every day for everything. Haven't we opened the gateway to that? Because the restrictions, which, I would say at the very least have been highly disproportionate, but if they happen and have happened, why not apply them to other things as well?
No, I mean, you're totally right. The problem is that the pandemic has shifted so many people's mindsets, but also the establishment's mindset, which is that these sort of public health crises always have to be dealt with by cutting off freedoms. And in a way, the government needs to take a lead on it. We've got a few, I do emphasise, a few decent right-wing libertarians in government, people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who will fight the cause of freedom, but they've got to be on the airwaves going, look, you need to come out of your homes now. Pandemic's over. You need to stop wrapping yourself in bubble wrap and cotton wool.
But then they get accused of being reckless and causing people's deaths because the numbers of people on the other side who talk absolute rubbish, by the way, but who keep saying it.
Well, the problem is that as a humanity, we've lost our reasoning with the whole concept of death, and it sounds really bleak and sort of sociopathic. But the reality is that for hundreds of thousands of years, people have died. And now we have a live bloody ticker that comes through on your phone every day telling you how many people have died from this one disease, which as a media, as a society, we are still putting above cancer and, bloody deaths with people with Alzheimer's and all sorts of other issues. And that, as a society, which are far higher, and unless the media is either stopped from pushing these constant drip, 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 fear these figures, and either have to contextualise them or stop publishing them, then we're not going to be able to move on. And that's the media's role.
But you two gentlemen are both in the media, but Mike, let me ask you about this. I mean, TalkRadio and probably Guido, Fawkes are honourable exceptions here. But generally speaking, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a politician, and the barrage of questions you get from most mainstream outlets are always, why aren't you doing more? Here is a problem, why haven't you solved it? Are you at least going to make some effort to solve it? Yeah. Do you think that means that even freedom, loving politicians, or at least politicians who in a neutral environment would lean towards freedom, are just sort of think, well, kind of the easiest thing to do is, something must be done, this is something, let's do this?
Yeah, well, I think that's what happened, last weekend, wasn't it, when Sajid Javid did what Grant Shapps said they wouldn't do, which was reintroduce pre-departure tests. They said, we can't do that because it will wreck the travel industry. Presumably now they don't care if they wreck the travel industry. Well,
they keep putting in, is this, do you blame the government or the media, or is this some unholy
a bit of both,
loss?
I think. I mean, because we've got a rather ridiculous situation that I worked out the other day. If you wanted to go to Lapland with your kids for the day to go and see Santa, you've actually got to take the pre-departure test that you would take in Lapland in England, because there isn't enough time for you to do it over there, because you're coming back the same day. So you've got to take your pre-departure test from England, then you've got to take your pre-departure test from Lapland in the same place.
In the same place,
yeah. And you've got to produce both of them, and you go, well, that's mad, isn't it?
Yeah,
Completely bonkers, right? But the Mail Online just the other day had a story about how a new study has come out in which it says that masks are now 200 times more effective against you getting COVID. And then it says about 6 paragraphs down, but it's not a proper real-time study, so actually nobody's taking it seriously. And you go, well, why are you writing it then? What's wrong with you? It's Omicron, the latest kind of narrative is Omicron, or whatever it's called. What's it called?
Yeah,
Omicron. And Whitcomb correctly pronounced it in the proper Latin, which I think is
Omicron.
Omicron, yeah, I don't know. Right. Anyway, whatever it is, they keep saying, well, it multiplies, it's 3 times more transmissible, it's doubling every 3 days. But nobody's in hospital. But they don't say it's doubling every 3 days, but nobody's in hospital. They say it's doubling every 3 days. It really goes, oh my God, better cancel the Christmas party then. My accountant just rang me and said, we normally meet up for me to give him loads of money to send to the tax man. He said, I suppose we shouldn't meet up.
I bet you're happy with that then, if that's the purpose of the meeting.
No, because he's emailing me it. So I said, well, why not? He said, well, we probably shouldn't meet. Why?
Christian, how do we put this right? I think you were saying slightly tongue-in-cheek that, you've got to stop the media asking these questions. I mean, we all believe in a free press, right? Which, I guess, involves allowing people to ask stupid questions and write stupid things. My disapproval of them. But I don't quite know what's gone wrong here. Let me give you an example. We could surely compare and contrast the difference in restrictions in England, Scotland and Wales. And on the face of it, I mean, you might need to delve into the data deeper. The stronger restrictions in Scotland have had no positive effect.
Quite the reverse, in fact.
But you can't, I haven't, I've had to delve into that myself. It's not been a front page
No one's
story.
made that argument.
So there's always the ramping up of restrictions, no retrospective analysis of did that work, Nicola Sturgeon. Why?
Well, I mean, Nicola Sturgeon's got away with a huge amount this pandemic. But you're right, all the nappy wetters in England saying, oh, we need face masks, we need COVID passports. Well, they were in Scotland, they were in Wales, and they were in Northern Ireland. And actually, I think other than Northern Ireland, both Wales and Scotland for the last couple of months have had much higher COVID rates than England. So clearly there is not a correlation or causation there. But the reality, we talk about a free press. The press is driven by writing the things that make money, right? So they don't really have a view on a lot of these things, or actually you'll sort of see contradictions. You'll see the Mail ideologically talking about getting rid of COVID restrictions, but then reporting all this fear-mongering, headline-grabbing stuff. And the reason they do that is because it gets a lot of views and it makes them money. So the only way we can get over this is by the public getting worn out. And that is, well, firstly, it's going to take a while anyway. Things like this Downing Street Christmas party that many people feel is just utterly hypocritical and absurd and rage-inducing, that massively hits public attitudes. There's a poll out saying almost 1 in 3 people, because of the COVID, because of the number 10 Christmas party, are less likely to obey future lockdown laws.
Once you see other folks not
exactly.
abiding by
So
it,
those sort of things over time will eventually lead to the press getting bored and moving on. But it's a bit of a cyclical, self-fulfilling prophecy.
But Mike, do you have that problem? I mean, you could argue that you, rather than blaming the politicians or blaming the public, I guess you could blame the readers and listeners. Is there a case that kind of, scarce stories, clickbait, whatever, that's what...
Well, I always say people like bad news. They don't really like good news. They say they do. I mean, if you have a focus group for a newspaper, they say, oh, we'd like to see more good news. You go, well, what is that exactly? They don't know. They don't know what it is. They only know what bad news is.
It's usually quite boring.
It's always boring. That's why it's not news.
I mean, you don't appear on TalkRadio and say, nothing much has happened today, here's Bill with
everything. I did once do a show where I came on and said, I'm just going to do everything positive today. People loved it, actually. Right. But I mean, it was a one-off.
You couldn't get away with that 360 days a year.
You really couldn't. And so I think the other thing is that the government's obsessed with polling, right? And all these YouGov polls that come out that say, 75% of people want more lockdowns. You go, what? Why? And nobody really believes the polls, but the government leads their policies on the polls, and they go, oh, this is what we've got to do, because that's what the people want. And they always hide behind that. And the people don't really want that, but they don't want to say. If somebody asks you in the street, do you want to have more restrictions in order to stop people from dying? You're not going to go no, are you? You're going to go, yeah, all right then.
You're going to say, are you happy not seeing your family this Christmas? In order, as a result of those restrictions, you'll get a very different answer, and the pollsters ask questions.
Yeah, there's no. I've banged on forever about the difference between revealed preferences and stated preferences.
Exactly.
There's no actual price to an opinion poll. It's the same when you ask people, do you want your taxes to go up to pay for more public spending? The consequence there and then of saying yes is naught. Yes. The consequence of it happening is quite high on the back pocket. So, gentlemen, I guess July was only sort of Freedom Month in a way, a bit kind of, not as upbeat as we could have been. I'm asking all of the guests on this marathon show to give me their overall audit out of 10 for the year. Kristian, let me start with you. This is... how do you take 2021 as a whole? So take yourself out of July, put the whole picture together. Naught is, the worst it could possibly have been. 10, nothing could possibly have been better or improved. What's your overall retrospective audit of 2021?
I'd have to go very low. I'd probably about a 3. I think if the years were wine, this has not been a good vintage.
Not a good vintage.
Barely
even a table wine. Bit like the IA's wine then.
Well, the IA's wine is far superior to 2021. I just think the thing I remember about this year is I don't really remember anything good or interesting happening. And I specify interesting because at least 2020 you had let's be honest, the excitement of a new pandemic, and it was a bit,
Come on, England nearly won the Euros.
It was a bit like living through an apocalypse film. That March, April time last year. And this year it was just a bit old, same old, same old. And then we got the plan in January, and you're like, well, great, we know the season finale now. It's all been spelled out for us.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
Well, it depends on which perspective you're talking about, really. Because from my perspective, it was a great year. I had a fantastic time. Nothing better than having an incredible rolling news story to do. I mean, I went in today, I was like, what a time to be alive. Boris is on the rack, Keir Starmer, might actually land a punch, Lega Stratton surely he's out of a job by the end of the day. I mean, Boris might be gone by the end of the year. That's in the news business, that's what you want.
So Mike, you've had this, I guess for journalists, stuff happening is interesting.
Yeah.
But what's your figure out of 10 for it overall? I mean,
10?
And I guess 10. Couldn't have been better.
Listen, apart from not seeing my mother at Christmas, which is taking maybe a bit of a shine off it, that's been amazing.
Right.
Incredible.
So you're not looking forward to a return to normal in 2022?
Oh, I will, because there's always something. There's always another story.
We can be sure that
we can just go back to chasing them for corruption and all the other rubbish they get up to.
Yeah, I guess that's right. So chaos will continue to reign in the new year.
I don't think the Conservative government is anywhere near sorting anything out. I mean, there's always the migrants to go back on. Once the weather gets a bit better, there'll be another 1,000 a day arrive, and they're bringing bigger boats apparently next year.
Right.
So
So you're not going to be short of content.
We really are.
You're not going to.
No.
So anyway, in the festive spirit, share a cracker with me.
I'm sure you've rigged that.
Yeah,
I normally win these.
I've done it's years of practice, my friend. Years of practice. We've got the IEA. These are IEA economics Christmas jokes. See if you can get that. Oh, they're absolutely appalling. I don't know who came up with these, but I'm getting them off the payroll. What did the man say about the economy when all of his goods became worthless?
Years since I did economics.
What did the man say about the economy when all of his goods became worthless?
Nothing.
I don't depreciate this at all. Absolutely
so
terrible.
Ruined Christmas.
One for the accountants.
One for the accountants. One for the accountants. Well, Mike, Kristian, thanks for your analysis of July, your take on the year. Lovely to see you. Have a very Merry Christmas. Great to have you with us. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
So it's August, the first full calendar month of the year of something approaching freedom, I guess, and summer has suddenly arrived. Beer gardens reach breaking point as warm weather continues across the UK. 75% of the population receive both vaccines by the end of the month, and job vacancies reach a record high. High point of the month? Well, it was in difficult circumstances, but the IEA played a very important role in rescuing some free market think tank employees from Kabul during the collapse of Afghanistan. The low point of the month, well, bit of a trivial one for me really, but Southampton only managed to take 2 points from their first 3 games of the season, typically bleak start. Banter of the month. Boris's COP26 spokesperson Allegra Stratton tells people they should consider joining the Green Party to solve climate change and admit she drives a diesel car. Quite a month, and to pick through it, delighted to welcome back to the show journalist and commentator Patrick Christys. Great to have you with us, Patrick. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to you. And from the ASI, the Adam Smith Institute, and very soon of this parish, starting as the head of public policy at the IEA in January, Matt Lesh. Matt, great to have you with us.
Thank you for having me back.
So we've got to start with the bleak scenes from Afghanistan. Patrick, you were reflecting, it almost feels like yesterday it happened, but it's quite a few months ago, and this was just an incompetent, ghastly humanitarian unfolding disaster in front of our eyes, wasn't it? Sort of echoes of the withdrawal from Vietnam, but almost worse.
No, exactly. So Donald Trump wants to make America great again, and Joe Biden made the Taliban great again, didn't he? He left them with $85 billion worth of US equipment, and they have more Black Hawk helicopters than 85% of the world's countries, which is easy for me to remember because both those figures are 85, so that's great. The issue is, yes, of course, they can't use them until you imagine China and Russia will already move in and help them out with that. There was layers to this stuff. So a lot of people initially said, well, hang on a minute, if this lot weren't willing to fight for their country, why should we be evacuating them? And I could understand initially why people thought that. But the problem with any army is if you remove their entire logistics and you remove their entire air force, which the US did overnight, you cut them off at the knees. Now, okay, there are still arguments about whether or not maybe some of the Afghan National Army should have put up a bit more resistance, but the fact is we caused and created and helped to create a humanitarian crisis. Now, we were led by the nose, in my opinion, into Afghanistan with George Bush. We were led out of it, again, by America. And I think the lesson, for me anyway, one of the lessons, is never again in that respect. Regardless of whether or not the Afghan nationals should have put up more of a fight, and the jury is out on that, I'm not convinced, and I remain unconvinced, that the people of that world, whilst they might not want the Taliban, I'm sure they don't want the Taliban, I'm also sure they don't want this kind of like pound shop, puppeteer, Western liberal values. And we just need to not do that.
Matt, let me come to you, and I'm going to be slightly playing devil's advocate. I mean, was the problem here just logistical mismanagement of withdrawal, or was it always going to be like this when withdrawal finally came? You know, you can wait, you can hang in there another year, another 5 years, another 20 years, but whenever it came, this was inevitable. Or logistically, could it have been done so much better, more smoothly, perhaps have kept Afghanistan, or at least parts of it, out of the hands of the Taliban?
Well, I think the most daunting moment of all was when we saw that plane load full of people that they were grabbing onto the wheels, and you saw them drop off. And it turned out one of them was a player from the Afghan national football team, a 19-year-old kid who was so desperate to leave that country, to not be stuck under the Taliban, that he literally gave up his own life in the process. And that says a lot about just how incompetently this was managed tactically on the ground. Maybe, I think no matter what, it was probably, once the decision was made to withdraw, that was going to be a disaster, quite clearly. Did it have to be quite this bad? Absolutely not. They could have extended their time like they'd previously had. There was no reason why it had to be the end of August. It was originally meant to be March. But I think more fundamentally, what we've got to think about here is, should we have been withdrawing? I actually think the cost of keeping troops in Afghanistan was relatively low, particularly in the final few years, just supporting the Afghan forces. The cost of leaving is massive. It's a massive embarrassment to the US, to Western forces, to liberal democracy. It's a free ride to China, who then immediately started talking about the Taliban. It gave away a country to an Islamist terrorist organisation, and that creates threats in the West. And of course, the humanitarian disaster, all the people who are now living under a less free country and leadership. But also, we've just seen some reports in the last few weeks about how the humanitarian disaster on the ground could actually lead to more deaths amongst civilians than died during the war.
So, Patrick, do you think, Matt didn't quite put this forward, but I'm inferring it from what he said, once we were in Afghanistan, which we might have had issues with, should we have said, actually, there's going to be some sort of skeleton operation there in perpetuity? Well, we're just going to hang out there and try and hold the line forever.
Well, I interview people every single day who are either Afghanistan veterans, pretty much every day, who are Afghan veterans or politicians who were bang involved with it. From what all of they say is that it would have taken a skeleton operation to have kept the Taliban at bay, to have kept some semblance of relative normality over there. And as Matt rightly says, that cost would have been cheaper than what the cost that we're going to pay now. And I think it's unequivocal. There is a moral duty, because it's not just that. It's okay, if, in a sense, if you decide to pull out completely. But if you are going to do that, make sure that we get all of the people who helped us and who served us and who were part of our operation out of there in the process. That's one way of at least squaring with people the idea now that every single woman over there is going to be treated like property. People are going to be sold into sex slavery. There's going to be no political rights. The whole thing's an absolute cesspit. The only way you could have put a gloss on that is if we'd have got all of our interpreters out, for example. And we didn't even bother to do that. And that is a stain on our history. And it will come back to bite us, by the way. That will come back to bite us in ways that we, geopolitically, with the fact that China moved in, Russia will move in, but also in terms of the fact that it taints Britain's legacy in, frankly, what was already a pretty bad situation for us in that part of the world anyway.
There was a sort of issue here, Matt, and we've seen this month about how our Foreign Office handled itself. I mean, we had the issue of Rob being away. I mean, I'm not quite sure where I feel about that. I mean, at some point people have got to take a holiday. I mean, otherwise you never go away, but should he have curtailed it faster? We're now hearing that the Foreign Office were largely working from home. From the narrowly British perspective, was it a catastrophe, or is this just seen as an American disaster? We were just sort of on their coattails. If the Americans screwed it up, well, there's nothing else we could really do.
I mean, look, I think first and foremost it was an American disaster, and I think the Americans know that. There was a complete transformation in Joe Biden's approval rating after August. And you've seen a huge increase in disapproval of him. But I think on top of that, it is also a disaster for the UK, for British forces, and what we've seen subsequently in terms of the chaos within the Foreign Office, the inability to process people. It was a large operation to get people out. It did go well in some respects. I think it was absolutely ridiculous to prioritise dogs over humans, as was practically done on the ground.
But actually weirdly popular amongst British people, weirdly.
What worryingly
We
popular.
got a very strange relationship with animals in Britain, don't we? We're very quirky about it.
But it was weirdly popular.
Yeah, and I think that kind of speaks to it, that it would have been ideal to have a bit more time. I do remember Boris Johnson did say to Biden, give us an extra week or two to get out people, and the UK was managing one of the main gates, and in that sense there was a success, but it was just a mess. And also they left behind files, they left behind documents in the embassy when they ran away, which is completely mind-boggling.
Yeah.
So that was this was just, abysmal in every way, logistically.
Can I just say quickly, sorry to interrupt, very quickly, it's very hard to justify now for the wives and the children who've been left behind of anyone who died over there, who we sent out over there.
What was it for?
What on earth was that worth?
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
I agree, and I think the long-term consequences of this are going to be more than a bit of damage to the popularity of President Biden, right? Let's move on to another area of chaos, albeit less ghastly than Afghanistan, a bit more of a first world problem here. Green chaos on our streets. In August, XR, Extinction Rebellion, closed down roads across the capital. About 2,000 police were deployed, about 500 people arrested. That was estimated to have cost the taxpayer about 18 million quid. 70 million on XR protests over the last 18 months. Patrick, what are we to make of Extinction Rebellion? Well-meaning and misguided people, or a kind of pseudo outfit, a dangerous rebellion outfit?
Well, I had a look at when I got Insulate Britain, or as I call them now, Insulate Prison, onto one of my shows, and I kind of put forward to them the CPS's definition of what a terrorist is, what a domestic terrorist is. And I wouldn't actually, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, because I don't think they're actually terrorists, but their actions actually are, under the eyes of the law, actually tantamount to domestic terrorism. Now, I find it strange, the idea that these people were allowed to do what they were allowed to do. I mean, bringing London to a standstill, especially the arterial kind of vein of this country, as it were, the criminal damage that could take place, the fact that when we'd arrest them, that we then release them back out. I went out and interviewed one of these people in the back of a police van, actually, and when I said to him, what do you do for a living? He said, I'm a doctor. I said, can you continue with that if you've got a criminal record? And he just looked at his shoes and almost started weeping. And I thought, this is where they're at, this lot. They've not thought it through. And I do think there was a problem with that, and I think that one of the main issues, for me anyway, was the virtue signalling of a lot of our politicians. They didn't feel, and the police as well to an extent, they didn't feel as though they could come out and actually enforce law and order, because if they did that, it would mean that they were climate deniers, and that's not true. There's a happy medium there for me. And the second that you stop blocking ambulances getting to hospitals, I've got a problem with it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Matt, where do you stand on their, I'll come to green policies in a minute, but on their tactics? I mean, you could sort of say it's just civil disobedience, right? I don't think there's been any violence. I mean, they're gluing themselves to things. This could be the modern day equivalent of, the suffragettes chaining themselves to things. The activities are illegal, but not violent. Do you think we should treat that as legitimate civil disobedience, whatever one makes of the courts?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult because, of course, at a fundamental level, you want to support their right to protest. And if all they were doing was standing around in Hyde Park, I don't think would have any possible criticism of them, but also then they wouldn't get much attention. So clearly there's some effectiveness in these tactics, these techniques, these quite disruptive methods. You just got to put in there a question about to what extent you need to balance that against everyone else's broader right to use public spaces. This is in the ideal libertarian world, the streets would all be privatized, and someone would own it, and you'd have a very clear idea about who can use what space and when. Instead, now we effectively have a socialistic system of deciding who can protest at what time and in what place, which doesn't make me feel particularly comfortable. But if you are going to interrupt public spaces, it's obviously a problem. And then if you're going to cause criminal damage, it's again an even bigger problem. So that stuff's not acceptable at all.
Patrick.
Yeah, and where they go from that, in my opinion anyway, where they let themselves down, is it's not just an environmental issue for them. Actually, their wider picture is the total destruction of the capitalist system. And that really is a massive problem as far as I'm concerned. Well, I think as most people will be concerned. And that's a big thing. They step away from the idea of CO2 and from fossil fuels and all of this. And actually, if you really break it down, what they want is essentially, at best, in my opinion, maybe communism, at worst, probably anarchy. And I think there is serious question marks as to whether or not this lot would be happy until we were kind of sleeping on beds of moss, fighting each other outside a Lidl for what scraps of food remain.
No, I get that. But here's the thing about the right to protest, right? I mean, let's say that rather than this sort of flash mob mentality, Patrick, I mean, if an organised, I don't know, trade union protest says we want to demand higher public sector pay, they can, if you like, book the streets from, start at whatever, Speaker's Corner, march all the way down through Trafalgar Square and down Whitehall. Well, roads are closed off in order to accommodate that. I mean, they're not deliberately or even unconsciously blocking ambulances, but I mean, that causes traffic chaos in London. I mean, what's really, is it only a difference? I mean, again, you might agree or disagree with the cause, but that's not the point I'm getting to.
Yeah.
What's the difference between those? But all protests cause disruption, right?
And I think Matthew raised a very good point there, and he's absolutely spot on, which is that ultimately what you really want is attention for your cause. If you want to affect change, we can all sit in our bedrooms, can't we, and talk about what we want to happen, and no one will hear you. And so there is that, and I think at a fundamental level, there's no question in my mind that this lot are in any way disingenuous. I think they really do fundamentally, vehemently believe.
They're sincere.
Exactly, they are sincere in what they believe, and there is a huge element of fear and an element of being really genuine about this, and I do respect that. I don't like the way they went about it, obviously, and I do think it caused too much disruption, criminal damage. They did too many illegal things, and I think we were very soft on that. But at a core level, I can't disagree, and I will never disagree with someone doing what it takes. If you genuinely believe if you don't do this, the world will end, and that's your actual belief, then anything's justified, I suppose, in that sense.
Yeah, and so this doctor you spoke to, if he loses his medical licence, that's a price he's willing to pay to bring this to public attention, I guess.
Not sure he thought it through.
Well, that might be the problem. Matt, I want to come on to what we make of XR's agenda, how we understand them as a group, what their policy agenda is. I think one of their demonstrations was tagged, "Demand the impossible." I mean, this is really quite extraordinary, right? Most protesters say, "I want X," and theoretically the Prime Minister could come out on number 10 Downing Street and say, "I accede to all of your requests." Yeah. If you're demanding the impossible, that's a rather difficult request to fulfil. What do you understand their demands to be? Because I haven't quite got my head around this.
I think the whole thing, interesting about Extinction Rebellion is they actually don't have that clear demands. They have a problem definition that is basically the end of the world is nigh, the apocalypse is coming, the climate change is going to be the end of the universe. Of course, we know classically even the most extreme predictions in the IPCC don't match up to that in fact. But then often what, at least their original agenda was, okay, the world's ending, what we need is a citizens' assembly in order to fix that. We basically want to get people in a room to talk about solutions to it, which always seemed to me, if you're going to say there's such a bad problem, surely you're going to have a clear solution to it, which they didn't seem to have. And I think, though more recently, particularly this year, their focus has been on, let's get banks to stop funding fossil fuels, which might sound nice in the short run, but of course, if you look at everyone's upcoming energy prices, it's not necessarily going to play out so well. That process needs to happen organically when we have better technologies and innovation to overcome. So, I mean, I'd like to see Extinction Rebellion come forward and say we're pro-nuclear energy, we're pro-innovation that's going to lead us to tackling climate change, and we're going to optimistic about solving this issue. Instead, they often come across as a bit of this kind of weirdo death cult that is kind of directionless.
Yeah.
And the Citizens' Assembly, I mean, call me old-fashioned, Patrick, but I thought that was the House of Commons. We kind of elect them every few years, and you send citizens there to represent us. And
it's supposed to be, but I think as well, one of the main issues, well, one of many issues anyway, with this lot, as it were, is that it's all very well and good saying that you want to achieve your aims, you want to do that, you want to have a citizens' assembly. The problem is that they'll be so busy arguing with each other about exactly what it is that it's just not practical. It's just not practical. And, you know, I think there are things that potentially need to change. Okay, fine, but they haven't got the solutions. And again, as Matt has said there, if you are going to call for such radical action, you are going to... And I think case in point, the recent COP26, when there was mass protests outside of it, the point is they just won't be happy with anything. They won't be happy with anything until Greta Thunberg is our overlord. Yeah. And we don't want that, do we?
So this, I mean, I had earlier this year a rather frustrating meeting with a few people from Extinction Rebellion. I have to say they were perfectly well behaved. They didn't glue themselves to the seats in my office or anything like that. Had they done so, they'd still be there.
There'd be skeletons in your office.
I don't know. I might have occasionally waved a McDonald's hamburger in front of them or something. But no, in seriousness, they were perfectly polite and sincere. But it was extremely difficult, Matt, to get to anything that they were willing to embrace as a solution. I kind of knew that in advance, but I put on the table, nuclear power, small modular nuclear reactors. What about fracking and shale gas as a source of lower carbon? Okay, you don't even like any of that. How about we just solve this problem through a carbon tax? Not with lots of different interventions and banning things. We just work out, what the cost is, the externality is of carbon emissions, and we price it. Uninterested really in engaging in any of the debates there. I was sort of hoping one of them was going to say, well, no, not nuclear. No, there's problems there, but carbon tax sounds great, or at least we go along with. No solution could be put on the table that seemed to satiate their appetite for doom-mongering.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're that interested in solutions. Of course, if you were to solve climate change, which actually I think climate change is an eminently solvable problem.
Yeah.
I mean, from a policy perspective, we know a carbon tax would be extremely effective. It would ensure that people pay the externality cost. It would encourage the innovation. It would basically tick every box. It would mean the state wouldn't be picking winners as they're currently doing through regulation and subsidies. You could use that revenue to lower other taxes and ensure that it's a bit more equitable. Carbon tax is clearly, absolutely, hands down a solution that we know would work to solve this issue. And if Extinction Rebellion came out and said, okay, we want a carbon tax, I think they would be quite persuasive and have a lot of moral power saying that. But they don't. Their demands are vague and meaningless and can't achieve that much. Unfortunately, they also never seem to deal with the trade-offs. This is, I think, often the issue in the climate change debate, is that there are trade-offs. There are a lot of countries that still need to develop. I think about China and India. They still need relatively dirty technology, at least in the short to medium term, in order to lift people out of poverty. So you've got to deal with that trade-off, and then you've got to ensure that effectively you've got the innovation set up and the carbon tax. Like, it's all fixable, but it's not particularly healthy discussion when all you're talking about is how the end of the world is coming.
Isn't this problem in so many areas, Patrick, that, I think the environment particularly, but there are other areas of public life as well, where it now seems nearly impossible to have a rational debate and discussion.
Oh, you absolutely can't. By the way, just quickly, the China thing. How much time do you want to give them? They're one of the world's 4 oldest civilizations. They've had enough time, but I will take it. But I agree with you completely. And in fact, I think there's some issues that have come out recently about, especially when it comes to the younger generation, right? Now, they're not able, in my opinion anyway, it seems, to have any form of disagreement. Now, if you're mollycoddled, and I'm worried that this is where we're heading, where you're presented with a world of rainbows and unicorns throughout, where anything goes, and where fact and indeed science and biological science in some ways doesn't even matter, then I'm very sorry, but when you get out into the real world, especially if you go into a line of work similar to the ones that, loosely speaking, we're in, you get a stark awakening. Kelvin Mackenzie was one of my first bosses, and goodness me, can you imagine what he'd do to this lot? It would be.
It's fair to say Kelvin isn't particularly woke.
It's fair to say Kelvin isn't particularly woke, but he's got a good news radar on. You have to let him off in a sense. But unless you're in Liverpool, but it's not preparing people for the real world, and I find it actually fundamentally unhuman. The great thing about the fact that what we can do today, I was at a recent wonderful Christmas party in this parish, as it were, and what I found fantastic was there were so many people, clearly fiercely academic, much more academic than me, who were having these discussions, who had all walked through these doors and at some point either been interns or worked here, who had different views, right? But they were able to cooperate. Oh, hello. But that's a wonderful thing. We need that, right? And I think we're losing that. And if we lose that, we're a worse country for it, in my opinion.
Matt, how do you think mainstream politicians have dealt with this? Patrick was saying earlier that, the police and people didn't want to sort of say, throw all of these people in the slammer to get the roads open again. We were discussing before the show, actually, that apparently in August, Labour launched its Green New Deal. I'd completely forgotten about that. Demanding net zero by 2030, a full 20 years earlier than the government. Going to spend £30 billion to create 400,000 green jobs. That's £75,000 per job. Doesn't seem a particularly good job creation scheme in terms of value for money. But there seems to me here almost a race to the bottom, right? That the Extinction Rebellion's impossible demands, so described, are actually being acceded to inch by mainstream politicians. Nobody's saying, whoa, stop.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a particularly healthy debate. And I think more than anything else, there isn't a debate about the trade-offs. There isn't an acknowledgement that climate change is going to be a costly issue to solve, and it is probably going to end up costing households. Boris keeps on talking about green jobs. It's jobs are a cost, not a benefit. So it's going to be, if they're going to be green jobs, that's an extra cost that everyone else is going to have to pay for. Or all the investment they're talking about, that's an extra cost to taxpayers, or money that couldn't be spent elsewhere on other things. So I don't think the debate's particularly healthy in that respect. The goal should be, and I think we'd have quite a rational debate. How can we achieve minimum emissions for the minimum possible cost? How can we get the maximum reduction for the minimum cost? You don't seem to have that kind of discussion. You just have Boris says, I love hydrogen. Maybe hydrogen's a solution, I don't know. But it's quite expensive and the technology doesn't exist yet, and it takes a lot of energy to create hydrogen. So maybe it's not the solution, but we're going to throw a bunch of money at that. And then we're going to pick and say fracking. We can't do that, of course, even though we know that's how the US has managed to reduce emissions. We're going to put some money into nuclear, maybe some small nuclear reactors, but we're going to make it super hard to build a nuclear reactor in the UK because of all the regulations. So there's a bunch of things they can do, but they're not doing.
Patrick, your audience, your viewers, do you think there'll be some kickback, if you like, when the rubber hits the road? Saving the climate in contemplation, that sounds great. But once it's, oh my God, my energy bills have gone through the roof. Oh my God, I can't afford a foreign holiday. Oh my God, I can't afford a car.
Yeah. Absolutely. So when the Labour's big new Green Deal or whatever, I looked it up, and they made it all about, initially, one of their first lines is that the climate crisis is a class struggle. Well, I didn't realise that the sun went to Eton, or that CO2 was in the Bullingdon Club. I didn't realise that, but apparently so. So you've lost people there initially. And then the other thing is just simply about the fact that we haven't had a vote on this, we haven't had a referendum, and if Labour, politically speaking, want to win back the Red Wall, which I assume one day they do, right? You're not going to win it back with this. If you go and talk to people in Hartlepool or Burnley or Blackburn or wherever about this stuff, fundamentally they don't care. What they do care about is they've got less money in their pockets, and it looks a bit, at the moment, like the Labour Party, and to be fair, it looks like the Tories are as well, because they're in power, but they're taking presents out of their kids' Christmas stockings. And that's what actually matters to people on the ground. Yeah, okay, you might argue they'll care when we're all burning to death, but to be honest with you, don't know if you've ever been to Blackpool. If that turned into a tropical paradise, it'd do wonders to the place.
Yeah, well, there might be some upsides as well. Gentlemen, thanks very much for covering August for us. I am asking all of my guests on this Christmas special to rate their year out of 10, not just August, but 2021. Give us a rating out of 10. 0 is the end of the world has already happened. It's not nigh. 10 is, what a joyous best year for ages. That's the spectrum, that's the scale. Matt, I'll start with you. What's your rating for 2021?
I'm going to say 9. I think it's been
9?
It's been a great year. It's been a great year. We got the vaccine.
Right.
We managed to overcome COVID to a large extent, fingers crossed. I've got an excellent new job at the IEA.
That accounts for 8 of the 9 points.
Correct.
Yeah.
I've got a boyfriend for the first time in ages. I mean, it's
We're not
looking up.
public yet.
I'm sorry, darling.
Flipping heck, man. This is how the world finds out.
Breaking news on the live Littlewood show. And Patrick, what's your rating?
Straight 10. Right. So this time last year.
Straight 10.
This time last year, I was living in my parents' spare room and I was screwing in a Christmas tree in my parents' conservatory, and I got a phone call from TalkRadio, doing a law degree, never do a law degree, and I got a call from TalkRadio that went, do you want to cover a radio show? And I said, yes. And then they gave me a job, and then off the back of that, thanks to someone taking the knee, I now work at GB News, and to be honest with you, my life's great.
There you go, a 10. Well, it is Christmas, so Patrick, pull the Christmas cracker with me.
Oh, you won.
I got it.
It's about time Southampton won something.
And we have special IEA economics Christmas cracker jokes.
Oh no.
So, see if you can get this one, yes. Who had the most success after inflation hit the market?
You go. That's over to you.
Who had the most success after inflation? The speculators?
Pavarotti.
Bouncy castle owners. God, jeez. Yeah, I'm not buying these special IEA economics Christmas crackers ever again. Patrick, Matt, thanks very much. Lovely to spend some time with you. Have a very, very Merry Christmas. Great to be with you, gents.
Thank you.
So, rounding out the third quarter of 2021, the month of September, taxes go up again as the government passes an increase in national insurance to pay for social care. The money is immediately swallowed by the National Health Service, however. The idea seems to be that in 3 years' time, the National Health Service will graciously give that back and it will then be focused on social care. Furlough is wound down. And just to prove that we learn nothing from the panic buying of toilet paper during COVID, panic buying of fuel breaks out, leading to long queues and shortages at the pump. There was also a reshuffle, some big moves. Dom Raab, Deputy Prime Minister, moves to Justice. Liz Truss moves from Trade to the Foreign Office. Some big non-moves. Priti Patel stays at the Home Office. Rishi Sunak stays at the Treasury as Chancellor, despite signs of perhaps growing rifts with the PM. The furlough schemes ends. That's cost nearly £70 billion. To talk us through what happened in the month of September, and was it a vintage month or a terrible one? I'm delighted to be joined by Labour councillor and author at Central, Brendan Chilton. Brendan, welcome. And political broadcaster and commentator Maya Tousi. Good to have you with us. Brendan, let me start with you from the other side of the aisle, as it was. What did you make of the reshuffle, the first really major one?
Well, it seemed to me that all the people that should have been moved weren't, and all the people that were moved didn't need to be. Mm-hmm. I think this is probably more, as I say this as a non-Conservative, I think this is more to do with how popular some of those that should have been moved are with the grassroots. Mm-hmm. Priti Patel is presents as being a pretty firm Home Secretary, despite the fact that I don't think she is at all, yet managed to keep her job. And there are others like Liz Truss, who I think her political capital has really risen. And I think she's done a reasonable job since her new appointment. And so it was an eventful occasion. I think, though, that it didn't do much to re-energise the government. I think they'd been stagnating over the past year, and particularly as we were moving out of the restrictions. And I think, the hope was that it would revitalise the government, give a new, fresh face. But when a government's been in for 11 years with various characters around, it's quite difficult to do that. But I think it could have been a more powerful reshuffle.
Maya, you as a kind of political commentator and broadcaster, everybody pulls through the tea leaves, right, whenever there's a reshuffle. What does this mean? And tries to discern, as Brendan was saying, some potential new direction of travel. Is it actually just a rearrangement of the furniture and a few faces sitting at different seats? Or can we look at the September reshuffle as signalling, leaning in one direction rather than another?
Usually some meaningless reshuffles are that, but this time you can't even say it was that. It was just invisible, in a sense that there are, as you said, that there were names that should have been moved. I mean, one person should have been moved, but he can't really move himself because I think he's Prime Minister. But he has tried to work hard. But I mean, there are in terms of Treasury, one of the main areas we're going to discuss tax and those situations is that we do need more sound money people in there. The names like Steve Baker and these guys who could actually get into Treasury, for example. They need to get more important jobs. The Priti Patel situation is quite fascinating because this government knows that one of the biggest priorities is actually immigration and border control. Yet, that's the one area that they keep delaying and delaying. I'm not really sure how that's going to basically come back, really.
I didn't do it at the outset, but I'll do them now. My high point of the month, low point of the month, and banter moment of the month. Right. My high point of the month, I think, what probably was Liz Truss being made Foreign Secretary. I think she's done a very good job at trade, and almost therefore sorry to lose her from that. But and she's a friend of mine as well, so I was glad to see her get a top job. Low point of the month, and this is what I want to come on to, more tax increases. Government votes for a rise in national insurance, an explicit breach of the Conservative Party manifesto commitment. Banter of the month, Lee Anderson MP, you can always count on him, calls on the PM to deploy water cannons against Extinction Rebellion protesters. Right, that I think was the banter one. Let me talk a little about the tax increases. This social care problem has been, it's been there forever. Nobody's ever sort of dealt with it. Brendan, was this the right way to deal with it? Let's hike up national insurance. I mean, you could almost say, if I'm playing devil's advocate defending the government here, that's sort of what national insurance is for. You're supposed to put a bit aside and it pays for social care down the line. Were you a fan of this approach?
I wasn't, and I think the problem we've got here, and it doesn't matter whether you're Labour, Conservative or somewhere in between, there is never going to be enough money from the public taxation to pay for what we need in social care. It's a bit like the NHS. It will become a huge cash cow that will just require more and more money. I don't think any tax rises at the moment are sensible because our recovery, despite the fact it's gone reasonable, the public finances are not great, debt's going through the roof, and the last thing we need to be doing is raising taxes at this point. I think we're going to have to look at some sort of hybrid model of public and private funding of social care in this country, simply because we have an ageing population and there's no sign that that trend is changing. It's only going to get worse. And so if we rely wholly on taxation for this, we are just not going to be able to fund it.
Well, you're a libertarian kind of guy, so what's your libertarian answer to the social care problem? We know because of the changing demographics that people are going to live longer. This is a good thing.
Yeah.
There will be problems with people getting ill. That's a healthcare issue, but there's a huge potential bill on people needing help because they're going to live longer but get frailer. How's a libertarian solve that?
I mean, there's always these arguments that we could always have when it comes to healthcare and social care, different models. Swedish model is actually pretty good in terms of the hybrid, as you said. Have a basic safety net, but actually incentivize the private sector to actually allow to cover most of it. And then there are different debates we could have. Like, we don't have to copy and paste. We could just get different areas from Switzerland and Sweden and kind of mix and match. But the biggest argument is actually the political side of it. The Tories, and who are, generally speaking, they still say we're good, fiscally conservative. We kind of understand we can't just spend money. We have to also reform. Even the coalition government tried to do that more than this government. I know the Andrew Lansley stuff didn't really go down well, but at least they were brave enough to decide to touch the NHS to an extent. Right now, it's just throwing money at it. Nothing actually changes. And one of the problems I have is that the national insurance rise, or the VAT rise, for example, that was announced, the corporation tax rise that was announced a while ago, everything was political. It came out from the Treasury about number 11 that it's just a political move. In about 2-3 years' time, Rishi's going to come back and say, actually, we're not doing that. Why do you have to make everything political? Like, I understand there's politics involved, that you need to just kind of get the budget go through to make sure you don't really go down in the polls.
But the tax system's become a form of virtue signalling.
Exactly, yeah, they're becoming a political tool, which is really weird because it never happened like this. Everything else was a political tool. Like, the NHS was always a political tool, immigration was.
But tax is based
policy,
on maths.
yeah, it's logic. You can't just play with it. But
it was based on maths, no. But these were back in the days when the world was rational and based on basic laws of science. Do you remember those?
Yeah, we used to follow
just about.
Just on the social care thing again, Brendan. I know we're asking you guys to look at this particular month for us, the month of September. But if I look back, let's look back to the 2017 election, when Theresa May's manifesto came up with something, in my view, approaching the solution. I didn't agree with much of the manifesto, but the one bit I did agree with was the most unpopular part of it. That if you own a house or have got assets in your old age and you need social care, why isn't that traded off against the assets? Just to be clear here, I'm not sure you should be forced out of your house, but you could potentially transfer the cost of social care onto inheritance tax or when you choose to downsize. I don't want to force elderly people to have to, even if they don't want to, but it seems to me we've now got an elderly population who are richer than ever before. And therefore, if they need the social care, which they clearly do, isn't it reasonable to use their assets as some sort of leverage against that, rather than putting a tax on people of working age? That seems to me a Ponzi scheme.
Well, of course, that was what did really for Theresa May in that election. She went in calling that election, thinking she was going to get this huge majority, and that social care plan was announced and the wheels came off. I think the model you're suggesting there, and actually the one she suggested, is quite fair. Why should younger people right now who can't afford a deposit for a mortgage, who are being paid tuppence, who are seeing all their day-to-day freedoms restricted because of the pandemic that we've experienced, and this is ongoing now, have to pay for a care system that they're not going to use for probably 50, 60 years, and yet you've got an older population, particularly in London and the South East, who've got a lot of them very good assets because their property prices are going up so much. I think that would be a satisfactory solution, but unfortunately it didn't do for her in that election.
Yeah, again, we're no longer in the age of rationality.
No.
Of course, other big bit of government spending, I mentioned this at the top of this segment, the furlough scheme starts to wind down in September. Again, I instinctively against this. I don't like governments bailing out companies, although on the other hand, if you're basically if the government's saying that you can't work, it seems to me that you're entitled to some compensation. Full disclosure, the IEA did take advantage of the scheme. on that basis. The government's preventing us going about our normal business, so we'll take compensation for that. But do you think, Mayhar, it should have ended earlier? I could understand that the sort of idea was we'll put all of these jobs into formaldehyde and, they'll bounce back at the end of the scheme. But by the time we wound down the programme, 70% of firms were finding it difficult to recruit staff.
I think it's not just they should have had it like short term from day one. Because let's be objective, like March 2020, when the whole thing started here and the first lockdown, in defense of the establishment government, they didn't know how it's going to go overall. Things could change, we could have variants and whatever, right? But, so you can't just say, oh, they should have just had like a 3 month, 2 months furlough and that's it. But they should have had backup options like plan B, plan C, plan D for this sort of stuff. I'm not really in favor of plan B's, plan C's, but for this sort of stuff, they should have had it. So for example, post-May, post-September, Christmas 2020, if this happens, we could do this. To have some sort of actual plan, for example, spending on furlough, so that you could also easily reverse it or easily not implement it. That's the biggest problem. They keep politics and our Western democracy is based on short-termism because of the elections that we have. It's not just short-termism anymore. It's also, it's not my problem, as Rishi Sunak would say, or Boris Johnson would say, it's future Boris and Rishi's problem. And say, they'll deal with it in 2 weeks' time.
You only operate on a cycle of,
it's
a very short cycle. What was your take on the furlough scheme and whether it went on too? I was betwixt and between because I could see the rationale for it. If you're stopping businesses from operating, then you've got to, what do you do with the waiting staff in a restaurant?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was opposed to a lockdown from the start. I didn't think it was right that businesses were essentially put out of action because to do that, what we were doing was borrowing huge amounts of money. Again, the figures are just unimaginable. I can't even imagine what 400 billion looks like. And this was actually a debt scheme because it was all borrowed. And instead of calling it, furlough to keep people paid, it was a debt scheme. All that was borrowed money that's now got to be paid back, or we've got to grow our economy fast enough so it cancels it out. I wanted furlough to end sooner. I think particularly in the summer months, there were pubs, restaurants, bars that could have opened because they had the gardens and outside spaces and things like this. You could have had social distancing in theatres and cinemas, etc.
And of course, the flip side of furlough kind of protects jobs and you hope they bounce back. The flip side is it glues up the labour market, right?
Yes.
The labour market is always a huge turnover of jobs, and we've seen less of that because whilst you're on furlough at whatever, 70-80% of your salary, I mean, you're not
it's the same with the concept of working from home. It's the same thing that, when you had working from home for such a long time, a lot of people were like, I don't want to go back to the office. If you make people dependent on something, it's difficult to take it away.
Well, if you give people money, just give them money and say stay at home. Put you in that, and in that summer, the first lockdown, when everyone was having gin and tonics in their garden at 3 o'clock because the weather was great, it was all nice. It was a good time. But actually, now the chickens are coming home to roost. We're looking at the tax rises as a result of this. We're looking at, potentially other freedoms going if new variants emerge. So not a good picture at all.
So pretty expensive month and a reshuffle that doesn't really change anything, Mayhar. That would be your audit of it.
Yes, basically, yeah. Again, good times.
Yes.
And I finish each segment by asking our guests to rate the year out of 10. 0 is the worst number you can give. 10 is nothing could possibly have been any better than 2021 was. So taking ourselves out of April, but bearing April in mind, Brendan, let me start with you. Out of 10, how good or bad was 2021?
Purely because we had the vaccines, which in theory let all this go back relatively to normal, I'm going to say a 6.
6, pretty modest 6.
Yeah, if I say 2020 was 3, I would say 2021 was 5, 6.
Yeah, that's roughly.
I need an exact number, 5 or 6.
5.5. I can't go 6, the same number. 5, I'll go with
5, middle of the road.
No, actually, no, sorry. I'm the optimist. 7.
7?
Yeah, 7.
Sudden, that's inflation for you. It went from 5 to 7 in a second. Jeez.
Because it wasn't as bad. There were a lot of good stuff that happened. Again, because I keep comparing it to 2020.
We did get to the semi-final, didn't we? Final.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We stopped the boats. Well, for one day. One day, but that was it. We deported 5 foreign criminals. That was good.
Things to be cheerful for, but next year will be even better, right, gentlemen? We're confident about that. No, Brendan.
Well, yeah.
Putting a massive.
Prime Minister Liz Truss, when she gets there, everything will be perfect.
There you go. Things to look forward to. It being Christmas, Mark, share a Christmas cracker with me.
Okay, I'm going to lose that.
Go on, win.
See?
It didn't even pop. That is an omen for next year. It didn't even pop.
And we have our IEA economics jokes in the Christmas cracker.
No.
So what are the 2 scientific laws of economics? Do you know, gentlemen?
Not a clue.
I didn't know this
It's a
one.
trick
either.
question, because it's, look at boss, economics is not hard
The
science.
first two scientific laws of economics. For each economist, there's supposed to exist an equal and opposite economist. That's the first law. And the second law suggests they're both wrong.
Well, that's
There you go. They're not getting any better, these Christmas wrappers. Maya, Brendan, thanks so much for joining us. Have a very, very Merry Christmas. And here's to a much happier 2020.
Merry Christmas to you
Thanks very
too,
much
Mark.
indeed, gentlemen. So, next up is October. This month saw the budget, another round of big spending promises, although the IEA itself did actually get a shout out from the Chancellor in his budget speech when it came to reforming alcohol taxes. The universal credit uplift came to an end, and Insulate Britain took over the mantle from Extinction Rebellion in blocking Britain's roads. COP26, the 26th last chance to save the world from climate change, started in Glasgow. So to talk through October and what it looked like and what it felt like and what we should make of it, great warm welcome back to the IEA for, I think, one of our very favourite MPs, Steve
Mark,
Baker,
thank you.
the MP for Wickham, is joining us for this segment. How the devil are you, sir?
I'm all right. It's going to be a happy Christmas now, I know that.
Well, there you go. I'm glad to have given you some festive cheer. The high point of the month, I think, for me was Public Health England was finally disbanded, although it sort of re-emerged in another form.
Yeah.
Low point of the month, ongoing fuel crisis, and it sort of made me question rational behaviour of consumers a little bit. Banter of the month, Rishi Sunak creates a media storm after being pictured in a pair of £95 sliders. I don't know if that's considered a crime against fashion or a crime against humanity. But Steve, I want to start with a look back at the budget. We would have discussed this an awful lot at the time. But increasingly now, every time I look at the budget, any budget, I just see things getting worse. Spending's going up, taxes aren't coming down, taxes tend to get more complicated. Alcohol duty reform was one small exception to that. Looking back on it now, and you know, they say usually it takes 2 or 3 days to get your head around a budget. We've had 2 or 3 months. What's your take on it, and what's it say about the direction the government and the country's going in?
Well, I think the country's heading in the wrong direction, I'm afraid. We shouldn't have a Conservative government putting up taxes and spending to such high levels. I think what Boris is trying to do is reboot the country, having left the EU. The problem he's really got is that we've spent so much money on coronavirus that we're starting to crystallise problems of age-related spending that I think we might not otherwise have had for 20 years. So, for example, the national insurance levy coming in to try and fund social care. But what we're doing here is we're putting the pledges of age-related spending for older people onto the backs of young people.
Yep.
There was even a rumour recently of lowering the student loan threshold, and I think that'd be plainly immoral. And when I talk to young people, they're very acutely aware of their tax burden. So all in all, I think heading in the wrong direction. I think we're about at the limits of taxation. Your own David B. Smith's written a paper about that. I think we're at the limits of taxation, and what we're doing now is trying to duck the hard decisions that actually over many years unaffordable spending promises have been made without making provision for them, and that's catching up with us.
Let me take you to task on one point. Universal credit uplift. There was a temporary uplift of £20 a week. This came to an end. But you didn't think it should come to an end, right?
No.
So hang on, so this is now, I thought you were a kind of low spend, reduce welfare state, get government spending under control. You think it should have been rendered permanent?
So if in the 21st century, we have to accept that even if we were to have a really free society, we've got to have a working safety net. And the basic amount of universal credit is too low. And so I'm pleased that they did the taper rate, but actually maybe just a straight taper, it doesn't work these days, it goes up too high. So maybe we should have an accelerating taper, but that's a thought for another day.
Mm-hmm.
But actually the basic level of universal credit should go up. I have to face the fact that in southern Buckinghamshire, in High Wycombe, we have a very, very large and very, very active food bank. Now when I pore over the figures of why people are using the food bank, actually they don't cite universal credit. It's a minor afterthought in terms of the causes. But I have to accept that 11 years after we came to power saying the welfare state wasn't working under the Labour Party, it's still not working well or as it should under us. So I want us to be really honest as free market liberals that we need a working safety net. And to me that's universal credit. I don't want to see a universal basic income. I think that's a crazy idea. What I want is universal credit, and I want it to work properly. I think that meant keeping the £20 and doing the uplift. The taper rate, keeping the uplift, doing the taper rate. I'm pleased the government's done something.
So here's an idea to put for you for future budgets when you're Prime Minister or Chancellor of the Exchequer, and that day must surely be coming soon.
Yeah.
Because to my mind, I agree with you. I mean, I'm a libertarian, but I agree there should be a welfare safety net. But to my mind, an awful lot hinges on the taper rate, or to put it in blunter terms, incentives.
Yeah.
What about just going for a negative income tax? So actually, at some levels of income, you're paying, you're being topped up. Then there'll obviously be a point at which you actually start being a contributor rather than a beneficiary, and then that keeps going up.
Well, I think a negative income tax has a lot of advantages. It's just that we've implemented universal credit, and look how long it's taken us. So having only just really, we're well advanced in the rollout now, but I don't think it's actually complete as we speak. For practical reasons, stick with the system we've only just implemented, because this is a terrible waste of money if we were to throw it away and start again, which is, of course, one of the problems with Labour's policy is they want to scrap it. And I'm afraid government's not very good at implementing things, especially software. It wastes enormous amounts of money. And in particular, throwing big policy levers like that one would just waste billions.
Yeah, so try and make a suboptimal system work better. But would you agree with me that the taper rate is the key thing? I mean, we've effectively got people on lower incomes who are facing, if you merge tax and benefits together, higher effective marginal rates of tax than high earners.
Yes, so I absolutely would agree that taper rate is the key thing. But that's partly why I said moments ago I think we might need an accelerating taper. A sort of 1 minus e to the x, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, right.
So instead of it just going straight out and you ending up with people on quite high income still able to, if they wanted to claim UC at very low levels, instead what we should do is taper it out quite fast towards the end. But we'd have to really think through how that would work. But yes, it should taper in such a way that it really is worth doing extra work. But it's more than that. We end up, I think some of us who've never been on benefits end up having excessively simplistic conversations about what's going on. Sometimes if there's complexity and fear about what will happen, that's enough to put people off. Because once you're in the clutches of the state and the bureaucracy, it is absolutely pitiless with people. I mean, that's why we have to do so much casework as MPs. I mean, people talk about the state as if it was a fountain of compassion, but they must never have done MPs' casework. Right. Because I know that the state treats people pitilessly. However charming and lovely the officials are who administer the system doesn't treat people kindly. Yeah. So if you're a person on benefits who've got kids to feed, bills to pay, all the rest of it, and you're afraid that if you do this one small thing, you'll be in the grip of this pitiless machine that just slams down on what you're entitled to, that is a massive disincentive. So more efficient administration of a simpler system is probably materially important even compared to the taper rate.
Looking at the tax system as a whole, I think the IEA in part can call a minor victory. I agree with you, the overall picture looks bleak on alcohol duty reform. We've simplified it. But here is another problem, right? Irrespective, and I want to come back to whether we're at the taxable limits or not of the economy, I suspect we are. But irrespective of whether we're going to tax high, medium or low, the tax code becomes more complicated every goddamn year, right? I mean, more loopholes are put in. I think this benefits the affluent middle class who can employ people to navigate their way through it. Is there any chance we're ever going to move to a simpler system? We said, let's keep universal credit, make it simpler. But the tax rule book is now, on most estimates, the longest of any country in the world. Irrespective of levels of taxation, we've made the system impossible to navigate, haven't we?
I'm certain that we've made it impossible to navigate. I'm pretty certain that no member of Parliament knows the tax code.
I don't think any human being knows the whole tax code.
I'm sure that's right too. But what does that mean for democratic scrutiny of power in the tax system? Well, I mean, I was on the Treasury Committee. I think I became the longest serving Treasury Committee member, and I don't know the tax code. Of course I don't. So we've ended up that political power has very substantially escaped democratic and parliamentary control, and that's a really serious issue. So we should be shortening the tax code, but the prospects of doing it are pretty limited. So you did your own 2020 Tax Commission.
Yeah.
That was a great document, but it's such a radical simplification, I don't see anybody being able to do it. But politicians can't help but tinker in other people's lives to try and get different outputs. What I think we need, particularly as we come out of coronavirus, particularly with such a big backlog that's going to hit the NHS, we've got so many different problems hitting us. I think what we need is a fundamental reappraisal of our values and from our values and a consideration of virtues and what it means to be individuals and relate to one another, start having some better policies which are more sustainable. Because what we've got at the moment is the machine trying to do things it's not capable of doing. They're things that don't work well, which we can't afford. This is not a suitable way to go forward with the public, and I think the public are increasingly irritated with it.
Any other possible upsides? I mean, in the budget, Rishi Sunak set out some new fiscal rules. I mean, I think that is the 5th set of fiscal rules since 2010. This goes a little bit to, you mentioned David B. Smith, you know, we're probably at the taxable limits of the economy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's a theoretical number that you could get here, but if you look historically, no government in the UK has been able to squeeze much more than 39% of GDP from the private sector.
Depending how you measure GDP.
So, you know, there or thereabouts. When's the day of reckoning come then? Because you're right, if you're continually spending much more than that, you can get away with it year 1, year 2, maybe even year 20, maybe year 25, maybe year 30.
Yeah.
But at some point, if we don't change course, a major day of reckoning is coming, right?
Yeah, so I think the major day of reckoning comes as the Bank of England starts to tighten monetary policy in the face of relatively low levels of inflation, so high single digits. If inflation's 5-6% sustained, the Bank of England has to tighten, under its mandate, has to tighten monetary policy. And I think, you know, Andy Haldane told us they had deliberately inflated the biggest bond market bubble in history. That hasn't deflated, right? So it's still there. If anything, it will have got bigger. One of your earlier commentators was talking about all the money we borrowed for coronavirus, but the OBR told us that the amount was broadly equal to the amount created by the Bank of England through QE. So this is an enormous merry-go-round of money creation to fund government. So I think as the bank tightens monetary policy, that's when the day of reckoning comes. And I think there's no point being frightened of it, but it is quite a frightening thing. And I think in that moment, something really important and profound is going to happen. Either Boris Johnson will do what is right and start doing things which classical Liberals and Conservatives recognise, or he'll change the mandate of the Bank of England to avoid tightening spending and raising taxes, whatever. And I think to ask that sort of question is to answer it. He'll almost certainly change the mandate of the bank. I think they'll
that just delays the day of reckoning.
Of course it does. So I think what they'll do is go for nominal GDP targeting. I think that because in the course of a couple of days, both Sajid Javid and Jim O'Neill raised nominal GDP targeting in the public sphere and including at the Treasury Committee. When I invited Jim O'Neill to explain what it actually was, he didn't want to take the opportunity.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. Now, although great scholars, classical liberal scholars like George Selgin are in favour of nominal GDP targeting, I haven't got faith that this government, if it changed the mandate to that one, would do the sorts of things that George Selgin would do to make sure it wasn't too inflationary. So I think we'll end up, in a nutshell, if I could put it colloquially, I think Boris might, in the moment of decision, end up changing the mandate so that we just print money to get the GDP he wants in an accelerating environment of inflation. And I think once we're there, we then are off to the races. Because I don't think we're in a position at the moment with this Prime Minister where he's got any intention of tightening the spending reins. He really wants his legacy to be rebooting the country through levelling up. He can only do it by spending a lot of money.
That we don't have.
That we haven't got. And he's hoping that we'll somehow get a return on it. But I am afraid I'm not very optimistic about that. In the long run, I'm optimistic because sooner or later the day of reckoning will come and then we'll have to do the right thing. But we'll do the right thing only after we've tried all other courses.
Sound like me, I always say from the IEA, I'm a short-term pessimist but a long-term optimist, but a bit of a short-term pessimist.
The long story of human progress is an ever upwards trajectory. Well, I say ever upwards. It's occasionally interrupted by world wars, but you know, the long story of human progress is that things get better and we should be optimistic. It's absolutely right that we should be optimistic, but we can only be optimistic if we choose to do the right things. And the right things mean...
we're not.
Well, the right thing is to adopt the doctrine of freedom.
Yeah, I agree with that. So... we've spoken a lot about the budget, but Steve, looking at 2021 as a whole, how would you audit it? And I'm asking each of our guests to give it a number, an integer between 0 and 10, about how good or bad a year was it. And some folk, I think, will probably say that, well, we're sort of through the worst of it, so I can see these sunlit uplands ahead. Others, I suspect, will say, well, it's about the worst year I've ever had.
Well, I'm not going to give it a 0 because there wasn't a total war. And it was better than last year because we have the vaccines. But then in the face of a variant, we've fibrillated and vacillated and panicked. So I'm afraid I'm probably going to give this year a reluctant 4.
4?
Yeah, I think so, because I'm afraid the trajectory we're currently on is pretty bad.
It is
but I would like us to be getting to the point that we're having years that are, 8, 9s, 10s. But I think we can do it. If we took decisions to, for example, make the UK the best place in all the world to invest capital for a return, we'd start having years that were 8, 9s and 10s. But we've got to positively do it. We've got a majority of 80. Conservative MPs are supposed to understand the basics of a free market economy. You'd like to think they'd vote for the right things. But if we keep doing net zero, we'll make ourselves cold, like we are doing, then we'll make ourselves colder and poorer. And we'll probably adopt a planned economy, which will ruin us. Mm-hmm. So if we keep making stupid choices, we'll be poor and have miserable years. If we make great choices, well, I'd like to see us getting up to the 8s, 9s and 10s.
And let me just, to get to the 8, 9s and 10s, do you think it's actually, and this is just the disconnect that I can't explain, is actually the narrative of this government would, on the face of it, appeal to folk like you and I. It's, we want this to be the best place in the world to invest. We want to unleash free enterprise. We want this to be the hub of new tech and buzz. All of the sort of first paragraph of each government speech is something along those lines. Yeah. They don't open by saying, actually thinking about it, I think we probably should move to a centrally planned economy. They open with this, the sort of narrative and buzzwords that you and I would have put. But the policies seem wholly detached from the narrative. Is that?
So you have to ask yourself, are ministers really governing the country? Because I think I know what Rishi Sunak wants. I think I know what Kwasi Kwarteng used to say he wanted. Liz and others, Dom Rubb. They're people who wanted the things that I say I want. But I'm just slightly afraid that in office, the sheer scale of the momentum of the official machine, the civil service advising them, doesn't believe what they believe. And unless they've got the resources and the intellect and the character and the resolve to force the machine to do what they want, it isn't going to.
And the machine wins, yeah. I remember a former colleague of yours saying to me, the opposition is not the leader of the Labour Party, it's Sir Humphrey Appleby.
All the civil servants I worked with, I had the highest regard for. Some extremely clever people and very talented and clearly wanting to serve the public interest. The only problem is that they don't really believe what you and I believe.
Much done, much left to do, Steve, in the year ahead. In the festive spirit, share a cracker with me.
Yep, go, ready?
I'm not doing bad.
Where did you buy this rubbish?
Oh, there you go. You got the bang out of it. But they've got... each one comes with an incredibly corny, rather useless IEA economics joke.
I'm standing by. It won't be the worst joke I've heard
recently. Can't economists keep their hands clean while eating?
Why can't they keep... Because of the invisible... it's going to be really pathetic.
It is, yeah. Their food choices can tend to be sticky. Oh. That's a bit of a groaner, isn't it?
That is awful. That actually needs explaining.
This is bad. We will do an entirely new series explaining the deep economics behind each of the cracker jokes. I promise you that.
I've got an economics joke for you. What is the difference between an Austrian school classical liberal and an anarcho-capitalist? About 6 months usually.
Very good. Okay. We'll definitely explain that one. That will take about maybe a full hour video on that one. Yeah. Steve, great to have you with us.
Wonderful to see you.
Thanks for all of your analysis. I think with you things are looking a little bleak at the moment, but let's hope for a much better 2022. And Steve, I very much hope that some of your thinking actually percolates into the corridors of power.
Yours too.
Have a very, very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thanks for having me on with you.
So next we're on to November. Freezing weather hits Britain in the form of Storm Arwen. Large parts of the country are left without power, transport near impossible in many areas. Perhaps it showed us a possible carbon zero future should COP26 have resulted in even more radical new measures to cut down on power supplies. The storm was pretty similar, I think, in magnitude to the one hitting the House of Commons in a form of a lobbying scandal. Owen Paterson being backed up totally by the government 1 minute and resigning the next. Inflation continued to grow, hit its highest level in a decade, and we discovered the new variant of the virus, Omicron, I don't know how it's pronounced. We'll be discussing that with our guests. High point of the month, difficult to find one, but England did beat San Marino 10-0 to qualify for the World Cup, and Italy failed to qualify automatically, so we got a little bit of revenge for our defeat in the Euros final. Low point, Well, seemed to be actually we weren't really getting out of lockdown. Masks reintroduced in shops on public transport. More restrictions to come. Perhaps that was the sign of it. Banter of the month. Boris's Irish Bridge project was given a bit of a reality check. A study did indicate it was physically possible to build, but would cost £335 billion and take 30 years to build, so probably an even bigger waste of money than HS2. To discuss the month of November, delighted to be joined by comment editor at the Daily Telegraph, Olivia Utley. Merry Christmas, Olivia. Great to have you with us.
Give me a promotion there as well. Thank
Oh, we can give you assistant comment editor at the Daily Telegraph.
I'll take it.
Maybe I know something you don't. And the Times science editor and my first cousin, Tom Whipple. Tom, great to have you with us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tom, let me start with you because you're our science geek on the show. You need to give us the science reality check. So the new variant's been discovered in South Africa. South African medics seem pretty unconcerned. Yes, the virus appears to be more transmissible, but less deadly. What should we have in November have made of this? I mean, we should actually, if we were as scientific as you were, be more relaxed than we have been, perhaps.
I would say that the South African medics I've spoken to, unconcerned would not be the characterisation of their feelings on this. We're still getting in data about how severe it is. It's quite clear that it, as was feared in November when it was discovered, it massively escapes immunity. It's got all of these mutations that have changed the shape of the spike, and it's infecting a whole bunch of people who wouldn't have been infected by Delta. And ultimately the severity, unless it's massively less severe, and there's no particular reason to believe it will be, if it infects a lot of people, then it's that old sort of canard, a small proportion of a very large number can still be a very large number. But when it emerged in November, I remember thinking, fine, let's watch it, but let's leave it as a story, because all we had was a virus with a heck of a lot of mutations, and we didn't know whether it was going to do anything in the real world. There were theoretical worries, but when the South Africans released data that it was also spreading a lot, that's when it became as serious as it is. And I'd say that for people who think, oh, it's another scariant, it's another, there'll always be a new variant, I'd ask them what they thought of the press coverage of Epsilon, Eta, Theta, Zeta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, which have all passed entirely under the radar. There were good reasons.
I didn't read any of the press coverage. I'm one of the people who's very relaxed. Should I not be? Well, about all of those, the Greek alphabet.
There was essentially no press coverage.
Right.
There's not been a case of crying wolf from Delta until now. It's been okay, but Omicron is not.
Olivia, what do you make of all this? I mean, I'm just over all of this, right? I mean, I'm just, and a part of me just can't see an end in sight. I don't know which other strange Greek and Latin terms I'm going to have to learn next.
Well, I agree. I mean, I'm sure Tom's absolutely right, and there probably is there might well be quite a severe risk from Omicron, but do we want to live at this point? Surely we just have to make a decision about whether we want to live in the sort of society where we have these draconian restrictions hanging over us at all times and our liberty can just be withdrawn at a moment's notice. I mean, we keep talking about overwhelming the NHS. We've had 18 months. We've known that this is happening. Why isn't NHS capacity being expanded? Of course it would be expensive, but it would be much less expensive than shutting down the whole economy every time a new variant manages to escape. I'm also very confused about the Plan B measures that they're talking about to try and combat this. Vaccine passports. Well, we absolutely know the whole point of Omicron is that it manages to escape immunity. So you show your vaccine. I went to a party, genuinely true, I went to a party last weekend, 18 people there, everyone double jabbed, 13 of them caught COVID from one person there. So it's absolutely clear, and we know this from all over the whole country, that people are still catching the virus when they've been double jabbed. So what is the purpose of vaccine passports? Masks on tubes, I mean, we still don't really know how effective masks are, what's that really going to do? So it just seems like we're in a very odd situation, and it feels like the government's just panicking about it, and that's it.
Tom, is there a danger that as things unfold, we're always fighting the last war? That kind of, we've sort of worked out what might be the right response for the Delta variant. You then apply that to this, but actually a completely different response might have been necessary.
Yeah, although I feel that that's ideally what we're trying is a completely different response. I mean, if I was to sit now and advise the government, which, there are far better people doing that, I'm sure they're being told,
The first thing is boost, because there is good data that with the third jab, you do get to a level of really quite useful immunity against both infection and almost certainly severe disease. Buy time to boost. Do something about so that we never ever have to think about closing schools again, and also set things going on the variant vaccine. We've been talking for we know that mRNA can be tweaked easily, and we know that we can make these fast. We won't have them for the winter, but we could have them for the spring.
And it's going to be a continual ongoing war with this, right? Like flu. I mean, I don't want to fall into the trap of saying COVID was no worse than flu. It clearly was, because we didn't know it. We didn't have any vaccine. But in my imagination, as each year rolls by, it's going to be like dealing with flu. There'll be variants. Some years will be worse than others. Vulnerable people. I'm asthmatic. I get jabbed for flu every year. This year, however, I was more concerned about getting my flu jab than I was about getting my booster. I have had both, but I was more on the phone to say I want my flu jab than having been double jabbed and having had COVID. I kind of thought I could probably put that slightly on the back burner. I'll get the booster when I'm good and ready, which I've done. But is it going to be like flu in the future and for the rest of our lives?
I mean, to an extent, I think it's highly likely that we will get the flu jab. People who get the flu jab will also get a booster jab for this at the same time, and we know that they can be tweaked very rapidly. But it's not. This isn't. I mean, I agree. It's thoroughly depressing, and it feels endless. I think a lot of us fell into the trap of thinking that there would be an end, there would be a VE day for COVID, and there isn't going to be a VE day for COVID. Someone I spoke to on SpyM, one of the modelers, put it quite nicely. He said, look, imagine if you ring a bell, it will continue to reverberate, but it will get less and less. And we are going to keep on getting these waves, but each is going to be less of a concern than the last, until at some point we kind of realise COVID is sort of out of our lives rather than being this all-dominating thing that means I can only ever write about viruses.
Yep. I mean, Olivia, to my mind, it is sort of out of my life. I don't know how you felt at the time of that it first emerged in 2020. I mean, I wasn't panicked. I'm not the panicky kind of type, you know that. But I was sort of, I mean, this could be really utterly ghastly on a health basis. Now I'm more petrified of the regulations. Who can I meet? Who can I shake hands with? Where do I have to wear a mask? Oh my God, I've forgotten it. I didn't realise you had to wear a mask walking through the parliamentary estate, even if you were outside. I'd forgotten one. I had to go and borrow one from somebody in order to walk 15 yards outside in the pouring bloody rain. Which they've probably worn already, yes. So I'm now more worried about the regulations than the illness. How about you?
Me too, and I definitely don't think you're alone. I also think that people are beginning to realise the absurdity of the level of the restrictions in the first lockdown. I mean, obviously, there have been stories about the horrific child abuse, etc., that took place because the social services were just basically not operating properly. Awful stories of domestic abuse, etc., which, basically shows that you can't really do something like that. But then also, I've been having lots of conversations with friends recently about just laughing about how silly it was, the way we all walked in parks a metre and a half away from each other or whatever it was, and were you going for a walk with your friend or were you going for exercise, and it was just coincidental that your friend happened to be with you. Yeah, exactly. And I just don't think that it'll really be possible to try and, if there's a plan to sort of introduce those levels of restrictions again, I think that people feel like you and I, and that it's all just a bit, it all seems a bit ludicrous and absurd, and I just don't think it'll be possible to do the same sort of thing as we did last March.
Do you think that's right, Tom, that if you like compliance, I mean, I have sought not to break the regulations, even if I consider them preposterous. I think you should try and follow the law. Probably at the margins, I'd be happy to. But there was one time I had to put a handkerchief over my face because I'd forgotten about that. I kind of thought, I'm not going to get nicked for that. But my patience, which wasn't a particularly high level 12 months ago, is definitely worn very, very thin, and I'm guessing that's probably typical of average Joe, isn't it?
I think it is, and we don't know what's going to happen if, and it's a massive if, and I think it'll be everything short of introducing these kind of measures. If they are introduced, we don't know what it'll mean about compliance, but there's a danger in this discussion that we're talking about it like it's some sort of planned policy that's implemented. The times we have put in lockdowns that have been really serious has been because Boris has been staring down the barrel of people having operations in hospital car parks, and it's as simple as that. And if we, and I really don't think we will, except for the fact that all of my predictions have been wrong so far, but if we get to that stage, of course we'll do exactly the same thing again, because that's the virus has forced your hand, and it's really tedious. But
well, from one rather pessimistic thing onto another, I guess. COP26, hosted in Glasgow in November, described as the death knell for coal power, but the agreement was a bit weakened by last-minute demands from China and India. Much like previous agreements, there were calls for a lot of ambitious goals with comparatively little definite action or enforcement. Greta Thunberg, who, we never appeared on this programme, but we mentioned her a lot, thought little of the conference, calling it nothing but blah, blah, blah. Olivia, what was your take and the Telegraph's take on COP26? I mean, it absolutely dominated the news coverage for, I think the BBC gave it more coverage than they would give a World Cup. I mean, there was, although I gather if you go to the most read section, actually, it was way down. Cat Up Tree was beating some of the stories. What was your take on COP26, the Jamboree? What did you and the Telegraph make of it?
We felt it was a flop, basically, in short. It felt very much like the tail was wagging the dog. They came up with all these very bold targets, but there wasn't really very much discussion about how they were going to reach those targets. It's just, we will invent these targets and then sort of hope for the best. And, if there'd been lots of talk about helping the market to innovate so that we can have new green technologies which might make it possible, that would have felt worth it. But instead, we just sort of tapping China and India on the wrist and saying, well, you've got to do better. And actually, the only way that we've managed to become more green is because we've basically outsourced most of our manufacturing to places like China and India, and then patted ourselves on the back with, haven't we done well with our new green targets? The truth is that you can make as many targets as you like, but until we have the technology, which will be invented by the market eventually, then we're not going to reach them. So it was all just show, really, wasn't it?
More heat than light from COP26. Tom, the bit I was most impressed about, that all of the fans of COP26 agreed that this is the last chance for mankind. So I hope we can universally agree there needs to be no COP27. COP26 was the last chance for mankind. I was reliably informed.
It's phenomenally easy to be depressed about COPs. I certainly have. I've been covering them since 2009 when I went to Copenhagen. They are just so easy to parody. This year there was... So what was it? The Qatar have by far the highest per capita emissions of any country in the world, but they're the most popular stand in the pavilion because they were giving away some excellent coffee.
That's what really counts at these gatherings.
The Tuvalu stand was, I absolutely loved it. They got this inexplicable diorama, which was life-size polar bears wearing life jackets. I'm genuinely not making this up. I cannot see another interpretation of it. Lynching a penguin. They got a penguin hanging off a noose, and that was marvellous. And I have these moments.
What was the intended message of that?
Well, I don't know. it's like sort of. I'd imagine it's like one of the sort of cartoons you get in on the comment page. Like, no, I'm just not seeing this. Is the penguin the rapacious demands of capitalism? And I don't know. It needed more. Why were they at the same pole? Maybe the penguin had, polar bears are fundamentally xenophobic. They won't share the ice with another icebound large predator. I don't know. But
it was actually about racism, not about climate.
Maybe.
Speciesism.
You roam into these and you think, why am I with another 30,000 people, my lanyard swinging in the breeze by the Clyde? And there's a story I have to tell because it's my favourite COP story, and it feels like it's a metaphor for this, and I am going to get on to positive. Back in 2009, I was hanging out with the climate protesters, and which was great fun, sleeping in the school hall, lots of bongos, and they had this plan for the last day, but they wouldn't tell me as an evil scion of the Murdoch press. But I knew they had a plan, and we went on a march, and they wanted to break into the main event. Naturally, we got kettled on 3 sides. Mm-hmm. The 4th side was a canal, which was very near freezing point. And they predicted this. They were absolutely brilliant. I mean, it was a fantastic British engineering. They got their rucksacks out. Each of them had an inflatable mattress in their rucksack. They inflated the mattresses. They joined them together in a pontoon bridge. They pushed the bridge over the river with one of them at the front. The police, plenty of time to get round with their snarling dogs and stuff. Just as they got to the other side, they said, send forward the sausages. And they threw the sausages at the police dogs. The police dogs ate the sausages, and everyone got arrested. It was just sort of futile, but lots of thought.
Great performance art.
Yes, yeah. But what I will say about COP is, it's 200 countries. If you didn't have this process, you'd have to have this process. Of course, it's disappointing. There's a lot of theatre. I was being told throughout by the British negotiation team, look, I can't believe fossil fuel, coal is even on the table. That was one of those things that they put into the agreement expecting it to go. They have this UN thing, which is you have a list of verbs by order of severity. So asks, urges, requests, and you're having discussions about whether this particular paragraph begins with asks, requests, urges, calls upon.
This is mental.
The whole thing is utterly mental. You can get it on the UN website, right. Except there's two versions where requests or urges are swapped.
Right.
And you don't know which is the one and whether you have in fact extracted something out of... this whole thing is
pointless.
The sausage factory is preposterous. But before Copenhagen, we were looking at 6 degrees as worst case scenario. I've talked for ages. After Paris, we were down to 4. We're now looking at 2.4. Now, these pledges might not come through, but we have got most countries, including China and India, pledging net zero with interim periods. China said, after 2030, if we go up, we're breaking our pledges.
Yeah, but
the system is doing something.
But Olivia, is this worth the paper it's written on? I mean, they might pledge that we're all going to be 3 times as rich in 2050 or 100 times as rich in 2080, but I'm not sure a government diktat saying that changes the weather, either metaphorically or literally.
That's the thing. I think if it's convenient and cheap for China to go net zero, then it will. But fundamentally, the problem is that it's politically impossible for governments to do things which will make their people poorer. And unless there's a way that we can mitigate that, then these countries just won't follow through on their pledges. Surely, I don't see another way around.
And what do you think? I'll put this to you in a minute, Tom. But Olivia, what do you think about what irritated me about it? And I'm not against decarbonisation per se. I mean, that might have all sorts of benefits, but not just around climate change. It might be a good thing to strive for. But what worries me is this incredible specificity of targets. I mean, if you were to look at just the UK, so exactly net zero, not one molecule of carbon dioxide above that by whatever it is, 1 minute past midnight on the 1st of January 2050 or whenever it is. And, the aim is to keep global temperatures not rising by sort of 1.5, 1.51 would be a disaster, 1.499 and we've achieved everything. It seems to me there's way too much, and that's always the sign of central planning, right? Unbelievably specific targets, when actually the problem's much more of a kind of spectrum than that, isn't it?
Exactly, and it comes back to sort of tail wagging dog thing. Everyone's just sort of obsessing about these targets and just not talking about how you're going to do anything to actually achieve them. It's just all about the targets, and it becomes a sort of, the more virtuous you are, the quicker your net zero target will be, and sort of the more extreme it will be, and very little about doing anything to actually make it happen.
So if we're applying the Stalin tractor production model to the climate, how do we think we're going to compare in terms of outcomes, Tom?
Well, Stalin wasn't bad at tractor production.
Not as good as Western capitalism at tractor production.
He was a lot better than the Tsarists.
Right, okay, right. So we could have So we're in for Stalinism, not Tsarism, in order to crack this problem. You're not cheering me up greatly.
I mean, ultimately, it's obviously going to come from a mix of the two. The targets, the political targets, give companies things, it creates an environment in which they can work. And one of the interesting things, and I was told by several people, is it now felt like the companies were pulling the governments, whereas before it was the governments pulling the companies. And yeah, all this stuff has to come. I'm not sure, and obviously to an extent, the targets are absurdly arbitrary. I'm not quite sure what the other way of doing it is. I mean, it is a classic, what would you guys say, externality, tragedy of the commons kind of thing. And so, ideally, I'd be very pro. There are several very interesting market-based solutions. One of the cleverest that I heard, which you economists might have problems with, but I couldn't immediately see it, was Miles Allen, the climate scientist, who's saying, well, look, why don't we have extraction taxes, effectively? So you say, well, in the first year, you have to put away 1% of the carbon from the fossil fuels you've extracted. Second year, 2%. and so on. And then you don't have to worry about, well, are we taxing carbon at the border? Are we hiding it around the corner? And I'd love solutions like that, because I think that's how we will get to these things. But it has to be public-private. And, 10 years ago, Copenhagen, electric vehicles were crappy milk floats bought by Guardian readers. Now they're
like
Elon
slightly
Musk.
less crappy milk floats brought by Guardian readers.
Well, they're the fastest accelerating cars in the world that are, most desirable.
So is that right, Olivia? These transformations aren't just for Guardian readers. We'll get there somehow in the end, do you think?
I think we probably will get there in the end, but only sort of when it's convenient for people, not because the government has set targets. I mean, Tom's probably right that it does help push companies into. But, yeah.
But maybe we need to be very clear that we're going to ask, urge, request or demand that people don't go on holiday or trade in their car. There's going to be quite a lot of asks, urge, requests and demands of the British population, I think. I want to finish, thanks for giving us your overview, Tom and Olivia, of the month of November, but I want to finish as we often do on this show by asking kind of how you feel about things in the year as a whole at the moment. I'm going to ask each of you to rate the year out of 10. Naught is, nothing could possibly have gone worse. Absolutely ghastly year, tremendously awful. 10 is nothing could have possibly gone better. You need to give me an integer between 0 and 10. Olivia, what's your audit of 2021?
I'm going to say 7, on the grounds that I think right at the beginning of this year, when we just hearing that the vaccine might be working, we weren't really sure. I did not think that by the middle of the year we would be out of lockdown. I got married with 130 people at a massive ceremony with no restrictions in October. I really wasn't expecting that to be happening earlier in the year. And the fact that as Tom says, I mean, between Delta and Omicron, we haven't had any too worrying variants. And Omicron, so far, there doesn't seem to be cause for absolutely massive alarm. I think it's not as bad as it could have been. And I'm an optimist, so I've bumped that up to a 7. Yeah, I was going to say 6, but I bumped up to 7.
Good. Tom?
So in one sense, I don't want to see a year as bad in my life. But in another, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to say 7 as well, because of the massive injection of public cash into science, which I think we've had our Second World War moment. The Second World War led to the jet age, the space age, the computer age. We're moving into an mRNA and genomics age, which has been massively accelerated by this. I think we're going to see cancer vaccines. I think we're going to begin to see antivirals that work more generically, a little bit like an antiviral penicillin. So I'm taking a positive out of all this awfulness and saying that we will look back on this time as when a lot changed in medical science.
Well, that's pretty upbeat from the two of you then. Thanks. Have a Merry Christmas. Olivia, you've got to share the cracker with me. But you've got to give me the joke to read out. So we've got special IEA economic jokes. What mode of transport does an economist prefer?
Oh, it's going to be some
These
sort
are
of...
just all...
Is this going to be a monetary cycle?
I'll give it to you. A banking cycle. Oh,
Right.
God. Terrible stuff. Olivia, Tom, have a very Merry Christmas. Thanks for your slightly upbeat take on the year and the month of November. Been great to have you with us. Thanks so much. And so we reach the last month of 2021. Is there any festive cheer in the month of December? There's been too much excitement and too much misery this year. The government was hit by scandal, of course, over whether it obeyed COVID rules and the Christmas party at Downing Street. The new Omicron, decide what you want to call it, variant, brought about Plan B the government has gone for. Restrictions are back. 2021 was the year I thought we were supposed to escape to freedom. Freedom Day originally, way back in June, hours ago on this show. And here we are again. And we'll have to see whether or not Christmas is ruined. We'll take it from there. There's not much comfort and joy in this particular month. Not much comfort and joy this year, as you've seen from so many of our guest numbers. Some wild optimists out there, I agree, but, not a great deal to be cheerful about. For this look back at December, just towards the end of December, I'm delighted to be joined by two of the IEA home team. My senior policy advisor, Sam Collins. How the devil are you, Mr. Collins?
Very well, thank you very much for having me on.
And our head of cultural affairs, Mark Glendenning. Glenda, how's it going?
It's going very well. I'm fighting fit.
Well, okay, so looks like this could be an optimistic end to matters. So, standout moment of December, new restrictions. Plan B is coming in. You know, just when you thought it was safe to look back at the calendar, suddenly you can't look back at the calendar. You can't actually just say Freedom Day's arrived and it's all clear from there. Sam, what do we make of this? This is just, I mean, this is deja vu all over again. I mean, this is Groundhog Day squared.
No, there endeth the optimism. I mean, I'm almost surprised that the government managed to last. I think it was something like 143 days between Freedom Day and then the announcement that they were reimposing restrictions.
You had 143 days of freedom. What do you want, peasant?
And glorious days they were too. Well, I suppose one shouldn't be too, shouldn't be too greedy. But as anybody could have expected, as the IEA senior fellow Julian Jessup actually did suggest, the economic results of new restrictions have been pretty tough on a lot of businesses that have been struggling already. £4 billion a month is what Julian's estimate was on the economic effects. The government has said that they're going to renew the restrictions again. Probably in early January. We'll see if we can hold them to that, or if they have.
See if we can hold them to that, indeed.
Or if they can have if they're going to have a festive hangover. But hopefully, we will not have them run through till March, because that could cost £18 billion to the economy.
Glenda, whenever I bump into people around Westminster, especially if they happen to be a Conservative member of Parliament, they say, "Mark, how are you?" I say, "Well, I'm not doing too badly. I'm slowly adapting to living in a socialist dystopian state." That's what's happening, isn't it? We're all slowly adapting to living in a socialist dystopian state after the last 12 months. Not much festive cheer at the end of this show, sorry. Ending on a downbeat note.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we see this sinister kind of collectivism, maybe of a sort of, it's not necessarily socialist per se, and with regard to the culture war, I think something else is going on there, which I would argue is more akin to an updated form of fascism, a sort of third way authoritarianism. But we're seeing the momentum this movement has. I mean, earlier this month, of course, there was the Rod Liddle fiasco at Durham University, and Rod, who I think is a great campaigner for political liberty, is fast becoming our equivalent of Galileo. Because there was a mass walkout.
Well, let me just talk us through what happened here, because Mark, for our viewers, you're our head of cultural affairs here, by which we mean the kind of freedom in sectors that are kind of non-economic. The IEA obviously usually focuses on economic matters, but without freedom of speech and freedom of exchange, it's pretty hard for freedom of exchange of ideas. It's pretty hard for free markets to actually operate. So Rod Liddle, I think, will be known to most of our viewers and listeners, but controversial, outspoken social democrat, actually. I think
long-standing member of the Labour Party until recently.
Until recently, where he's joined the Social Democratic Party.
Yeah.
What did he do? Who did he cause offence to? And why is he right?
Well, the interesting point is that most of the people who walked out of his lecture...
What was it?
Well, he was giving a lecture that Professor Tim Luckhurst had invited him to give.
Right, on what was he talking about?
On tolerance, on freedom of speech.
This is going to become deeply ironic by the next sentence, I think.
Of course, yeah. And most of the people who stormed out of the meeting in High Dudgeon did so before he'd even started speaking, which kind of proved his point, but then some more.
They turned up, presumably, only in order to walk out. It's not they opened with a particularly crude joke or something.
Yeah, but hilariously, one of the grounds that they decided to do this was because they said he represents classist views. Now, if anybody knows Rod, he's a rather earthy, son of Teesside.
Yeah.
But in fact, what they meant by that was that he'd made some anti-middle class jokes.
Right.
And of course, the sort of pastiche.
I thought that was his profession.
Well, quite.
That's how he
doing
made
it for
his
40
money.
years, yeah. But the sort of pastiche Maoists of Durham University, who are all, virtually all of them highly middle class, are now taking exception. The new left is taking exception
hang on.
to people making jokes about the middle class.
Mark, you've got to fill in this story for me.
Yeah.
So Rod turns up to give a lecture on tolerance and freedom, invited by this chap called Professor Tim Luckhurst.
Yeah.
There's a number of people in the auditorium or the hall or whatever.
Yeah, hundreds. Yeah.
Hundreds, and some walk out.
Yes.
Why should I be scandalised by this?
Well, no, because then the story continues.
Oh, right.
So the student union are now waging a campaign to force Luckhurst to resign. And then there was a hilarious film of his wife screaming, "Arse, arse, arse," at the students who were surrounding her husband and herself at the end of the meeting. People waiting for the new Galileo, Rod Liddle, as he was leaving. But the interesting point for me of all this, this is sort of happens every week now, virtually on our campuses, was that the grounds on which the student union are demanding that Luckhurst resign is that he violated the safety of the students of Durham by inviting a speaker who would say the sort of things that Rod says. So this redefinition of safety is so extraordinary that it is going to render all political liberty impossible if, in fact, this gains traction.
Right, okay, well, the extraordinary state of affairs. What else has happened in the cultural affairs freedom sphere as well? Give us some more festive cheer about our freedom of speech dying a death over the course of 2021.
Well, this is quite topical, because a very sort of Christmassy figure for me is William Hogarth, our greatest satirist, equal opportunities mocker of, those with power in 18th century Britain. Great liberal, broadly liberal figure. And there's an exhibition which has recently opened at the Tate. But the Tate have decided to put trigger warnings next to every one of the 60 exhibits and have invited various people to critique Hogarth from a sort of critical race theory position. And so this to me epitomizes the irrationality of the new modern left, whereby they insanely extrapolate from particular incidents or indeed works of art broad-ranging conclusions to sustain their assertion that structures of power which cannot be seen or empirically verified actually exist. So, for example, one of the critiques is that Hogarth, in a self-portrait, is sitting on a chair, the timber of which must have come from the British colonies and therefore was linked to slavery, because there's no link between Hogarth and slavery. There's another picture.
Other than via the chair.
Other than via the chair.
I'm getting a bit worried about the upholstery here at the IEA. I didn't check it before seeing it.
It doesn't look like an 18th century chair made from a particular type of timber, but I may be wrong. I'm not an expert.
We're a bit more Poundland here. A bit more Poundland,
yeah, I think there's a bit more IKEA, isn't it? But, and so, it just goes on and on. Let me read you a quote, which I think really epitomizes the madness of all of this, but also, I think, interestingly, the profoundly anti-Enlightenment values that virtually every major institution in this country, including the Tate, now subscribes to. So, talking of the period in which Hogarth was producing his cartoons and works of art, they say, this was an age of intellectual experimentation and innovation, but also materialism, moral uneasiness and hypocrisy.
Okay, that does sound so good. Right.
Yet the sense of progress, the ideals of liberty, many Europeans imagined to characterize the era, were far from universal. These Enlightenment ideas were produced and benefited white, with a capital W, men course, no women benefited
Capital
from...
M or only a capital W for white?
Capital
Right.
W.
Lowercase for men, put them in their place.
Yeah, from the middle and upper classes. So there you see the kind of ideology that is now behind even our cultural, artistic institutions. I mean, it's just sort of gone everywhere.
Right, I'm guessing Glenda's going to give me a pretty bleak view of the year as a whole. But Sam, let me come back to you. I'm not going to ask you for your optimism, or rather your audit number yet. It's not usually an optimism rating here on Live with Littlewood, but we're doing an audit, of course, as you've known if you've been watching us throughout the show. How much madder has the United Kingdom got over the course of 2021?
I think quite a lot. And the thing that I think is the most mad is how, and this has been happening for 2 years now, is how much the constant lockdowns, restrictions, etc., have become part of the culture almost, the national, the brain, the mind of the country. And I just think that we are not, it's going to take a long time to undo some of the restrictions that we've had. So I think we're a lot madder. If I have to give a number, I don't know if I need to give a number, but...
I only ask our guests to give one number throughout the programme. Give me a kind of... Do it on the rainbow spectrum.
Oh.
Red is getting unbelievably madder. Mm-hmm. Violet is sort of getting a bit saner.
Wow, that's... I'm trying to think of my
Roy G.
rainbow.
Biv, red, orange, yellow, yeah.
Pink and green.
We do top science here on the YouTube channel. We always follow the science.
I think in that case, I am probably an orange.
Orange, that's quite a lot madder. Do you think the world's getting madder, or have we been in this state of madness for some time, Mark?
I think we've been in this state of madness. I'm not certain it's particularly getting worse. But what I'm encouraged by, and I want to end on, a high note, is that there is now pushback, and I think the Popular Front, for at least political, if not economic liberty, is now gaining big momentum. So as Lenin said, worse is better, actually, in some respects.
I don't know, Lenin said something very similar to the first Director General of the IEA, Ralph Harris, when he was asked in the 1970s, and what's the point of the IEA? The unions control everything, everything's nationalised, the country's going to the dogs. He said, cheer up, things can only get worse. And he meant that actually there would be an inflection point. But that's interesting, Mark, on that. But what are the signs, would you say? Because you deal with loads of people right across the political spectrum who are worried about political liberty. You say the sort of fight back to actually reassert these Enlightenment values is happening. What are the sort of metrics of that? Again, do it through the colours of the rainbow, because we can only have one number. I mean, is it growing at red levels? That would be very fast. Or
No, maybe not red levels, but maybe a kind of tangerine orangey colour.
Okay.
So, for example, we saw Cambridge University. There was an attempt by the Vice-Chancellor to introduce a policy in relation to speakers that would have resulted in the university then having, even wider scope to ban people. And Professor Arif Ahmed organised a coalition of academics to fight back against this, and they defeated it. And that, that was a huge sort of moment where we're seeing, Labour politicians getting on board with the free speech, in the Free Speech Popular Front, Debbie Abrahams, Graham Stringer, Stephen Timms. So right across the political spectrum, I think a coalition for political liberty is beginning to take shape.
Quite an optimistic note then. So you're the final two people to have their say, and then by magic, the people, the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain will put all the numbers together. I'll give my number as well. I've waited until December. And to remind you and our viewers, the number you've got to give, how good or bad was 2021 overall, right? So sometimes I ask people how optimistic they're feeling about the future. No, I'm not asking you that. Look back at the past, right the way back to 1st of January 2021, when we left the European Union, just to remind people, if you weren't watching it right at the top of the show, what's your audit of 2021? Naught, terrible, 10 things couldn't have gone better. Sam?
I mean, should I give this answer an interpretive dance, or will just the number...
Well, I don't know, that would be quite a woke way of giving the answer, so I guess you can if you want. A simple, straightforward number will do, but, I'll probably be culturally oppressing you if I actually ask for a specific number.
I would say I would say it is a 6.5.
No. You've completely forgotten the rule. It is not 6.5. It has to be an integer.
Integer, right, okay. Sorry, then in that case, I will give it a 6.
Okay.
Mid-table mediocrity.
Mid-table mediocrity, the sort of thing that Southampton Football Club strive for and will be striving for into 2022. The 6, why a 6?
It hasn't been universally bad. To be honest, it's difficult to say so at this point in the year, but I was impressed by how well the government pushed back against some of the efforts to bring in more COVID restrictions sooner. There has been pushback that Mark's talked about.
It's not ending very well.
It's not ending well, but you said it had to be across the whole year, and I'm trying to be generous. Trying. And so the government has done its best, I think, to push back against some of the earlier efforts for more restrictions. There has been a pushback against some of the worst excesses of wokedom, but frankly, as a society, there's a lot to do, and as a government, there's a lot to do.
Mark, where are you on this spectrum, 0 to 10? Your maths are up to this, aren't they?
Oh, yeah,
0 to 10,
absolutely.
it needs to be an integer.
As well, you know. I'm actually looking forward to seeing Sam do some dancing. Can you tell him to do some dancing?
We'll do the Sam dancing for another special
that might be a more
edition.
private moment between us. I might go kind of reverse Spinal Tap and say 0.1. I don't actually mean that, but I just wanted to say.
Yeah, this you just screwed up all the math.
So I'm going to say it's mixed and messy. So let me alight on 5.
5, mixed and messy. I think, which if we do all of the numbers and come up together, I'll give you mine at the moment. What am I going to go for? What do you think I should go for? Usually I'm optimistic, but my optimism has been found somewhat wanting. But I think things could have gone worse. And I was expecting 2021, I guess, to be the year of freedom. It hasn't been. I'm going to have to give a 4 out of 10, which, as it happens, pretty much reflects the performance of Southampton Football Club over 2021 as well. So maybe that's subconsciously why I've picked 4 out of 10. So we'll add all of those numbers together. I think there's 24 of them. We'll put up on the screen now what the absolute average is. And you know what? I think although we've had some very low numbers, as you, Chris Snowdon, we've had some very high numbers. Yeah, he's a Yorkshireman. Yeah, you should probably treble whatever number he gives you to get the accurate one. But we'll put up on the screen now what the absolute average was. And I think you'll find it's sort of pretty middle-ish, even though some people have had high numbers and some low. But look, we've finished on a very mediocre note. Not because of my brilliant guests, but just because 4, 5 and 6, even my maths between the three of us, we've averaged a 5. Last Christmas cracker. We've gone through 12, one for each day of Christmas. Sam, Merry Christmas.
You go for it.
A win. Finish with a win just before Christmas.
Just like Southampton.
So, we'll see about that one.
How many games have they won this season?
Very few. This is, all of the Christmas cracker jokes are IEA economics Christmas cracker jokes, but even cornier than most Christmas cracker jokes. What's black and white and red all over?
What, Mark? What is black and white and red all over?
Well, can you guess?
Economic affairs?
No, not too bad. The government spending projections. That's the one that we're leaving you with. Black and white and red all over. That's our final month wrapped up. Mark, Sam, have a very, very Merry Christmas. And here's to better times, much better times, even better times in 2022. Thank you very much indeed. Well, thanks very much for joining us for that marathon of a show. A full look back on 2021. Let us know in the comments below how you'd rate 2021 out of 10. Was it a 0, a 5 or a 10? Share your views with us in the comments below. Most importantly of all, have a very, very Merry Christmas. Drink, eat, be merry, and join us again in January. In the meantime, make sure you've hit the like, thumbs up, subscribe, the notification bell, and we'll see you all on the other side next year. Stay safe, stay free, over and out.